Chapter 1866. After Xiang Yang finished speaking, Xiaohua finally understood that the damage to Xiang Yang's Dao foundation was caused by the thunder in the myriad Thunder Valley. Thunder beasts were natural spiritual beasts that could absorb thunder and control thunder and lightning. Their inner cores also contained the essence of thunder. This essence of lightning was incomparably powerful, but to Xiang Yang, whose Dao foundation was damaged by lightning, it was also a good medicine to repair it. Just like the venom of a poisonous snake, although the poison in the venom could kill ordinary people, it could also be a miraculous medicine to fight poison with poison. Xiang Yang's method of using the essence of lightning to repair his Dao foundation was a secret technique that he had no choice but to search through the ancient records of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He only told Xiang Yang and his wife before he left the Imperial Thunder Sect. Of course, the inner cores of lightning beasts used in this secret technique could only be original inner cores and not medicinal pills that had been refined by mortal flames. As for how much inner cores of lightning beasts to use, it would depend on the degree of damage to Xiang Yang's Dao foundation. In this way, Xiang Yang's request would inevitably deviate from Jin Ye's request. If using inner cores to repair one's Dao foundation was an unorthodox method, then using inner cores to refine medicinal pills was the correct method. Medicinal pills refined from lightning beasts' inner cores were also very useful for lightning cultivators. Especially for golden core cultivators like Xin Yi, who had an even greater thirst for rare medicinal pills. To tell the truth, Xin Yi might not necessarily give up some inner cores of lightning beasts because they were fellow disciples of the same sect. However, if they didn't have Jin Ye's help, how confident would Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, Xiaohua, and Shui be when facing a 6th-rank spirit beast? Xiaohua admittedly hid many divine abilities, but he wasn't arrogant enough to challenge a golden core spirit beast. Moreover, there were also cultivators from other sections. Those who dared to come looking for the fire ape and lightning beast weren't only foundation establishment cultivators like Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. There were also true golden core cultivators. I'm afraid they'll have to find help. This was Xiaohua's first reaction after hearing this. Who could help? Zhuo Minghui couldn't do it and Cui Hongshan couldn't do it either. They could only rely on Jin Yi. Sure enough, after Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian had a brief discussion, they said to Xiaohua, Junior Martial Brother Xiao, this matter should be explained to Martial Uncle Jin Yi. Not to mention that we're not strong enough just because you agreed to help him. We should also inform Martial Uncle Zhen about this matter. And I'll listen to eldest senior brother's instructions. Xiaohua nodded. There should be a secret stronghold of my Imperial Thunder Sect in front of the teleportation array. Write down this matter on a jade slip and I'll take it for you. Xiang Yang said without hesitation, let's head to Shihuang Town first and find a place near Flame Forest Swamp to wait for Martial Uncle Zhen Ye's news. Great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said. The closest transmission array to the Misty Mountain was located in a small town called Pusong, which was less than half a day's journey ahead of Xiaohua's group. After Xiang Yang made up his mind, everyone increased their flying speed and flew towards Pine Tree Town. However, after flying for less than an hour, Xiang Yang discovered that something was amiss. It was none other than Yan Qinglian who was by his side. Xiang Yang actually discovered that Yan Qinglian's flying speed had increased by a fraction. Yan Qinglian was the same as Xiang Yang. She wasn't a direct disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, so she couldn't be taught the Imperial Thunder Sect's orthodox lightning evasion technique. She could only cultivate the lightning evasion technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect under the guidance of others. The lightning evasion technique had harsh requirements on the physical body. Therefore, although Yan Qinglian had stepped into the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm many years before Xiang Yang, her attainments in the lightning evasion technique weren't particularly obvious. After Xiang Yang cultivated to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he also began to dabble in the lightning evasion technique. His progress was also very fast. Although he couldn't compare to Yan Qinglian, the difference wasn't too great. However, just now, Yan Qinglian's hibernating lightning evasion technique was clearly faster than before, which easily attracted Xiang Yang's attention. I'm afraid it's because of junior brother Xiao. Xiang Yang turned his head and glanced at Xiaohua. Behind him, Xiaohua and Shui were both using the hibernating lightning evasion technique. He also only smiled at Yan Qinglian, who had sensed something strange and turned her head to look at him. He didn't ask a single word. Pusong Town arrived quickly. Xiangyang scanned it with his divine sense and directly flew outside the town's west. After stopping in midair, he took out a yellow talisman that flickered with lightning. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, the yellow talisman transformed into a bolt of lightning. It first flew into the air, then disappeared towards the west. It actually had a concealment effect. My goodness, what kind of messaging talisman is this? Xiaohua originally thought that eldest senior brother was going to look for someone. Who would have thought that he would actually send a messaging talisman here? Moreover, this messaging talisman was very strange, so he couldn't help but ask. This is the hibernating lightning messaging talisman that we Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators use when we come out for training. Xiangyang said with a smile. My Imperial Thunder Sect is a large cultivation sect on the Xiaoyu continent. Although we don't operate any teleportation formations, there are always disciples on duty near the teleportation formations. These disciples are specifically responsible for transmitting information from various places. We Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators also have the right and duty to send all kinds of information back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. The hibernating lightning messaging talisman is fine, but important information still has to be passed back to the sect by these disciples on duty. While Xiangyang was speaking, a very ordinary-looking disciple flew over from afar. His cultivation was only around the 11th layer of the Qi refining realm. That disciple stepped forward and saluted Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian. I, Wu Ming, greet the two senior brothers. Xiangyang smiled and returned the salute, saying, We are disciples of the Thunder Sect's myriad Thunder Valley. We have to inform Martial Uncle Jin Yi of the Thunder Sect, so we'll have to trouble junior brother. Martial Uncle Jin Yi? Wu Ming's expressionless face changed slightly and he nodded, saying, I don't dare. Please give me the identity token and jade slip, senior brother. Xiangyang handed the identity token and jade slip to Wu Ming. Wu Ming took them and first used his divine sense to penetrate the identity token. After checking, he used his left hand to cast a spell on the jade slip and handed the two things back to Xiangyang, saying, Senior brother Xiang, please keep the token. This jade slip has been placed with a restriction. This restriction is a common restriction used by my Imperial Thunder Sect to transmit information. Once it's broken, it can no longer be used. Xiangyang didn't dare to be careless. After taking it, he checked it with his divine sense and handed it to Wu Ming with satisfaction, saying, Thank you for your trouble. No problem. Wu Ming took the jade slip and turned to fly to the south of Pine Tree Town. Xiangyang hurriedly said, Junior brother Wu, wait a moment. We're also going to the teleportation formation. Wu Ming stopped and said with a smile, I'd better not go with senior brother. I know. I just want to ask junior brother something. Xiangyang nodded. Please speak, senior brother Xiang. Wu Ming didn't seem to be sloppy and said concisely. Xiangyang hesitated for a moment and asked, I don't know what's going on with the teleportation formation in the direction of Western Huang Town? Western Huang Town? Flaming Forest Marsh? Wu Ming glanced at Xiangyang, then at Xiaohua and Shui behind Xiangyang. He shook his head and said, Flame Forest Swamp's terrain is complicated, but it has always been a good place for Foundation Establishment cultivators in our country of Xi to gain experience. Usually many cultivators go there and the news from there is nothing special. However, after Mo Yuan, who was guarding the teleportation formation in Yen Abyss City, strangely died in Flaming Forest Marsh, Yen Abyss City sent 2 cultivators to guard Western Huang Town. The security is much tighter. Many thanks, junior brother Wu. Xiangyang cupped his hands and thanked him. You're welcome. Wu Ming nodded and then looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, Senior brother Xiang, going to Flaming Forest Marsh to gain experience should be a good choice. However, it's best not to bring your junior brother and junior sister. That's not a good place to break through to Foundation Establishment. I understand. Xiangyang nodded. Then Wu Ming bid farewell to everyone and quickly left. Senior brother, this disciple is clearly at the 11th layer of Qi refining. Why did he call you senior brother? Shui looked at Wu Ming's back and asked in a low voice. Yan Qinglian smiled and said, Most of the disciples on guard outside are at the early stage of Foundation establishment. It's only because they practice some of my Imperial Thunder Sect's secret techniques that they can hide their cultivation. That's why you can see that they are only at the Qi refining stage. Shue Shue suddenly understood and said with a smile, I've long heard of this kind of magical technique, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. If others treated them as qi-refining disciples, they would really suffer a big loss. Then she thought of something and turned her head saying, Darling Xiao, have you already reached foundation establishment? You're still hiding your cultivation and making us anxious? Xiaohua spread his hands and said, I am a real qi-refining cultivator. If I were at foundation establishment, I wouldn't have provoked master's scolding. Hee, your qi-refining cultivation seems to be even more deceptive than Martial Uncle Wu's concealment. Shue Shue smiled. When others conceal their cultivation, they can still be seen through by others. You're not afraid of being seen through. Just this little secret and you guys saw through it. Xiaohua pretended to smile bitterly. Xiang Yang shook his head. Although Wu Ming can conceal his cultivation, that technique is extremely difficult to practice. Moreover, after practicing it, it will delay one's own cultivation. Therefore, after these disciples complete their mission and return to the sect, they will often be rewarded handsomely. Although Wu Ming's cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment, if he can focus on his cultivation, he should also be at the middle stage of foundation establishment. And this disciple understands. Shue Shue nodded, it's really hard for them. Not only do they have to take the risk to pass the message, but they also have to delay their cultivation. It's really not easy. Let's go, we'll go to Shihuang town first. The four of them waited in the air for a while. Only after calculating that Wu Ming had already entered the transfer formation did they get up and go. Pusong town's transfer formation wasn't big because there was only one transfer formation in the surroundings. There were quite a lot of cultivators who came through the transfer formation, so they didn't have to wait. Xiaohua followed Xiangyang. After several transfers, they finally arrived at Shihuang town again. As soon as they appeared at the transfer formation, Xiaohua saw city guards wearing Yenyuan City's armor and two middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators staring at them with bright eyes. Of course, their gazes were all focused on Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian, not Xiaohua and Shue Shue. The current Xiaohua had already adapted to the transfer formation, so the dizziness didn't appear at all. When Xiaohua followed Xiangyang out of the transfer formation, they had just walked 10 steps when they saw the transfer formation flash again. The two cultivators who were staring at Xiangyang had astonishment in their eyes. They actually walked to the front of the transfer formation and bowed to pay their respects. Chapter 1867. Seeing the two middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators guarding the transportation formation quickly walk up behind him and prepare to salute, how could Xiaohua not know that there were at least golden core cultivators inside the transportation formation? Xiangyang and the others were not slow either. They quickly moved to the side and stood respectfully. Only then did they cast their gazes towards the transportation formation. At this moment, the brilliance of the transportation formation had just faded away. There were 3 cultivators standing inside. The one in front was actually less than 3 feet tall. Moreover, his face was like a full moon and his teeth were white and his lips were red. He truly looked like a child. Behind this child were 2 old men over 50 years old. However, the 2 old men had respectful expressions as they hid behind the child. Junior greets Senior Xiang. The 2 cultivators guarding the transportation formation bowed. They clearly recognized this golden core cultivator. And you may rise. The golden core cultivator's voice was very tender. He raised his small hand and said with a smile, "You must have worked hard guarding the transportation formation." "I dare not. This is Junior's duty and also the city lord's request." The cultivator still replied respectfully. "Have there been any other golden core cultivators coming over these past few days?" The golden core cultivator walked and asked casually. The 2 cultivators glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with bitterness. One of them smiled apologetically and said, "Senior Xiang, please no. Junior does not dare to say too much about who was sent over. I presume Senior Xiang does not like to pry?" A trace of coldness flashed across the golden core cultivator's face. He released the pressure from his body and pressed down on the cultivator who spoke. Immediately, large beads of sweat dripped from the cultivator's forehead. However, in just half a breath, the pressure suddenly disappeared. The golden core cultivator smiled amiably and pointed at the cultivator with his delicate finger. "City Lord Jiang is indeed a good teacher. Don't be afraid, I was just joking with you. Hee hee, Junior knows, Junior knows. The cultivator did not dare to say anything else. What did you come to Western Huang Town for? The Golden Core cultivator's gaze fell on Xiaohua and Shui. He actually asked without any trace of politeness. Xiang Yang immediately bowed and said, Junior Thunder Controlling Sex Xiang Yang greets Senior Xiang. These two disciples are Junior's junior brothers. They are the key to Foundation establishment, so Junior specially brought them here to gain experience. The Golden Core cultivator retracted his gaze and glanced at Xiang Yang. Of all places to train, why must you come to Shihuang Town? After saying that, he ignored the four of them and walked out of the quiet room where the teleportation array was located. Without waiting for the Golden Core stage cultivator to leave, the transmission array flashed again and several Foundation establishment stage cultivators were also sent over. Seeing the short and small figure of the Golden Core stage cultivator, they did not dare to leave and hurriedly stood near Xiang Yang and the rest. Only when the figure of the Golden Core stage cultivator disappeared did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Looking at each other, they scattered out of the transmission array. After exiting the teleportation formation, Xiang Yang looked a little hesitant. He flew into the air and looked in the direction of the Flame Forest Mountains, but did not move forward. Eldest senior brother, who was that Aurus Core stage senior just now? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. Could it be because of that senior? Sigh, that's right. Xiang Yang was a little worried and said in a low voice, although this senior's cultivation is not particularly high, but because of his appearance many cultivators recognize him. He is Senior Xiang Min of the Five Elements sect. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said with a smile, that's true. With this kind of appearance, who wouldn't know? Xiang Yang smiled bitterly. This is still secondary. I'm afraid that because this senior had some misfortune when he was young, he does as he pleases and is vicious and merciless. Just now, in the transmission array, he actually spoke to us. If it was someone else who would do this. Just now he really scared me to death. I'm afraid that he will suddenly attack. It can't be. Xiaohua was a little flabbergasted. I'm only a qi condensation stage cultivator. There's no reason. Fortunately, it's the Yen Abyss City's transmission array. Yen Qinglian nodded. He also has to be wary of Yen Abyss City's city lord Jiang. Then his words. I'm afraid it's a warning to us. Shui said thoughtfully. Who knows? Xiang Yang looked at the distant sky and frowned. If it's a warning, can't he just tell me directly? Why tell junior martial brother Xiao? But if it's because he's concerned, all the seniors in the Dawn Rain continent will say it. But I don't want to believe that he will say it. Then, let's not go to the Flame Forest Marsh first. Xiaohua nodded. Let's go somewhere else first. When Grandmaster Zhenyi comes, we won't be afraid of that guy anymore. That's the only way. Xiang Yang originally planned to go to the Flame Forest Marsh first to see if there was a chance for him to get the Thunder Beast first. Although this chance was very slim, Xiang Yang still wanted to try. But who knew that Xiang Min, who had the same surname as him, would suddenly appear? He didn't think that Xiang Min would let him go just because they had the same surname. If he didn't hide first, what else could he do? Yen Qinglian obviously understood Xiang Yang's thoughts. She flew forward and said, Husband, it's not a temporary thing. The husband is fated. Even if you go late you will still get it. Going early is not a good thing. Let's go. Xiang Yang waved his hand and led the group in a different direction. Several cultivators who came out at the same time as Xiang Yang also seemed to have the same idea. They didn't go to the Flame Forest Marsh. However, not long after, cultivators of different cultivation levels came out of the teleportation formation. They didn't know that Xiang Min was going to the Flame Forest Marsh. They all flew to the Flame Forest Marsh according to their own arrangements. Xiaohua followed Xiang Yang and flew for 4 hours before he arrived at a desolate place. This place was filled with mountains and trees. Only the color of the rocks was different from that of the Flame Forest Swamp. Other than that, there was nothing different about this place. We'll wait here. Xiang Yang scanned with his divine sense and said with satisfaction, Junior Martial Brother Xiao is still with Junior Martial Sister Shui. We'll wait patiently for news from Grandmaster Zhenyi. We'll listen to eldest senior Martial Brother's instructions. Xiaohua also didn't hold back. He also scanned with his divine sense and brought Shui to the foot of a mountain. He released the puppet and expanded a cave. Xiaohua and Shui went inside and took out the rabbit spirit talisman. They carefully threw it out. After the formation was activated, Xiaohua let out a long breath. He looked at Shui, who was also a bit scared, and said, "If this young Min is really like what eldest senior martial brother said, acting strange and attacking everyone, it will be really difficult to deal with." Yeah, she's already a Jindan stage senior, and she still has the nerve to attack a foundation establishment disciple. Shui's face also showed disdain. AI, only increasing my cultivation level is the right way. Xiaohua rarely had the thought of being intimate with Shui. He sat cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation. Shui naturally didn't dare to be negligent. She also sat in a corner of the cave and cultivated. Chapter 1868. Dozens of days passed in a flash. On this day, Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged. He was about to use the prairie fire cultivation method to refine the flames in his body. However, after thinking about it, the thunder beast was with the fire ape. Presumably, its whereabouts were also hidden. Zhang Yu and Qian Yuming were bewitched by Pu Jianyuan. Wasn't it because they wanted to obtain the ancestral magic tools of the Misty Mountain? Relying on the ancestral magic tools to find the fire ape's whereabouts? If he wanted to help his eldest senior brother find the thunder beast, the magic tools of the Misty Mountain must be refined. Moreover, these magic tools were passed down from the ancestors of the Misty Mountain. If Shui could refine them, that would be the best. He wouldn't have to take everything from Shui. Thinking of this, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out two magic tools that looked like seals. He whispered, "Shui, husband, what's the matter?" Shui's bright eyes moved as she called out naturally. "These two magic tools belong to your Misty Mountain and Phoenix Ridge. I took them away because I was angry at your uncle's scheme. Now is the time for eldest senior brother to use them. You should take them and refine them. After you finish refining them, you can also help eldest senior brother." Xiaohua said with a smile. He waved his hand and the two magic tools fell in front of Shui. "Hee, husband, uncle has received a lot of benefits from you. Let's not talk about the flying Phoenix Ridge. Uncle and Feiyun's bloodline awakening is far more valuable than these two magic tools. You don't need to be polite anymore." Shui smiled and waved her hand. The magic tools flew back to Xiaohua's hand. Moreover, the ancestral magic tools of the Misty Mountain can't be refined before reaching the foundation establishment stage. The magic tools of the Phoenix Ridge must also have the same saying. "Husband, if you let me refine them now, wouldn't you be harming me?" Ling, why didn't your uncle tell me?" Xiaohua was stunned. "I'm afraid it's because he knows you can refine them. Moreover, husband, don't you have me by your side?" Shui said with a smile. "Then, aren't these two magic tools for eldest senior brother to refine?" Xiaohua scratched his head. There's nothing wrong with eldest senior brother refining them. Shui suggested, "However, I will also be using them in the future. If eldest senior brother refines them, it will be inconvenient for me to use. In my opinion, it's better for husband to refine them." "Yes, I understand," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Presumably, your uncle knows that your husband can suppress this magic tool. That's why he didn't tell your husband about the pros and cons of this floor." "Of course." "Great." Xiaohua clapped his hands and the two magic tools floated into the air. Xiaohua held the two jade amulets in his hand and immersed his divine sense into them. He looked at them again and didn't find any flaws. Only then did he withdraw his divine sense. However, he didn't take back the two jade amulets. Xiaohua closed his eyes and slowly waved his left and right hands. Spells gradually formed in his hands and hit one of the magic artifacts. As the spells entered, the big seal gradually emitted a soft orange brilliance, and the brilliance became brighter and brighter. In the end, it became a dazzling brilliance. At the same time, the shape of the big seal also disappeared, and a ball-like magic artifact appeared in the air. Quietly floating in the air. "Quick!" Xiaohua shouted and the spells changed again. His left hand formed a spell and didn't release it. His right hand continuously changed and like a pipa, it hit the magic artifact Glorious Sun. As the spells entered, the Glorious Sun slowly began to rotate, and as it rotated, a suction force was born from the Glorious Sun, sucking in the magic power in Xiaohua's body. At first, it was like a trickling stream, but as the rotation sped up, it sucked in 60% of Xiaohua's magic power like a whale swallowing water. 60% of my magic power. Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. He was very clear that his 60% magic power was not comparable to Ling Jingyi or Pu Jinyuan's 100% magic power. This glorious sun actually absorbed so much magic power, Ling Jingyi and the others. To what extent did they sacrificial refine it? After absorbing Xiaohua's magic power, the glorious sun rotated fiercely in the air, and it seemed that rays of light were thrown out from the glorious sun. Xiaohua was just about to make the final spell when his heart suddenly moved. He thought of the glorious sun and shadow moon that were connected together before. So he sat cross-legged. After recovering the magic power in his body, he actually took out another big seal. The process was the same as the process of sacrificial refining the glorious sun. As Xiaohua made the spell, the big seal also transformed into a semicircular shell-like magic artifact. The magic artifact Shadow Moon absorbed 60% of Xiaohua's magic power and spun rapidly like the glorious sun. Shueshui next to him was even more surprised. She couldn't help but sweat for Xiaohua. Rise, seeing this, the corners of Xiaohua's mouth curled into a smile, as if he had a card up his sleeve. He made 2 identical spell seals with his left and right hands. Suddenly, from the glorious sun and shadow moon, 2 orange flame phantoms flew out. One was in the shape of the glorious sun and the other was in the shape of the shadow moon. These 2 phantoms rose higher and closer. When they reached a certain distance, they actually produced a force that Xiaohua couldn't control and quickly pulled the 2 phantoms together. Moreover, in the instant the 2 phantoms overlapped, a powerful aura broke out from the phantoms. Like the pressure of a Jindan cultivator, it spread towards the entire cave. Rise. Xiaohua was both surprised and happy. His body shook and the phoenix Dharma body broke out from his body. The 200 feet tall Dharma body protected Shueshui under it. The phoenix Dharma body's aura blocked the aura released by the phantoms with difficulty. This seems to be different from the pressure of a cultivator. Xiaohua felt the same and immediately felt something was different. It's actually similar to the aura of this young master's phoenix Dharma body. Could it be? While he was thinking, the combined shape of the shadow moon and glorious sun gradually changed. A small fire ape shape was derived from the entire orange flame. Oh my, when did the 2 magic tools merge together? While Xiaohua was surprised, he also saw that the 2 magic tools that he had just chosen had merged together like the 2 phantoms at some unknown time. And just as Xiaohua was surprised, the combined shadow moon and glorious sun split into 2 like a chicken egg. A scarlet brilliance flashed from the split. At the place where the brilliance shone, a figure of light appeared. It was actually exactly the same as the shape of the flame. Fire Ape's soul essence. Xiaohua suddenly realized and was shocked. This magic tool actually concealed a Fire Ape's soul essence. Damn, this is the soul essence of a rank 5 spirit beast. Xiaohua was a bit flustered. He only wanted to refine the magic tool, but he didn't expect to overreach himself and take out the sealed soul essence. Seeing the Fire Ape's soul essence fly into the flame and actually form a flaming fire ape, a rather primitive divine sense was released from the flame and swept towards Xiaohua and Shueshui without any scruples. Moreover, when the divine sense swept past Xiaohua, it tightly locked onto him. A feeling of danger immediately emerged from Xiaohua's heart. Goldie. Xiaohua immediately thought of Goldie in the space and promptly sent his divine sense into the space. Unfortunately, Goldie was currently sleeping and didn't pay attention to Xiaohua. What should I do now? When Xiaohua's divine sense left the space, the flaming fire ape's soul essence was already quickly flying towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua promptly dodged and unhesitatingly sent out his thunder palm. With a crackling sound, the foot-long lightning struck the fire ape's soul essence. The flames around the fire ape's soul essence burned fiercely and actually blocked the thunder palm outside the flames. When Xiaohua saw that the spell was effective, his heart calmed down. He clapped his hand and the aqua pearl that he had never used before appeared in his hand. Under the urging of his magic power, a sparkling blue light emerged from the aqua pearl and swept towards the fire ape's soul essence. With a whoosh, the fire ape's soul essence once again urged the flames around its body. At the point where the 2 lights collided, a crackling sound was emitted. At this critical moment, the aqua pearl's light dimmed and the sparkling blue light was annihilated. Xiaohua's magic power was actually insufficient. Speaking of which, Xiaohua was to blame. He was really too careless and used too much magic power to refine the two magic tools. Moreover, he didn't stop to recover his magic power the second time. The flames that the fire ape urged on were all the magic power that Xiaohua had previously provided. This time Xiaohua had spun a cocoon around himself. Xiaohua. When Shui saw the situation, she knew that Xiaohua was exhausted. Without hesitation she shouted and flew over. Shui. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. The phoenix celestial body shook its wings and blocked Shui to the side. Then it stretched out its sharp claws and slashed towards the fire ape's soul essence. Not only that, Xiaohua's body didn't retreat. Instead he advanced and flew upwards. He also took out the huge demonic hammer in his hand and directly smashed it towards the fire ape's soul essence. With a whoosh, the flames that couldn't be harmed by any spell were actually split into two by the phoenix celestial body's sharp claws. Then the demonic hammer smashed down again. With a whoosh, although it seemed to have hit empty air when it flew past the fire ape's soul essence, the slightly dimmed color showed that the demonic hammer had succeeded. Haha! Xiaohua was overjoyed. No longer hesitating, the phoenix celestial body's two sharp claws slashed towards the fire ape's soul essence one after another as if it was using some kind of technique, blocking the soul essence from flying towards Xiaohua. Seeing that the soul essence couldn't get close to Xiaohua, the fire ape's soul essence's divine sense turned towards Shui. At the same time the fire ape also flew towards Shui. How could Xiaohua let it leave? The phoenix celestial body blocked Shui behind it. Its sharp claws wrapped around the soul essence. After a while, seeing that the fire ape's soul essence couldn't get any advantage and was in a deadlock with Xiaohua, the fire ape's soul essence suddenly stopped in midair and looked towards the flame forest swamp. Its entire body broke away from the range of the phoenix celestial body's sharp claws and flew towards that direction. Don't go! Xiaohua shouted. The phoenix celestial body also flew up and its beak naturally pecked at the fire ape's soul essence. As it opened its beak, a wind pillar emerged from the beak and covered the fire ape's soul essence. That wind pillar was the same as the wind pillar inside Ming Shui. It produced a kind of suction force and pulled the fire ape's soul essence towards the beak. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He agitated the phoenix celestial body's wings and fiercely flapped them. The wind pillar within the beak became bigger and bigger, and the suction force also became stronger. It actually sucked the fire ape's soul essence and the flames into a thin line of fire and entered the celestial body. Chapter 1869. As the extremely aggressive fire ape's soul essence was absorbed into the phoenix celestial body, the desolate aura that filled the entire cave was immediately swept away. As soon as the fire ape's soul essence entered the phoenix celestial body, the entire celestial body's 13200 small dots formed a 13,200 hurricane pillar that immediately entangled the fire ape's soul essence, constantly wearing it down and tearing it apart. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, not only were the flames around the soul essence annihilated, even the soul essence was annihilated into a tiny particle. That particle was the most essential thing and just a few wind pillars couldn't erase it. The phoenix celestial body let out a long cry and it was actually filled with joy. The entire celestial body trembled rapidly, and all the wind pillars within its body changed direction, blowing towards the phoenix head of the celestial body. Very naturally, the soul essence followed the wind pillars and flew towards the phoenix head. However, there was also a small red dot on the phoenix head. As soon as the soul essence entered, that small red dot suddenly ignited into a cluster of flames, and then the flame was extinguished. The wind pillars surrounding this small dot also disappeared, and the small dot gradually condensed into a transparent appearance. Following the formation of a transparent crystal, countless information swarmed into Xiaohua's mind like a swarm of bees. Ah? Xiaohua couldn't help but scream miserably. His entire head felt like it was about to explode and his figure suddenly fell from mid-air. Xiaohua! Shui was shocked and hurriedly went forward. Just as Xiaohua fell, the phoenix celestial body was absorbed into his body, and he easily fell into Shui's bosom. At this critical moment, the reverse light in the space behind Xiaohua's head suddenly lit up, and several rays of light flew out, protecting Xiaohua's mind. Numerous information poured into the reverse light along with the rays of light. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua woke up from his coma. Before he even opened his eyes, he smelled an elegant fragrance. Xiaohua, who had been intimate with Fairy Hongxia for a long time, immediately recognized that this was Shueishue's body fragrance. He greedily took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes he saw Shueishue's worried gaze. Seeing Xiaohua open his eyes, Shueishue was pleasantly surprised. She took the initiative to reach out and hug Xiaohua's shoulder. She pressed her pink face against Xiaohua's ear and let out a long sigh. "Xiaohua, you're finally awake." Xiaohua easily lifted his mouth and kissed Shueishue's earlobe. Shueishue quivered as if she had been electrocuted and rebuked. "This concubine was worried about you for half a day. You just woke up and you're already bullying me." With Shueishue's abnormally shy appearance, how could she still be a peak stage qi refining cultivator? How was she any different from a little girl in the secular world? "Thank you for your hard work." Seeing Shueishue let go of him, Xiaohua jumped up, bowed to the ground and said with a smile. Shueishue's face regained some color. She pouted and ignored him. She pointed at the two magic tools floating in the air and asked, "What's going on?" That year this concubine had also seen uncle refine them. How come there wasn't such a big movement? Xiaohua lifted his hand and rubbed his temples that were still somewhat swollen. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He naturally knew the reason. It was nothing more than a whimsical idea. He put the two magic tools together on the spur of the moment and refined them together. Who would have thought that half of the fire ape's soul essence would be sealed inside the two magic tools? When they were refined together, the two halves of the fire ape's soul essence would fuse into one and become a complete soul essence. This wasn't something that a foundation establishment cultivator could resist. How could this compare to Ling Jingyi refining a magic tool with half of the fire ape's soul essence? Moreover, Ling Jingyi's bloodline also contained the true blood of the fire ape. Presumably he wouldn't suffer a backlash and wouldn't be harmed by the fire ape's soul essence. Of course, Xiaohua's adventure this time was a success. His harvest was also plentiful. Not only did the Phoenix Dharma body obtain the fire ape's soul essence, even Xiaohua himself also obtained a lot of information. Of course, it was only plentiful and not complete. Xiaohua still didn't know how to use the fire ape's soul essence. Although there was a lot of information that entered Xiaohua's mind, it was all owned by the fire ape. The majority of it wasn't something that Xiaohua could understand. If it wasn't for the protection of reverse light, Xiaohua would have probably been pushed crazy by these things. Alas, this husband also didn't expect my cultivation to be so profound. Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said, "I actually successfully refined this sun-moon corona." Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat narcissistic appearance, Shueishue very naturally raised her fist and lightly punched his shoulder. She rebuked, "Don't be so rash in the future. It's really too dangerous. You don't know how worried this concubine was." "I know," Xiaohua said in a low voice. He smiled and reached out to embrace Shueishue. Soon after, Xiaohua pointed his hand and the sun-moon corona flew back to his hand. However, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it, he was surprised again. What's wrong?" Shueishue was stunned. She struggled out of Xiaohua's arms and looked at the brand new magic artifact. She asked curiously, "This thing is called the sun-moon corona? Why, is it divided into two parts? One is called the glorious sun and the other is called the shadow moon. And it's even in the possession of my Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He also vaguely knew the name of this magic artifact from the fire ape's soul. As for why it was divided into two parts, the fire ape didn't know. He only knew from the fire ape's resentment that it was very apprehensive of this magic artifact. This husband also doesn't know. However, you see, this magic artifact has a layer of restriction. Moreover, it's very powerful. It's far from what my cultivation can guess. Presumably, this was left for you. Xiaohua immediately remembered Ling Jingyi's instructions. Shueishue lightly bit her lips and nodded. She said, "And inside the restriction is a soul seal. It's related to this concubine." "Soul seal?" Xiaohua was stunned. His eyes moved, but seeing Shueishue's lazy face, he knew that she didn't want to say more. He handed the sun-moon corona over and said with a smile, "Since it's like this, wife should take it." "No, you take it." Shueishue didn't raise her hand at all. The corner of her mouth raised and said, "This thing is very important to this concubine, and this concubine doesn't have the power to protect herself. It's most suitable to leave it with husband. When this concubine needs it, husband can give it to this concubine. Hehe, you really know how to pick a place. Xiaohua smiled. With a wave of his hand he put the magic artifact into his space. Once this thing is in your husband's hands, no one can take it away. Shui seemed to remember Xiaohua's stingy appearance and actually laughed. Seeing Shui's smile like a flower, Xiaohua was also happy in his heart. At this moment Xiaohua suddenly felt something in his heart. He suddenly raised his head and saw the flame forest mountain. He said in a low voice, refining this magic artifact is indeed useful. Soon after, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the sun-moon corona. He held it in his hand and activated his magic power. Following the flickering of the sun-moon corona, Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes. It seemed like he could see through the cave and look outside. Chapter 1870. After a long while, the sun-moon corona's brilliance finally extinguished. Shui whispered, "Husband, what did you sense?" "That fire ape is indeed in Flame Forest Marsh." Xiaohua nodded. "I can use this sun-moon corona to roughly sense its location." That thing also seems to have sensed. The fire ape's soul essence was rushing here, but it stopped just now. I wonder why. Then what about the lightning beast? Shui was first happy then panicked. Xiaohua shook his head. "I can't sense any lightning beast. However, we can't stay here for long. If it was just the fire ape it would be fine, but if there's also the lightning beast, how can we be their match? Let's go." Saying this, Xiaohua put the sun-moon corona into his space. At this moment, a messaging talisman flew into the cave. "Ah, great." Xiaohua was overjoyed. "Grandmaster Zhenyi came, it's really the right time." However, when Xiaohua flew out of the cave and saw only Xiangyang and Enchanting, he couldn't help but be stunned. Xiangyang clearly knew Xiaohua's thoughts and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Zhenyi hasn't come yet, but I've already discussed it with your senior sister-in-law. According to the time, the jade slip should have already reached the Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, Grandmaster Zhenyi should have also come to Shihuang Town. Since he hasn't come yet, then presumably he isn't in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Although we have Grandmaster Zhenyi's help, we have a better chance of obtaining the Lightning Beast's core. However, if he doesn't come, there are still many sects and cultivation families eyeing the Lightning Beast. If we're late, I'm afraid we'll miss the opportunity. This core is related to my lifespan. I really can't wait." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He naturally knew eldest senior brother's urgent thoughts, but what were the fire ape and the lightning beast? Yesterday they almost couldn't deal with the fire ape's soul essence. How could they subdue the lightning beast? After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua nodded and said, "I'll let eldest senior brother know. I've just finished refining the magic tool I obtained from Misty Mountain." "Is that so? Great," Xiangyang said with a happy expression. "However, I've already sensed that the fire ape and lightning beast seem to be rushing in our direction. If eldest senior brother wants, we can rush over right now." "Are you kidding me?" Xiangyang's expression changed when he heard this. He asked anxiously, "Are you telling the truth?" "Absolutely." Xiaohua nodded without hesitation. "Damn it, then why aren't you running?" Xiangyang glared at Xiaohua and immediately flew into the air asking, "Which way should we run?" Xiaohua pointed with his finger. Xiangyang waved his hand without hesitation. "Let's go." The four of them flew for more than half a day. Seeing that they were about to reach the periphery of the Flame Forest Marsh, Xiangyang stopped and asked in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao, how is it now?" Xiaohua took out the sun-moon corona, sensed it for a moment and nodded. "I can't sense the fire ape's information anymore, it must be far away from it." "Yes." Xiangyang relaxed and smiled bitterly. "I knew that the thunder beast was close to the fire ape, but I couldn't attack it. I really had no choice. Junior brother Xiao, the fire ape left the flame forest swamp and actually found its way to our vicinity. Is it because of junior brother's sacrificial refining of the magic tool?" Enchanting inquired. Xiaohua nodded. "Indeed. Then if you're controlling the magic tool now, won't the fire ape be able to sense it?" "It shouldn't." Xiaohua smiled. "When I was sacrificial refining, something went wrong and attracted the fire ape's attention. Controlling this magic tool shouldn't attract its attention." "Okay." Enchanting nodded. The four of them waited for several hours. Seeing that the moon was bright and the stars were few, Xiaohua asked in a low voice, "Eldest senior brother, where should we go? In my opinion it's better to first see where the cultivators of the other sects are. If we can join forces that would be the best. Otherwise, we can only watch from the sidelines and see if there's a chance." Xiang Yang was obviously a bit diffident. Yes. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the place where the fire apes stopped to take a look. Maybe there are some fellow Taoists there." Xiang Yang and the others didn't have any objections. They followed Xiaohua and flew to the other side of the flame forest swamp. Before Xiaohua's group of 4 arrived, their divine senses swept over and they were immediately shocked by the miserable situation in front of them. They looked at each other in astonishment and then increased their flying speed. When they arrived, although they were already mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but sigh endlessly. They saw that this was a place filled with rugged mountain rocks. The surrounding area was about several hundred feet of undulating gentle slopes. There were several dozen corpses of cultivators. They couldn't be said to be complete corpses, but they were all broken corpses. They were scattered all over this desolate mountain area. Dark brown blood stains had already dried up and were smeared on the mountain rocks. The strangest thing was that these several dozen cultivators' heads could be considered complete, but there was a bowl-sized hole on each head. The inside of each head was empty and blood-stained. All of their brains had been dug out by spirit beasts. Moreover, there were many burn marks on the mountain rocks. Occasionally, there were also marks of lightning strikes. Next to these cultivators' corpses, there were some scattered medicinal pills, yellow talismans, and so on. As for storage pouches, without exception they were all torn apart. There were also many broken magic tools. The majority of them were broken and were no longer worth repairing. Only a large amount of spirit stones were left on the ground, untouched by anyone. Sigh. Shui sighed. She slightly raised her head and looked into the distance. Immediately after, Yan Qinglian also shook her head and no longer looked at the miserable situation. "Forget it." Xiaohua glanced at Xiang Yang and said in a low voice, "Mortals have a custom of being buried in the ground for peace. Although we cultivators don't emphasize this, it's also not appropriate for these fellow Taoists' corpses to be left here. Little brother, how about we melt them?" And Xiang Yang slightly nodded and said, "It's also a good deed for you." Hearing Xiang Yang's command, Xiaohua sighed and waved his hand. Dozens of starfires flew out and landed on the corpses under the control of his divine sense. It didn't take long for the corpses to be cleaned up. Then Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and gathered the scattered spirit stones, medicinal pills, and yellow talismans into his storage pouch. Xiang Yang released his divine sense and checked the tokens and magic tools scattered on the ground. After Xiaohua collected the spirit stones, he said, "The fellow Taoists who died here include 7 Skills Sect, Fuzhan Sect, Huang Dao Sect, and Raging Flames Sect. There are a total of 9 sections. Most of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators and a small number of them were Qi Refinement cultivators. Zhan Yu from Huanghua Sect was also within this number." When Xiaohua used the fireball to burn the cultivators' remains, he already saw a head that looked similar to Zhan Yu's. Hearing this, he nodded silently. "Husband, I'm afraid something is wrong." Yan Qinglian, who had been silent, said, "Wasn't Zhan Yu with Qian Yuming? Since Zhan Yu died here, what about Qian Yuming? Why aren't there any traces of spirit husbandry sect's disciples?" Xiang Yang nodded first, then shook his head. Ever since Xiaohua killed Pu Jianyuan in the Fog Mountain, Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming revealed the fire ape's whereabouts. Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming lost the foundation for cooperation. Perhaps they thought that we would also come to Flame Forest Swamp and Qian Yuming might have given up. "I don't think so." Yan Qinglian shook her head and said, "Previously I thought the same as you. I thought that the cultivators of the various sects were doing their own thing and wanted to snatch the fire ape or lightning beast's inner core just like us. But looking at the cultivators who died here, there are no less than 2 people from each sect. Furthermore, there are a few sects gathered together. I'm afraid things aren't that simple." "You're right, wife." Xiang Yang thought for a moment and said, "However, they originally came to Flame Forest Swamp as a group. If they heard some news, the sects would have come to an agreement and gathered together. This is normal. Furthermore, didn't we also want to find someone to cooperate with?" Yan Qinglian was silent for a moment and asked again, "There's still something strange." The fire ape is a rank 5 spirit beast and the lightning beast is even rank 6. They're far from what these foundation establishment cultivators can handle. Why did they still walk into the trap in groups? There aren't any core formation seniors among these dead cultivators, right? This time Xiangyang also had nothing to say. He nodded and said, indeed they're all foundation establishment cultivators. They don't even have a single magic weapon. This is a very strange matter. Senior sister-in-law, there's only one possibility. Xiaohua had been thinking all along. Only now did he open his mouth and say, this is the periphery of Flame Forest Swamp. They simply didn't expect that the fire ape and lightning beast would suddenly come out from Flame Forest Swamp and couldn't dodge in time. Or maybe they weren't going for the fire ape at all. When they collided like this, they were caught off guard. Shui agreed and said, it should be so. Even I didn't expect Xiao Lang to refine a magic tool. The fire ape also came for this, so they must have encountered them. Looking at the remnants of the ground, Xiangyang felt a burst of lingering fear in his heart. Just a moment ago he was still full of ambition and wanted to fight for his lifespan, but when he saw so many cultivators who weren't inferior to him being trampled on like this, his confidence couldn't help but be extinguished by a lot. If we didn't leave just now. Yan Qinglian also felt lingering fear and said, I'm afraid it would have been extremely dangerous. Although his confidence was extinguished by a lot, Xiang Yang's state of mind was calm again. He glanced at Yan Qinglian and said, since it was dangerous we shouldn't get involved. Junior Martial Brother Xiao passed the news of the lightning beast to Martial Uncle Jin Yi. As for whether or not he can obtain the lightning beast's core, it's not something we can consider. Your husband will accompany you to see the sea. Yan Qinglian smiled happily and slightly shook her head. Actually, after Master told me about the lightning beast, I already went to check the ancient records of Sunlei Palace. As early as several tens of thousands of years ago, there were records of the lightning beast appearing in Fenghe Sea. Even if junior martial sister Shui didn't say it, I would have gone with my husband. Wife. Xiangyang reached out and held Yan Qinglian's hands, saying very softly, you went to Sunlei Palace only to say goodbye to senior martial sister. I didn't expect that you actually went to check the ancient records. Although I also want to travel freely with my husband, but we have a chance to spend more time together. Why not give it a try? Yan Qinglian said softly again, with junior martial brother Zhao's magic tool, we can know the whereabouts of the fire ape, and our lives won't be in danger. Chapter 1871. Xiangyang shook his head. What I want is the thunder beast's core, not the fire ape. Junior brother Zhao's magic tool is useless. Yan Qinglian's heart was distressed. She understood that Xiangyang didn't want her and Xiaohua's group to be implicated in this matter and lose their lives easily. Thus she said tenderly, I'll listen to my husband. If my husband says we're going to Guihe Sea, we'll leave Flame Forest Marsh immediately. Seeing that his sister-in-law had decided, Xiaohua glanced at Shui. The two of them also nodded inwardly. However, at this moment, two divine senses swept over from the direction of Flame Forest Marsh and locked onto the four of them. Humph. Xiaohua frowned and looked impatiently in that direction. He was already in a bad mood. How could he not be annoyed when he was locked onto by someone's divine sense? Hee, fellow Taoists, my master has already warned you not to approach Flame Forest Marsh. What? Are you not going to listen to a golden core cultivator? Not long after, two foundation establishment middle stage old men flew in front of them. They glanced at everything on the ground and sneered. We don't dare. Fellow Taoists, we're preparing to leave now. Xiangyang didn't want to be meddlesome and cupped his hands. You're a disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect? The old man on the left asked. That's right. I'm Xiangyang from Myriad Thunder Valley. This is my wife and two junior brothers. Xiangyang nodded. Yes, I'm Yuemiao. This is Ai's junior brother, Chan Xinyan. The cultivator on the left cupped his hands. Hee, greetings fellow Taoists Yu and fellow Taoist Chan. Seeing that the two's attitude had returned to friendliness, Xiangyang cupped his hands in greeting. Yuemiao smiled and returned the greeting. Since you're a disciple of a famous sect and you're so sensible, I won't make things difficult for you. You only need to take out the things that don't belong to you from your storage pouch. As for my master's side, I'll talk to him. I will take the initiative to ask the four of you to leave. What? Xiang Yang was stunned. Then he sneered. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean? You don't understand what I mean. Another cultivator by the name of Chan Xingyan shouted out rudely, my master has already warned all of you. All of you had better hurry to Flame Forest Marsh. According to my master's orders, all of you will die here. Since my senior brother is merciful and has let you all go, why don't you all hurry up and bring the medicinal pills, jade slips and other things over? If I don't take it, are you two going to attack me? Xiang Yang was so angry that he laughed. You're just a cultivator from the Five Elements sect. How can you be more arrogant than my Imperial Thunder sect? How about the Imperial Thunder sect? I was prepared to let you go for the sake of the Imperial Thunder sect. What's wrong? Just you, a brat who just entered middle stage foundation establishment, want to make things difficult for us? Chan Xingyan smiled coldly and said, if you don't wish to perish here, hurry up and take out the thing. Xiang Yang looked at Yan Qinglian, but his gaze passed over her head. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Seeing Xiao Hua nod, Xiang Yang's heart calmed down. He shouted at Xiao Hua and Xue Xue, you all stand to the side and guard carefully. Watch how I deal with these two arrogant people. Yes, we will follow senior brother's orders. Xiao Hua reached out his hand. Dozens of fireball talismans were held in his hand. He looked very guarded. Xue Xue understood and also took out her yellow talismans. Seeing Xiao Hua take out the fireball talismans, Xiang Yang was secretly happy. He also clapped his hands. A one-zhang long spear was actually held in his hand. Not to mention the others, Xiao Hua was first stunned. Since he became Helplessness's disciple, he had never seen his eldest brother use a celestial device. This was the first time he saw Xiang Yang take out his handy celestial device. Although Xiao Hua had never guessed what Xiang Yang's celestial device looked like, when he saw the long spear he instantly understood why Helplessness scolded him so harshly at the life and death temple outside the racing thunder field, accused him of not doing his job properly, and hated him for using martial arts to defeat Yan Xiefeng. Turns out, Xiang Yang also has martial skills. Sure enough, Xiang Yang held his magic tool Thunderstrike in his hand. He raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Hua. There was some helplessness in his eyes. He shook his hand and shouted, "Eat Eye's spear." Under the urging of his transcendence energy, the spear was like lightning. Threads of lightning surged out from the spear shaft. Following Xiang Yang's spear move, it flashed with thunderbolts and shot towards Yu Yuemiao. Yu Yuemiao laughed loudly and said, "Thy transcendence energy is only a watch Eye's methods." As he spoke, he clapped his hands. A large alms bowl was held in his hand. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, a misty splendor gushed out from the alms bowl. It was really like a fountain. "Rise," Yu Yuemiao lightly rebuked. The spell in his hand changed. That splendor flew out with his hand gesture. It slightly stagnated a few feet in front of him. Soon after, it rotated and formed a thin layer about 1 zhang in circumference like a shield. Pung, a muffled sound was heard. Xiang Yang's spear tip had hit this layer of light curtain. A burst of crackling sound was heard. The light purple electric light quickly covered the entire light curtain. The entire light curtain shook in an instant. Can Eye's eyesight be fake? You really are a brat who just entered the middle stage of foundation establishment. Yu Yuemiao laughed sinisterly. The spell in his hand changed again. The splendor in the alms bowl condensed into the shape of ice thorns. They flew towards Xiang Yang from the left and right. Xiang Yang brandished his spear. Like a dragon drinking water, lightning flashed from the left and right, respectively hitting the ice thorns flying towards him. But in the instant that the ice thorns were hit, they suddenly trembled and unexpectedly split into two. They dodged the lightning and rushed towards Xiang Yang's body. "This is bad." Xiao Hua watched the battle from the side and slightly frowned. He didn't know if Xiang Yang had a defensive magic tool on him. However, just as Xiao Hua started to worry, Xiang Yang's body unexpectedly flipped in midair. He extremely nimbly dodged the ice thorns. Although his skill couldn't compare to Xiao Hua's, it was absolutely impressive. So when eldest senior brother fought with me, he still held back a few moves. Xiao Hua laughed and immediately looked towards the battle between Yan Qinglian and Chan Xingyan. In Yan Qinglian's hand was a horsetail whisk. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it actually contained the power of lightning. Every time she waved it, traces of lightning would scatter like raindrops. Chan Xingyan was unable to withstand it. And Chan Xingyan was just like his name, he had a fire attribute physique. That magic tool was even more strange. It was like a rock, except that the rock was completely red and there were crimson flames lingering on it. Every time Chan Xingyan used his magic to smash it, Yan Qinglian would feel a suffocating heat pressing down on her, causing her to feel extremely uncomfortable. "Go!" Yan Qinglian shouted. Like swinging a horsewhip, she swung the horsetail whisk slightly above her head and swung it towards Chan Xingyan. Dozens and even hundreds of tiny lightning bolts flew towards Chan Xingyan. Chan Xingyan hated these tiny lightning bolts the most. He waved his hand and a thin flame flew out, forming a wall of fire. He wanted to block the lightning bolts in front of him. But the magic that he condensed from his magic power couldn't compare to the lightning bolts of the magic tool. After dozens of lightning bolts passed, the wall of fire immediately disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1872. Quick! Chan Xingyan had no choice but to throw out the stone in his hand. The raging flames and the aura of the artifact destroyed all the lightning. However, just as Chan Xingyan waved his hand and was about to retrieve the stone, he saw a weak flash of lightning under the stone. It quickly and violently charged into Chan Xingyan's arms. Oh no! Chan Xingyan's spiritual will swept across and he immediately knew that this lightning wasn't real lightning. It was a strand of Yan Qinglian's horsetail whisk. Yan Qinglian had concealed it within the lightning and shot it over, avoiding his defenses. Chan Xingyan did not dare to be careless and hurriedly activated his spiritual power, activating the defense around his body. With a zeet sound, lightning flashed under Chan Xingyan's armpit and then the light was extinguished. That lightning actually broke through his defense and shot straight into his Taoist robe. Ouch! Chan Xingyan forcefully twisted his waist and dodged the lightning. There was already a scratch on his Taoist robe. How dare you! Chan Xingyan was enraged. The mana in his body surged and the rock in his hand instantly lit up with a few feet of fire. A wave of hot air once again filled the entire area. Go! Following his angry roar, that rock flew towards Yan Qinglian like a shooting star. Seeing the power of Chan Xingyan's artifact increase, Yan Qinglian's horsetail whisk did not dare to meet it head-on. Her figure suddenly flew away and actually used the hibernating lightning escape to dodge to the side. This dodge was so fast that it shocked Chan Xingyan. Lightning escape? He could not help but shout out. I want to see if your lightning escape is faster or eyes flowing fire is faster. Chan Xingyan pointed his finger and the artifact, flowing fire, followed behind Yan Qinglian like a shadow. Did not stop attacking. Ha, senior brother, let I help you vent your anger. Compared to Chan Xingyan's stalemate, Yu Yuemiao seemed to be having a much easier time. He even had the upper hand. After all, Xiang Yang's mana was much weaker than Yu Yuemiao's, and it was a contest of immortal treasures. Naturally, Xiang Yang couldn't win. Seeing that Chan Xingyan was defeated by Yan Qinglian, Yu Yuemiao laughed heartily and tossed the alms bowl into the air. As it spun, the mouth of the alms bowl was pointed downwards and a ray of light like water sprayed down like a waterfall. Before the ray of light landed, the sharp spirit qi rushed towards Xiang Yang like a sharp knife. Xiang Yang brandished his spear and lightning danced in front of the water light. However, it only lasted for a moment before it was broken through by the water light. Xiang Yang was horrified, and his figure rapidly retreated in the direction of Xiaohua, while Xue was already some distance away from Xiaohua. Why are you still here? Retreat. When Xiang Yang saw that Xiaohua was still behind him, he unconsciously became furious and berated him. However, when he berated Xiaohua, there was actually a strange expression on his face. Damn it, eldest senior brother, can't you act a little better? Don't let others see through you. Xiaohua saw the strange expression on Xiang Yang's face and couldn't help but complain. However, at the same time he gave Xiang Yang a thumbs up. He had been standing still all this time because he wanted Xiang Yang to lure Yu Yuemiao to his side. Haha. Since you don't want to leave, then don't leave. When Yu Yuemiao saw Xiaohua's realistic fear, he unconsciously felt great. He didn't hold back any of the mana in his body and poured it all into the alms bowl's immortal treasure. Don't. When Xiaohua saw the water light rushing towards him, he waved his hands and made a big fuss. The dozens of fireball talismans in his hand had already been thrown out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises rang out, blocking the water light, the alms bowl and Yu Miao. When he saw Xiaohua throw out the fireball talismans, Yu Miao almost laughed out loud. This was precisely the yellow talisman that qi refining cultivators were most adept at. It was also the natural method to restrain his water-type magic tool. However, could yellow talismans compare to magic tools? However, when he saw the dozens of fireball talismans, although disorderly, there was an order to them. It was as if they were controlled by divine sense. Yu Miao couldn't help but feel strange in his heart. However, just as this strange thought arose, the numerous fireball talismans collided with each other and exploded around his body. The might of those top-grade fireballs really scared him. Damn it, Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are really rich and overbearing. Yu Miao couldn't help but curse. Unfortunately, before he could finish cursing, he saw a faint silhouette rush in front of him amidst the chaos caused by the exploding fireballs. Lightning evasion? This guy's mana isn't good, but he can actually use lightning evasion? Yu Miao obviously thought that the silhouette was Xiang Yang. However, when he saw clearly, he couldn't help but be astonished and couldn't help but cry out. However, when he saw that Xiaohua was actually holding a worn-out spear shaft in his hand, he laughed again. Are you kidding me? Senior martial brother uses a long spear. This junior martial brother. How could it be worn out? He's using a spear shaft. Soon after, he unhurriedly hooked his finger. From the distant alms bowl, a stream of water light flew over. In the instant Xiaohua extended his hand to stab the spear shaft, a shield appeared in front of him. However, before he could peacefully look for Xiang Yang's traces, he heard a crisp, gotcha sound. That shield was unexpectedly shattered by Xiaohua's spear, and specks of water light scattered in all directions. Demonic tool? Only now did Yu Miao see the true appearance of the demonic spear shaft. He couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a protective spell immediately blocked the front of the demonic spear shaft. At the same time, he hurriedly released the pressure of the Foundation establishment stage in an attempt to firmly suppress Xiaohua. Unfortunately, at this time Xiaohua was already close to him. Xiaohua smiled strangely and slightly opened his mouth. A stream of green and red brilliance was spat out from his mouth. Although his body was already unable to move under the pressure, once the execution dream came out, an immeasurable amount of karmic firepower was born. That kind of terrifying throbbing far surpassed the power of the pressure. Yu Miao's heart shrank and at the same time his mana also stagnated. In the end, Yu Miao was still a middle Foundation establishment stage cultivator. He hurriedly used the 5 elements sect's secret technique, and barely managed to circulate his mana. His body wanted to retreat, but no matter how fast he couldn't be faster than the execution dream flying sword. He could only see a brilliance flickering at Yu Miao's throat. The green and red sword light entered and then disappeared without a trace. Following that, Yu Miao's corpse fell into the air, and that alms bowl-like magic tool also stopped in midair. Senior brother? Seeing that Yu Miao had actually fallen, Chan Xingyan almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. Although Xiaohua's attack was not as fast as lightning, it was still completed in a few breaths. Chan Xingyan only saw Xiaohua throw out the fireball talisman in a panic. Then when the flames of the fireball dissipated, Xiaohua was already in front of Yu Miao. Following that, Yu Miao fell from midair. As for how he died, Chan Xingyan didn't even see it clearly. Fellow Taoist, don't leave either. Yan Qinglian was overjoyed. She didn't hold back on the horsetail whisk in her hand. 10 slender lightning bolts split into 4 and shot towards Chan Xingyan from different angles. You want to keep this Taoist here? Don't even think about it. Chan Xingyan didn't continue to fight. He once again activated his mana, and the flowing fire was like a huge fireball. It instantly extinguished the lightning bolts and a blank space appeared. Chan Xingyan didn't say another word. His body flew out of the blank space and flew towards the direction of the Flame Forest Mountains. Haha, you actually want to compete with my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple in flying? Yan Qinglian laughed loudly. She used the hibernating thunder escape technique and caught up to Chan Xingyan in an instant. Her horsetail whisk struck out again. Go. Chan Xingyan didn't continue to fight. He still used the same move. The flowing fire retreated and blocked Yan Qinglian. However, just as he was about to increase his speed again, he suddenly realized that right in front of him, the Qi refinement disciple who killed his senior brother was actually blocking his path. How did he get here? Chan Xingyan was shocked. Without hesitation he released his aura. You really don't have to leave, Xiaohua said sincerely. Following which his physical body trembled. A 200-foot phoenix celestial body appeared above his head, completely blocking the aura. At this moment the phoenix celestial body was slightly different from before. Previously, there was a cold light in its phoenix eyes that looked down on the world. However, that cold light was completely emotionless. It was completely indifferent. At this moment, there was a trace of emotion in those phoenix eyes. It seemed to be mocking. Bloodline of the true spirit. Chan Xingyan was surprised. However, his movements weren't slow either. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and a crimson-red message talisman flew out. The flame forest mountains are nearby. Chan Xingyan had just laughed coldly when the same scene happened again. With a light rumble of thunder, Xiaohua, who was just in front of Chan Xingyan a moment ago, actually caught up with the message talisman and crushed it. No way. Chan Xingyan couldn't believe his eyes. Although the speed of the message talisman wasn't especially fast when it was first sent out, the reason why it was a message talisman was because the method of making it was special. It couldn't be easily intercepted by others unless the person's cultivation level was much higher than the person who sent it out. The person's cultivation level was also much higher than the person who sent it out. Go. Just as Chan Xingyan was surprised, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal instantly appeared from the space. Under the control of Xiaohua's spiritual power, a yellow light shone brightly like the moon. Waves of rumbling sounds could be heard from the cloud-suppressing seal. Magic? Magic treasure? At this moment Chan Xingyan was in disbelief. He looked at Xiaohua with a strange gaze. His lightning escape was more profound than Yan Qinglian's and his spiritual power was more profound than his. Could he still be Yan Qinglian and Xiang Yang's junior brother? Even if he was their senior brother, he was still a novelist. Run. This was Chan Xingyan's only thought. But at this moment the cloud-suppressing seal had already flown in front of him. A feeling that he couldn't escape was born in his heart. Go. Chan Xingyan couldn't suppress his fear. He used a secret technique to control his spiritual power and tried his best to get rid of this feeling. At the same time, Lu Hua also tried his best to fly towards the cloud-suppressing seal. As if he was clapping his hands, Xiaohua used a spell. A cloud flew out from the cloud-suppressing seal and flew towards Lu Hua. With a ping sound, the cloud landed on Lu Hua. The power of the Dharma treasure's mimicry immediately extinguished Lu Hua's flames. As for Lu Hua's original body, that rock, it could not break through the cloud. As the cloud drifted down, the rock also slowly fell. Chapter 1873. Pa. With another few sounds, the cloud-suppressing seal transformed into a few clouds that floated towards Chan Xingyan's head. Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body also let out a clear cry as it spread its wings and flew towards Chan Xingyan. Seeing that Xiaohua alone was able to fight against both Yan Qinglian and Xiang Yang, Chan Xingyan couldn't help but panic. He clapped his hands and a dozen yellow talismans flew aimlessly in the air. His other hand quietly took out a transmission talisman and sent it in the opposite direction of Xiaohua. Just as he sent out the transmission talisman, his divine sense suddenly sensed that something was wrong behind him. Before he could send out the spell he hurriedly prepared, the dream executioner that killed Yu Yuemiao flew into Chan Xingyan's back. Chan Xingyan was like his senior brother Yu Yuemiao. His eyes were filled with disbelief and hatred as he fell from the sky. Let's go. Xiaohua saw that the crimson transmission talisman increase its speed and fly towards the flame forest mountains. He couldn't catch up and couldn't help but feel hatred. All of this was his meticulous plan, but he still couldn't stop the transmission talisman. Naturally, he couldn't stop the golden core stage Xiang Min from chasing after him. How could he not be angry? Let's go. Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and Shui didn't have the time to be shocked by Xiaohua's bravery and gave them a new understanding of him. They hurriedly activated their flying techniques and flew towards Shihuang town. Xiaohua seemed to have a card up his sleeve. With a wave of his hand, flowing fire and the alms bowl were stored in his space. He also took Yu Yuemiao and Chan Xingyan's storage pouches. Then he shot out a few fireballs and destroyed their corpses. Only then did he activate the hibernating thunder escape technique and catch up to Xiangyang and the rest. Xiangyang naturally saw what Xiaohua was doing, but he didn't have time to ask. He only focused on activating his transcendence energy, wanting to fly to Shihuang town before Xiangmin arrived. Unfortunately, not to mention that Xue Xue and Yan Qinglian's hibernating thunder escape had just reached the entry level. Even if Xiangyang used all of his magic power, his speed was still insufficient. Just as Xiaohua frowned and wanted to stop the three of them so that he could use the bright thunder escape to fly away, the Buddhist sense that Xiaohua released from far away made a discovery. "Stop," Xiaohua said decisively. "What's wrong?" Xiangyang was stunned, but he began to slow down. "Quick, let's fly in reverse," Xiaohua immediately ordered. Without waiting for the three of them to come to their senses, he slowed down again. With a clap of his hand, a flight talisman was placed on his body. Why is that?" Xiangyang was completely stunned. "Husband, don't speak. Fly with junior brother Xiao." Yan Qinglian naturally didn't understand, but she knew that Xiaohua's actions were reasonable. She hurriedly turned around and flew in front of Xiaohua using an ordinary flight technique. Xiangyang rubbed his head and watched as Xue Xue flew to Xiaohua's side unswervingly. At the same time, he threw out a flying talisman and had no choice but to fly in front of Xiaohua and the others. Sure enough, in just a short moment, a golden core cultivator's divine sense swept past Xiaohua and the others, and his divine sense was filled with rage. Xiangyang and the others knew that Xiangmin had arrived. They did not dare to delay and immediately stopped in midair, waiting for Xiangmin's arrival. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiangmin flew over at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Xiangmin's flushed little face and eyes that were about to spit fire, Xiangyang's heart almost jumped out of his chest. "Greetings, Senior Xiang." Xiangyang hurriedly bowed again and Yan Qinglian and the others followed suit. "Did you come from Shihuang town?" Xiangmin's figure suddenly stopped as she asked coldly. "Oh, yes." Xiangyang instantly understood what Xiaohua was thinking, and he hurriedly bowed and replied, "Junior wants to bring these two junior brothers to Flame Forest Swamp to gain experience. I've just made some preparations in West Huang town, and we're heading to Flame Forest Swamp." "And did you see any golden core cultivators or 3 or 4 cultivators above the middle stage of Foundation establishment rushing to Shihuang town in front of I?" Xiangmin asked sharply. "Senior Xiang, please no. Junior and the others have not seen any cultivators on our way here," Xiangyang said respectfully. And hearing that, Xiangmin did not say anything else and flicked her sleeves and flew in another direction. Seeing that Xiangmin's back was getting further and further away, Xiangyang and the other two still did not dare to speak. However, their eyes were filled with admiration. If it wasn't for great wisdom and great ability, who would dare to turn around and face the angry gold core cultivator when they knew that they had just killed the disciple of the gold core cultivator? Furthermore, at this critical moment, Chan Xingyan had hurriedly sent out a transmission talisman and did not explain the situation in detail. Only when Xiangmin was far away did Xiangyang dare to send a voice transmission. "Junior brother Xiao, what should we do? Continue to Flame Forest Swamp?" According to Xiangyang's thinking, since he had already seen Xiangmin and said that they were going to Flame Forest Swamp, if he did not go, it would mean that he had a guilty conscience. He could only go and show that he did not know what was going on ahead. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "Eldest senior brother, Senior Xiang warned us long ago. We wanted to get lucky and go to Flame Forest Marsh to gain experience, but we were still discovered by Senior Xiang. Fortunately, he was kind and didn't say anything. However, this is also a warning. We should obediently return." Xiangyang was shocked. Of course, Xiangmin had already warned them. Just now he was in a hurry and probably did not think about it. If they could not find the person, how could he not be angry with them? Wasn't this an excuse? If they did not leave now, when would they? Although they did not know what Xiaohua had discovered, Xiangyang smiled bitterly and waved his hand seriously. "Forget it, we also feel that we should turn back. When Martial Uncle Zhenyi comes, we'll talk about it again." The words Martial Uncle Zhenyek were heavily emphasized. Of course, Xiangmin was a golden core cultivator. Who knew if he had left any clues? Who knew if he could hear the words of the four people? Everything was just an act. We will listen to eldest senior brother's instructions. Xiaohua replied respectfully. Soon after, the three of them turned around and flew toward Shihuang town. At this time, Xiaohua and the others did not dare to reveal too much of their speed. They only dared to fly at about the same speed as before. Seeing that Shihuang town was not far away, Xiaohua and the others were about to reveal victorious smiles on their faces. Xiang Min's divine sense once again caught up to them, and a cold and indifferent voice was transmitted over. "Well, stop right there. This is bad." Xiaohua's expression immediately changed. He knew that something was wrong. Xiaohua looked around, his heart filled with bitterness. If he was alone, he would definitely flee in panic. After all, he had entered Shihuang town's transportation array. The outside world was so big that he could be transported anywhere. Although Xiang Min had left, he definitely would not do anything to the disciples of Yenyuan City. But now, Xiaohua could only stand there with his hands by his side. He had no other thoughts. Chapter 1874. Xiang Yang was also a little uneasy. He looked at Yan Qinglian and Xiaohua, nodded slightly and also stood in the air. Not long after, Xiang Min flew over with a gloomy expression. He stared at Xiang Yang with a sharp gaze. "Senior Xiang, do you have any instructions?" Xiang Yang was afraid that Xiang Min would suddenly attack, so he quickly bowed and said, "Junior remembered Senior's instructions and didn't dare to go forward. I want to return to Shihuang town and wait for my martial uncle." "Your martial uncle? Which one?" Xiang Min frowned and asked. "Oh, it's my Thunderclap Palace's martial uncle Zhen Yi. He'll be here soon," Xiang Yang said respectfully. Xiang Min's eyes narrowed as if he was measuring the authenticity of Xiang Yang's words. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xiang Min said, "Xiang Yang, have you seen Ai's two disciples?" Xiang Yang frowned and thought for a moment, then smiled apologetically and said, "Are they the two fellow Taoists who went through the teleportation formation with Senior that day?" Yes, Xiang Min nodded. Xiang Yang shook his head and said, "Senior Xiang, I haven't seen the two fellow Taoists since Junior left through the teleportation formation. Do you dare to swear a heart oath?" Xiang Min said coldly. Xiang Yang smiled without hesitation and said, "Of course I can. However, Senior Xiang and the two fellow Taoists, my two disciples sent out a message talisman, but they didn't say anything. Furthermore, I searched for the place where the message talisman was sent from, but I didn't see anything. When I tried to send out another message talisman, the message talisman couldn't be sent out." The more Xiang Min spoke, the angrier she became. "Within a radius of several hundred miles, there isn't a fifth person other than the four of you." As he spoke, Xiang Min's face revealed a sinister grin. He waved his sleeves and formed a seal with both hands. A huge suction force formed from his hands and enveloped the four people. The suction force formed a confinement force, trying to imprison Xiang Yang and the others. "Damn it, why do I ask so much? Why bother swearing a heart oath? Just search their souls or kill them," Xiang Min said coldly as he lowered his hand. "Senior Xiang." Xiang Yang was shocked. He slapped his hand and took out the long spear from his storage bag. He pointed it at the sky, wanting to block the spell. Yan Qinglian's expression changed as well. She also took out her Dharma artifact, wanting to block the spell. However, both of them were only at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment stage. Even with their magical weapons, they were no match for Xiang Min. Xiang Min's confinement technique fell upon them and extinguished all the lightning. Golden Core cultivators. Sure enough, their magic power is unfathomable. Xiaohua felt that the heaven and earth spiritual qi around him seemed to have been sucked dry, and he couldn't use any spells. He couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Although his current transcendence energy is already comparable to a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, after all, there is still a gap between true essence and true qi. Furthermore, the true essence of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and the golden core of an Aurus core stage cultivator have an intrinsic difference. Looking at it this way, if Xiaohua goes against Xiang Min, there is absolutely no way he can win. What should I do? Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly. He raised his hand, wanting to slap his forehead and use whatever cloud-suppressing seal, whatever execution dream. He himself understood that this Xiang Min has always been unbridled. Just now he even wanted to make a heart oath to Xiang Yang. After a few words he wanted to directly search their souls. Perhaps after imprisoning the four of them he wouldn't even search their souls and directly kill them. Yu Yuemiao and Chan Xingyan were his own handiwork. There is absolutely no reason for his senior brother and the others to be implicated. However, just as Xiaohua raised his head, a divine sense swept over from afar. That Xiangmin was also startled and swept his divine sense over. Like I said, without a golden core cultivator, how could my two disciples be killed so easily? Xiangmin's expression was sinister. His figure flew away, abandoning Xiaohua and the others, and flew towards the place where the divine sense swept over. However, although Xiangmin's person left, the confinement technique did not disappear. Xiaohua and the others were immediately confined. Without the support of Transcendence energy, the four of them fell from the sky like rocks. Fortunately, the four of them had ulterior motives and did not fly high. Although the ground was full of rocks, they did not suffer too much damage. Just as Xiaohua's body landed on the ground, he heard a rumbling sound from afar. A multicolored brilliance shone, and there was also the continuous rumbling of thunder. Could it be that martial uncle Zhenyi has come? Hearing the familiar sound of thunder and lightning, Xiang Yang's face unconsciously revealed a happy expression. Yan Qinglian also nodded, listening to the sound of magic and the lingering thunder and lightning. It should be my Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning magic. Didn't Senior Xiang also say that? The one who came as a golden core cultivator, it should be martial uncle Zhenyi without a doubt. Xiaohua was lying on the ground looking like a dog eating shit. He was in a rather sorry state. Xue, on the other hand, was looking at him with bright eyes. What's there to look at? Xiaohua said with a smile. Is there a flower growing on my face? Hehe, naturally there is a flower growing on your face. A Xiaohua, a little dog-tail flower. Xue's mouth slightly curled up, and her eyes revealed a mischievous look as she said with a smile. Your Langjun is a Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart swayed and he said with a smile. However, just as these words left his mouth, there was a boom in his mind, and there was a burst of clear cry. Xiaohua. I seem to be called Xiaohua? Shameless, Xue spat and said, You are a big man, what kind of flower is that? Only a woman like me who is made of water is a flower, but Xiaohua was in a daze, how could he hear it? Xue saw that Xiaohua ignored her and anxiously said, Darling Xiao. Xiaohua came back to his senses with a somewhat bitter smile. Looking at Xue's anxious face he said, I know. I fell from an ox and you are that flower. What do you mean? What did you fall from an ox? Xue was stunned, she obviously didn't know. At this time Xiang Yang's heart had already calmed down, but his face was still facing Xiaohua and he said loudly, There is a saying in the secular world, a flower inserted in cow dung. Junior sister Xue, I'm afraid you haven't heard of it before. Xue heard and laughed loudly. Her fragrant breath blew on Xiaohua's face, making Xiaohua feel quite comfortable. Speaking of which, junior brother Xiao, you are very proficient in the secular world. Xiang Yang said with a smile. This is also what I heard when I was young and was practicing martial arts with a martial master. Senior brother. I also didn't expect that your martial arts are so good. Only now did Xiaohua have time to think about Xiang Yang's martial arts. Last time when you exchanged pointers with me, you really went easy on me. However, what made Xiaohua puzzled was that Xiang Yang didn't say anything and didn't answer a single word. Immediately, Xiaohua realized that Xiang Yang was extremely unwilling to remember the past. Perhaps there were some sad past events. Thinking about how Xiang Yang never asked him about the situation when he was a rogue cultivator, Xiaohua was also speechless. Senior brother, you're right. Senior Xiang's two disciples were Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivators, and they were actually killed in an instant, which Senior, such a powerful person? It really makes me envious. I really don't know when I can cultivate to the Jindan realm. Xiaohua quickly changed the topic. When Xiaohua's words came out, not to mention Xue who was originally attached to Xiaohua, even the heartbroken Xiang Yang was very happy in his heart. Yan Qinglian sighed, Junior brother Xiao. Don't be distracted. The key for you now is Foundation Establishment. Only by Foundation Establishment can you have a chance to peek into the Jindan realm. Without Foundation Establishment, Everything is just empty talk. Yan Qinglian's voice was deliberately rough as if she was helpless. Senior sister, you don't need to use master to pressure me. Xiaohua replied with a bitter smile, almost touching his nose with his hand. He will never reach foundation establishment. Xiang Min's cold voice sounded, and a pressure that made Xiaohua feel suffocated pressed on the four people at the same time. Ah! Xiaohua was shocked. At this moment, another pressure blocked Xiang Min and a faint voice sounded. Fellow Daoist Xiang, they are all eyes juniors, how can you make things difficult for them? Soon after, Xiaohua felt his body lighten. Xiang Min's confinement technique was broken. Xiaohua flipped over and stood up. He flicked the gravel off his body and cried out in surprise, Grandmaster Zhen, you've finally come. Useless things. Zhen Ye's Daoist robe was a bit messy, but he still scolded without any trace of politeness. 2 middle foundation establishment disciples, 2 late Qi refinement disciples, you 4 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples can't even withstand a single move from the 5 Element Sect's Jindan realm cultivators. You've really lost face for my thunderous palace. When we return to Imperial Thunder Sect, I'll punish you with 20 years of seclusion. Xiaohua was overjoyed in his heart, and with a pitiful appearance he looked at Xiang Min timidly and said in a low voice, Grandmaster Zhen, can I be punished with 200 years of seclusion? At this moment, Xiang Yang recovered his honest appearance and didn't have Xiaohua's unruliness. He knew that Zhen Yi was mocking Xiang Min, but he still looked at Xiaohua in confusion. But obviously Zhen Yi was also shocked and asked curiously, I'm afraid I'll have to cultivate for another 200 years, before I can reach Senior Xiang's cultivation. Xiaohua stammered and said hesitantly. Zhen Yi came to his senses and laughed loudly. Ha! Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian and Xue Xue wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. If they didn't laugh they couldn't hold it in. Looking at them like that was really hard to bear. Xiang Min's previously tidy hair was now a bit messy, and her face was already ashen. Her small face was taut and she sneered, Fellow Daoist Jin, your Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' cultivation isn't good, but his mouth is quite powerful. This is the first time I've seen a cultivator who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ha! Zhen Yi laughed and said, These are my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. Not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth has always been their right. My Imperial Thunder Sect has plenty of disciples like this, and you can see as many as you want. Xiang Min flung her sleeves and sneered, Fellow Daoist Jin, look after your disciples well. I'm going to find and kill that hateful murderer. If you're interested in my suggestion just now, you can send me a summoning talisman. And I will naturally look after these 4 disciples well and not let them be killed for no reason. Zhen Yi had a smile on his face. I still need to carefully consider fellow Daoist's suggestion. Chapter 1875. I won't see you off. Zhen Yi also replied. After Xiang Min's figure disappeared, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian walked forward and bowed. Greetings, Martial Uncle Zhen Yi. If it weren't for Martial Uncle's arrival, we would have died in the hands of this bastard. Get up. Zhen Yi waved his sleeves and let the 2 of them get up. His gaze quickly turned to Xiaohua. Xiaohua and Xue Xue also hurriedly went forward to make up for it. Zhen Yi waved his sleeves and smiled. Get up. I was in seclusion to refine pills. Although your message had already reached the sect, I told the boy not to receive any of your messages. Fortunately, when I saw the message I immediately rushed over. I really didn't expect that you guys would actually meet Xiang Min. That's right, Grandmaster Zhen, it's all thanks to you coming. Juniors and the others were inexplicably restrained by Senior Xiang. We really don't know what's going on. Xiaohua was so innocent, he was even more of a virgin than a pure virgin. And this matter has nothing to do with you guys. Zhen Yi didn't want to say anything more. He waved his hand and said, You guys should quickly leave Flame Forest Marsh. This place is no longer suitable for you to gain experience. Martial Ancestor Zhen. Xiaohua hurriedly said. Zhen Yi clearly misunderstood Xiaohua and said with a smile, Oh Xiaohua, you passed the information about the lightning beast to this old man. This old man has already discussed it with Xiang Min. There are indeed lightning beasts in this flame forest swamp. You have already completed the task this old man entrusted to you. This old man will not punish you for the previous matters. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Martial Ancestor Zhen is fair in rewards and punishments. However, I still have something I want to discuss with Martial Ancestor Zhen. Zhen Yi frowned and said, What else do you want? Xiaohua glanced at the gloomy Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, then told Zhen Yi about Xiang Yang's matter. Ignorant child. Zhen Yi sneered and said, Using the lightning beast's inner core to repair the damaged foundation of the lightning tribulation is just a legend. The repair method you know is just a conjecture created by the lightning-controlling sect's ancestors. It hasn't been proven. You guys actually used the incomparably precious lightning beast's inner core to do this experiment. This really makes me speechless. Xiang Yang's expression became even more gloomy. Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, Since it was created by the seniors of our sect, there must be a reason for it. If we don't try it, how can we know it won't work? In eldest senior brother's situation, this is the only way. I'll give it a try. Zhen Yi said indifferently, That's easy for you to say. It's as if the Thunder Beast's inner core is a spirit stone. Xiaohua, do you know what this Thunder Beast's inner core means to this old man, to the cultivators of my Imperial Thunder sect, to the Golden Core cultivators? Xiaohua continued to smile apologetically. This junior naturally knows that this item is extremely precious to Grandmaster. But, to this junior's eldest senior brother, it involves his lifespan. This junior has no choice but to be bold and speak. Xiang Yang. In this old man's opinion, it's fine not to use the lightning beast's inner core. Zhen Yi flicked his sleeves and said, This old man saved all of you from Xiang Min's hands and will send all of you to Western Huang Town's transportation array in a while. This can also be considered as fulfilling my duties as your master. This old man. I'm afraid I can't agree to your request for no reason. Zhen Ye's words were extremely reasonable. Although the lightning beast's inner core involved Xiang Yang's lifespan, Xiang Yang wasn't Zhen Ye's disciple after all. Xiang Yang's life and death really had nothing to do with him. Zhen Yi didn't even bring his own trusted disciples with him this time, so he naturally had the intention to obtain the lightning beast's inner core. It could be seen how important this inner core was to him. How could he possibly share some with Xiang Yang? Even a method to repair one's Dao foundation without any basis? Grandmaster Zhen, this junior's eldest senior brother, only needs a little bit. Xiaohua stretched out his little finger and gestured. Xiaohua. Zhen Yi was slightly angry. This old man can see that you have a promising talent that suits this old man's taste. That's why I said a few words to you. Why do you have no sense of propriety? Even if your master is helpless, he still wouldn't dare to act so rashly. Junior brother Xiao. Xiang Yang was somewhat discouraged and said in a low voice, We should leave Flame Forest Marsh. We shouldn't delay Martial Uncle Zhen's matter. Xiaohua looked at his exceptionally loyal eldest senior brother and said with a smile, Eldest senior brother, don't be anxious. Since you're this junior's eldest senior brother, you'll be this junior's eldest senior brother for the rest of my life. This junior won't dare to slack off in the slightest for eldest senior brother. Xiang Yang was admittedly a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but the rims of his eyes instantly turned red. Xiaohua, this old man knows that you have deep feelings. These words have already been said in this old man's immortal's cave several years ago. Zhen Yi sighed. But this lightning beast's inner core is really important to this old man. This old man can't subdue the lightning beast by himself. Didn't you see? Xiang Min is also eyeing it covetously. Also, to tell you the truth, this old man has made an appointment with several other fellow Taoists. This old man still doesn't know how much I can get, so how can I promise you? Grandmaster Zhen, how can this junior make things difficult for Grandmaster? Xiaohua had already thought it through. He said with a smile, If I can't do something for Grandmaster, how could I dare to say so much to Grandmaster? What do you mean? Zhen Yi was slightly surprised, but soon after he asked with interest. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the sun-moon corona from the space. He said with an apologetic smile, Grandmaster, please take a look. This is a magic tool that this junior obtained. It can detect the fire ape's movements. Presumably, Grandmaster already knows that the lightning beast is together with the fire ape. Relying on this magic tool, This junior can point out the lightning beast's movements to Grandmaster. Is that so? Zhen Yi said with a smile. Tell this old man where is the fire ape right now? Xiao Hua said with embarrassment. This magic tool also needs to be within a certain range. Only then will it be effective. If this old man refines this magic tool, then the range, won't it be even larger? Zhen Yi said with a soft smile. Xiao Hua bit his lips. Looking at Zhen Yi's calm expression, he said with an apologetic smile, this junior doesn't know. Junior's refinement method can disappear at any time. Will you have the opportunity to make the refinement method disappear? Zhen Yi's voice was still calm. Something like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Grandmaster probably won't try. Xiao Hua glanced at Xiang Yang and the others, whose expressions changed slightly, and said calmly, moreover, will Grandmaster give up the opportunity to let my Imperial Thunder Sect have a larger share of the lightning beast's inner cores? Besides, maybe my eldest senior brother won't even need those inner cores? Zhen Yi looked at Xiao Hua as if he wanted to see through him. Xiao Hua met Zhen Yi's gaze and didn't seem to avoid it. He still held the Sun Moon Corona in his hand, as if he wasn't afraid of Zhen Yi snatching it. The place was cold and desolate. Only the mountain wind was still blowing. Myriad Thunder Valley is fortunate to have a disciple like you. After a long while, Zhen Yi praised. Many thanks for Grandmaster's help. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and bowed in thanks. All of you follow this old man. Zhen Yi didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and flew up. Chapter 1876. Xiao Hua nodded at Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang also smiled, glanced at Yan Qinglian and flew up first. Then Yan Qinglian, Xiao Hua and Shui also flew away. Zhen Yi's direction was Flame Forest Swamp, but after flying for a while he turned back and looked at Xiao Hua, who was flying behind Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, and said in a low voice, come here. Yes, may I know why Grandmaster called for this disciple? Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He flew past Xiang Yang and smiled apologetically. It's like this. Zhen Yi said indifferently, a few years ago, it's already been more than 10 years, right? When you first entered my Imperial Thunder Sect and made a mistake in the Eastern Ridge, I learned about the lightning beast from a fellow Taoist I was on good terms with. I made an appointment with a few Aurus Core cultivators to search for the lightning beast's whereabouts. Unfortunately, because of you, I wasn't able to go, and those fellow Taoists didn't look for me again. When I received your message, I immediately sent a message to those fellow Taoists, and one of them replied to me. They searched for the lightning beast but failed, and more than half of them died. This time, since I'm leading the search for the lightning beast, I naturally have to invite a few more friends to have some confidence. Previously, Xiang Min's goal wasn't the lightning beast but the fire ape. Moreover, he also invited a few fellow Taoists. He suggested that we work together and divide the cores of the fire ape and the thunder beast equally. This way he would be able to obtain the thunder beast's core for no reason, and I have no use for the fire ape's core at all. Therefore, I wasn't willing to work together with him. But the heavens are playing with us. Zhen Yi smiled bitterly. That fire ape was actually together with the lightning beast. But it's also strange, how can these two kinds of spirit beasts be together? However, now that I think about it, it's because these two kinds of spirit beasts can be together that I can borrow your strength to get an extra 10%. Zhen Yi mocked himself. The fire ape's core that you can get an extra share is mine, and I won't give it to you. Moreover, if Xiang Yang can't finish using the lightning beast's core, you must also give it to me. Of course, I'll earn this share for you in front of everyone. This can also be considered a reward. Great. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Everything is according to Grandmaster's instructions. Junior just wants to ask for a bit of the lightning beast's inner core for eldest senior brother. Good. It's good that you understand. Listen to this old man's arrangement. Zhen Yi nodded. However, he seemed to have thought of something and said, moreover, the lightning beast and the fire ape are both at the gold core stage. When we subdued the lightning beast last time, a gold core stage fellow Taoist fell. This time the situation is even more serious than before. I can't guarantee your safety. If anything happens to you, I won't take responsibility. This. Xiao Hua laughed apologetically. Grandmaster, please wait a moment. Xiao Hua hurriedly slowed down and discussed with Xiang Yang and the others. In Xiao Hua's opinion, the three of them didn't need to go. He only needed to accompany Zhen Yi. Unexpectedly, as soon as he spoke, Xiang Yang shook his head and said, Junior brother Zhao's words are wrong. Since this is my matter, how can I let you take the risk alone? If you don't let me go, then don't go either. Yan Qinglian smiled and said, My cultivation is higher than your eldest senior brother's. Since he can go, I can go too. Shui was even more resolute. Wherever you go, I will follow. Sigh, these words were not inferior to Fairy Hongxia's. Since you have decided, I will go with you. Forget it. Before Xiaohua could say anything, Zhenyi sighed. He clapped his hands and took out 2 talismans, handing them to Xiaohua and said, These are the escape talismans that this old man obtained. When you activate your transcendence energy, you can move several hundred feet in a short time. As for how far you can go, it all depends on your cultivation. This old man originally used them to protect himself. You and your fellow senior brothers have such deep feelings for each other. This old man is also moved. However, this old man only has these 2. As for who uses them and who doesn't, it's up to you. Many thanks, Grandmaster. Xiaohua laughed and scratched his head. This is really too easy to distribute. With a flip of his hand, Xiang Yang and Shui each had 1. Shui wouldn't let Xiaohua worry because of her shallow cultivation, so she naturally took it. Xiang Yang also looked at Yan Qinglian's gaze and smiled as he received it. Damn it, you fellow senior brothers are really strange. He still wanted to see how the 4 of them would decline modestly. Zhenyi helplessly shook his head. He couldn't understand the deep feelings and silent tacit understanding between Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, as well as Xiaohua and Shui. But Zhenyi was shaking his head when he suddenly looked into the distance with a strange expression. What is it, Grandmaster? Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense and asked in a low voice. It's a bit strange. Zhenyi slightly frowned and said, Let's go and take a look. Xiaohua and the others flew forward with Zhenyi for a while and saw the corpses of several cultivators in a low-lying mountainous area. At first glance, these corpses were similar to the corpses of the several dozen cultivators that Xiaohua and the others saw at the beginning. However, after Xiaohua's divine sense swept over them, he understood that although these cultivators had fatal wounds on their bodies or vital parts, there were no traces of their heads being clawed open by the fire ape. Grandmaster. Xiaohua was just about to speak when he thought about it. He hadn't been to the front, so how could he see the cultivators injured by the fire ape? He unconsciously stopped. What's wrong? Zhenyi turned his head and said, Did you discover something? All right, Grandmaster knows, Shui said. Before Disciple entered the sect, Disciple came to Flame Forest Marsh. The fire ape is the most vicious and eats human brains as food. If these cultivators were injured by the fire ape, there would definitely be obvious traces. These cultivators. I'm afraid they weren't injured by the fire ape. And Disciple heard Junior Martial Sister Shui mention this before, Xiaohua quickly said. Zhenyi didn't doubt this and said in a low voice, Xiaohua, try and see if you can sense the fire ape's location. Grandmaster, please wait a moment. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and took out the Sun-Moon Corona. Under the urging of his magic power, the Sun-Moon Corona emitted a brilliant light. After a moment, Xiaohua withdrew his magic power and shook his head. Disciple can't sense it. It shouldn't be nearby. And there's still some distance from here to Flame Forest Marsh. Usually the spirit beasts that can move around are all low level and definitely wouldn't be so tyrannical. There's no lack of Foundation establishment cultivators among these cultivators, so they wouldn't be so incompetent. Could it be that the spirit beasts of Flame Forest Marsh were driven out by the fire ape and lightning beast? Zhenyi said with a slight frown. Grandmaster Zhen, these people's storage pouches are all gone. Xiaohua was obviously the first to discover this and shouted in extreme shock. Seeing Xiaohua reveal his true nature, Xiang Yang was truly somewhat helpless. He glared at Xiaohua and then looked at Zhenyi, but Zhenyi merely nodded slightly. Either they were taken away by someone in passing or they were killed by someone, Xiaohua said fiercely. Clearly his speculation was leaning towards the former. And let's continue forward. Zhenyi flicked his sleeves and flew away. Xiaohua looked, somewhat unable to bear it. Another dozen or so small sparks flew out and burned these people's corpses. Xiaohua, you clearly have a guilty conscience from burning them. Could it be that you did it? Zhenyi looked at the meddlesome Xiaohua and asked curiously. Alright, Grandmaster understands. Xiaohua honestly told him about the secular world's matter of being buried for peace. He smiled apologetically and said, Disciple really can't bear to see innocent corpses exposed to the outside world. Admittedly, I've let down my parents and ancestors, but it's also inappropriate for them to be torn apart by those spirit beasts. It's better for them to return to dust and return to earth. What a bunch of nonsense. Zhen Yi shook his head, obviously extremely disapproving of Xiaohua's point of view. With this kind of heart, the path of cultivation won't last long. Hee, Xiaohua laughed and didn't say anything more. However, after flying towards the flame forest marsh for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua and the others once again encountered dead cultivators. However, the number of dead cultivators this time was a lot less, only a few. However, the storage pouches that Xiaohua was looking forward to were still missing. Strange. Xiaohua almost stomped his feet. There's definitely something strange about this. But what was strange about it? Xiaohua looked again and again but didn't discover anything. It was just that the storage pouches were missing. Let's go. Zhen Yi didn't say anything further and flew towards the flame forest marsh again. At first, the flame forest marsh was similar to what Xiaohua saw last time. It was filled with red gravel and rugged scarlet rock mountain ranges. However, as they flew further in, not only did it become hotter, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also gradually began to become tyrannical. Unstable spiritual energy existed from time to time, and there were even some areas that didn't have a trace of spiritual energy at all. Why is this situation similar to the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden from before? Xiaohua's eyes spun wildly. Could it be that there's another fire origin here? Soon after, Xiaohua had another idea in his mind. I found a fire origin, but I didn't make any progress in my cultivation. Although my bones have been tempered into a scarlet color, I still feel that it's not complete. What if I obtain another fire origin? Would it be beneficial to the light evasion technique? Xiaohua's thoughts were extravagant. The fire origin was an innate object. It was already pretty good that there was even a little bit of it on the Dawn Rain continent. How could there be a second one? Moreover, the 5 elemental origins might not necessarily exist on the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua still didn't understand the true meaning of the word origin. That's right, I've been practicing the Big Dipper Divine Fist all this time. Still feels like my bones are being tempered. I don't know what it should be like next and what realm it should be. Xiaohua pondered again. What he didn't know was that as he practiced the Big Dipper Divine Fist every day, the flow that was still tempering his bones had already shown traces of orange within the scarlet red. That orange was originally somewhat similar to red. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he might not be able to tell the difference. Xiaohua's mouth slightly curled as he was thinking. His body suddenly fell down. The magic power in his body actually froze and he couldn't circulate it at all. Xiaohua was caught off guard and was very flustered. However, just as he was about to fall to the ground, he felt his magic power flowing again. Not daring to be negligent, Xiaohua hurriedly flew back into the air. Chapter 1877. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and smiled apologetically. Why? You're not a golden core cultivator, how would you know? Zhen Yi glanced at him and said, a golden core cultivator's true yuan comes from their golden core. Their magic power can be replenished by the true yuan flowing out from their golden core at any time. Naturally, they are not afraid of a place like this that instantly seals their magic power. This is also the reason why cultivators below the golden core stage rarely come to the inner layer of the flaming forest swamp. If you suddenly lose your magic power above the lava, do you think you'll live or die? This disciple understands. Xiaohua said respectfully, if it was this disciple, I'm afraid I'd be buried in the sea of fire. Therefore, Grandmaster, please take care of this disciple and the rest. If you're afraid, just give that magic tool to this old man. Zhen Yi raised his eyebrows and laughed. Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at the situation below him that was completely different from the outer layer of the flaming forest swamp. He did not reply. Zhen Yi did not think it was strange. He smiled lightly and continued to fly forward. At this time, the sky above the flaming forest swamp was filled with rising steam and mist. It was like the surface of a boiling water, blocking everyone's vision. Furthermore, the ground below Xiaohua and the rest were no longer crimson-red sand and mountains. Instead, it was replaced by fire lakes that were tens of zhang, hundreds of zhang, and even hundreds of zhang in size. These fire lakes were densely covered with dark brown magma. From time to time, bubbles of various sizes would surge out from the magma, emitting gurgling sounds as the magma flowed like water. In between the fire lakes, there were sharp stone pillars that stood erect like barbs, covering the entire ground. Those stone pillars were like trees in the forest. This flaming forest swamp really lived up to its name. Thinking back to how Kaizhuixia had explained to him with a smile on her face, Xiaohua could not help but feel a little sad. Her temperament was different from Fairy Hongxia's, and her appearance was similar. Xiaohua then thought back to the sweet moments he had with Fairy Hongxia. Xiaohua could not help but think to himself, I wonder how Li Zongbao is doing now. Looking at his situation, he seems to have seen through the ways of the world. Although his cultivation has improved his temperament. Boom. In the distance there was a tall red mountain range in front of everyone. In front of the mountain range were several hundred zhang-wide fire lakes. Suddenly, a pillar of flame shot out from one of the fire lakes and soared high into the sky. Then it fell down like fireworks. When it fell down, some of the fire blocks had already condensed and some were still in liquid form. The range of the fire was extremely large. After a long while, these things fell into the lake, splashing up a lot of lava. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He glanced at Xiangyang and said in a low voice, "Eldest senior brother, the pillar of fire in front of us that soars into the sky. Is it also one of the dangers of Flame Forest Marsh?" Xiangyang smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right. This fire pillar was born out of nowhere in the fire lake. Even if one's divine sense were to constantly scan the surface of the lake, one would not be able to detect it in advance. One can only rely on one's vigilance and defensive measures. This is really troublesome. Xiaohua secretly shook his head and looked at Zhenyi. Zhenyi did not say anything and continued to fly towards the fire pillar. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua had already arrived in front of the red mountain range with Zhenyi. When they flew past the mountain range, Xiaohua saw an endless white fog in front of him. From time to time there was also a sound similar to that of a cow mooing. Along with the mooing sound there was also a bright light coming from the distance. It was clearly the same as the fire pillar that soared into the sky just now. Xiaohua carefully looked at the fire lake again. At this time the fire lake was different from before. Not only was the area of the fire lake several times larger, the color of the lava was also much brighter. What shocked Xiaohua the most was that within the lava, there were actually many lively fire rats. Those fire rats were like small fish in the lake swimming in the magma. Occasionally, a few of them would jump out and land on the stone pillars on the ground. The magma dripping from the fire rats' bodies dripped down like water droplets, condensing into dark brown beads, while the fire rats revealed their glossy fur. Good heavens, these fire mice are actually not afraid of the lava. Xiaohua's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, the fur of these fire mice must also be precious. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua thought of this, the fire mice in the fire lake sensed the movements of Xiaohua and the others. Pairs of mouse eyes swept towards the mountain range. Immediately after, there was a series of ting-ting-ting sounds, and almost all of the fire mice drilled into the lava and disappeared. They were really as timid as mice. You all be careful. Take out any defensive yellow talismans or spirit talismans. Zhenyi indifferently instructed and flew forward again, not even looking at the fire mice in the fire lake. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiangyang obviously also knew the dangers involved. He clapped his hands and took out several high-level defensive yellow talismans, handing them over to Xiaohua and the others. The myriad Thunder Valley was still relatively poor, and Xiangyang also didn't have any spirit talismans. Although Yan Qinglian knew how to refine spirit talismans, she didn't have the materials. Chapter 1878. What do you think? Because when these fire bats rushed to Zhenye's body, his body immediately flashed with a faint purple brilliance. That purple brilliance also had tiny lightning bolts which blocked the fire bats. These were second-grade spirit beasts with the strength of Foundation establishment, but they were actually easily blocked by this brilliance. This doesn't seem to be a defensive yellow talisman. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment and concluded. A defensive yellow talisman's brilliance wouldn't flash so continuously. Moreover, it flashes somewhat in advance. It seems that the brilliance flashed in advance before the fire bats hit it. It's as if this brilliance has a reaction. Xiaohua knew how to refine yellow talismans and spirit talismans, so he was very sensitive to these details. Soon after, he looked at the brilliance protecting him and asked Xiangyang, eldest senior brother, the defensive brilliance around Grandmaster Zhen Ye's body is very strange. This little brother thinks it's strange, but I don't know what to pay attention to. Xiangyang didn't find it strange that Xiaohua suddenly had a problem, but he admired Xiaohua for being able to see the difference in Zhen Ye's defensive brilliance. He smiled and said, Junior brother Xiao, you don't know, but this is the defensive brilliance of a gold core cultivator. It's different from ordinary defensive yellow talismans and spirit talismans. Defensive brilliance. Xiaohua immediately said in surprise, what is this thing? Didn't Grandmaster Zhen Yi say just now? From the gold core stage onwards, all the movement of true essence is initiated from the gold core and nascent soul in the Dantian. This defensive brilliance is one of the divine abilities of a gold core cultivator. A gold core cultivator can rely on the true essence in his gold core to lay down a layer of brilliance around his body, blocking attacks such as magic arts. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He immediately understood the key point. This defensive brilliance is a gold core divine ability. It's more powerful than all the yellow talismans. It's most effective in dealing with sneak attacks. Xiangyang said again. Moreover, as long as the gold core doesn't break, this defensive brilliance can be used. Unless one's cultivation is stronger than a gold core cultivator, it's hard to break. Xiaohua's face had a bitter smile. He was really rejoicing for himself. Previously he wanted to sneak attack Xiang Min. Now it seemed that even if his attack power was extremely strong, as long as Xiang Min's gold core didn't break, the defensive brilliance would naturally appear. His sneak attack definitely wouldn't work. Realm. Xiaohua once again understood the pain of helplessness. Seeing the bitterness in Xiaohua's eyes, Xiangyang said a few more words. For cultivators below the Jindan stage, if their cultivation is a bit higher than those of the same stage, they will have the opportunity to kill others. However, the higher the Jindan stage, Yuanying stage and even spirit severing stage cultivators, even if their strength is a bit higher than those of the same stage, if they don't have any special abilities, it will be very difficult for them to kill those of the same stage. This protective light is also one of the reasons. I understand. Xiaohua nodded. This is the so-called easy to defeat but hard to kill. That's right. Xiangyang nodded. Just as Xiaohua was transmitting his voice to Xiangyang, Zhen Yi stretched out both of his hands, and countless faint purple lightning bolts shot out from between his fingers. Like a large lightning net, it spread out for several tens of meters and enveloped the swarm of fire bats that were charging over. Chirp 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 chirp, a wave of fire bats' hurried cries rang out. All of the fire bats were surrounded by lightning bolts, and they no longer had the power to fly. They all fainted and fell into the fire lake. Within the fire lake, several hundred fire rats suddenly appeared. As if they had seen a delicacy, they bared their teeth and fought over the fainted fire bats. For a moment, filthy blood splashed everywhere and small white bones scattered. In a short moment, the fainted fire bats were devoured by the numerous fire rats, and the fire rats quickly disappeared into the fire lake. Hearing the squeaking noises that had just started, followed by an extremely quick silence, Xiaohua's heart throbbed. Of course, if the fire bats were like this, then needless to say cultivators were even more so. As long as they lost their resistance and fell into the fire lake, they would immediately be devoured by the fire rats, and not even a bone would be left behind. No wonder this flame forest swamp was not a place where ordinary cultivators could come. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Shueishue's face was even more snow-white. Seeing this, Xiaohua reached out and held Shueishue's ice-cold hand. Shueishue's hand was actually trembling as if she was extremely scared. "Sigh, I was still a bit careless," Xiaohua said inwardly. Although Shueishue is a female cultivator, she is still a girl after all. These fire rats, fire bats and other disgusting spirit beasts have an innate fear. "Wife, why don't we turn back?" Xiaohua transmitted his voice. The word wife caused Shueishue's face to redden. She forced a smile and said, "This is related to Senior Marshal Brother's life. This lowly concubine should follow Xiaohua. We can't delay important matters just because this lowly concubine is scared. Moreover, is there any place in this world that is safer than Xiaohua?" Xiaohua's hand tightened to express his comfort. He then looked at Yan Qinglian, who was also holding her hand. Men, although sometimes their cultivation was insufficient at crucial moments, they would still rise to the occasion. "We'll go over there and wait." Zhen Yi easily killed the fire bat in one fell swoop. He pointed his finger at the fire lake in front of them to the left. In the fire lake there was a small mountain peak that rose from the magma, and it was several hundred feet tall. When Xiaohua and Zhen Yi landed on the mountain peak, they could clearly see that the mountain peak was flat. The mountain peak was several hundred feet tall, and there weren't too many protruding rocks. It was very suitable for resting. When Zhen Yi landed on the mountain peak, he didn't say anything else and closed his eyes to rest. When Xiaohua and the others saw this, they didn't dare to say anything. Yan Qinglian accompanied Xiang Yang, and Shueishue accompanied Xiaohua. They each found an empty place and sat down cross-legged. With Zhen Yi and the others around, Xiaohua didn't dare to refine the fire marrow flame crystal in his meridians. He could only continue to circulate his heart technique and let the fire attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth from outside his body enter his body, refining it bit by bit. Xiaohua hadn't used this method for a long time. When he picked it up now, he felt as slow as an old ox plowing the field. After a long time, Xiaohua gradually became impatient. This method of drawing spiritual chi into his body was too slow. The hard work he did this time was far inferior to the refining of the fire marrow flame crystal. Xiaohua sighed. His gaze looked at the fiery red and pale white around him, and he closed his eyes again. This time he truly calmed his heart and circulated the prairie fire heart technique bit by bit, guiding the tyrannical fire tribute spiritual chi into his meridians. Then he circulated the fire attribute spiritual chi in his meridians, refining it bit by bit according to the heart technique. Along with the formation of strands of true chi, Xiaohua also entered a rather empty state. It seemed to be devoid of joy and sorrow, yet it also seemed to be devoid of desires and desires. The refinement of true chi was nothing more than a natural reaction. The meticulous refinement process allowed Xiaohua to have a deeper understanding of the prairie fire cultivation method, and the subtleties of the cultivation method were gradually revealed. The so-called prairie fire heart technique, as the name implied, took the meaning that a single spark could set a prairie ablaze. This cultivation method was admittedly crude, but its fine details were marvelous. Unfortunately, Xiaohua only valued the meridians of this cultivation method and had little understanding of this cultivation method. He only believed that it was like an old ox swallowing peonies, pouring a huge amount of fire marrow flame crystal into it. Xiaohua's spiritual chi had increased, but this increased spiritual chi could be practiced by any foundation establishment cultivation method. It was far from the essence of the prairie fire heart technique. At this time, under Zhen Ye's deterrence, Xiaohua used the most basic method to circulate the heart technique for the first time. Under meditation, he actually comprehended the essence of the cultivation method. Unknowingly, 10 days had passed. Although Xiaohua's cultivation didn't make much progress, what he gained was far from simple. Previously, this young master was wrong. Xiaohua came out from his meditation and sighed inwardly. Every cultivation method has its own uniqueness. If I don't carefully comprehend it and only focus on the speed of refining spiritual chi, I'll be neglecting the essentials. Let's not talk about the prairie fire heart technique for now. After I reach foundation establishment, I'll have to practice the cultivation method given by master first. And speaking of foundation establishment, the fire marrow flame crystal has already been used up. What about the cultivation after foundation establishment? Directly refining spiritual chi of heaven and earth will admittedly allow me to comprehend the cultivation method and lay a good foundation. But what about after that? Will I still have to use other methods? Xiaohua thought again. Since I've arrived at Flame Forest Marsh, this young master can't help but look around to see if I can get some more fire marrow flame crystals. For foundation establishment cultivation. Thinking of this, Xiaohua frowned slightly. In addition, these 10 days of cultivation, admittedly I've comprehended a lot, but It's also somewhat inappropriate. This prairie fire heart technique's refinement of fire tribute spiritual qi is simply slower than when I was at the first or second level of qi refining. Moreover, there's actually some stagnation in the circulation of the cultivation method. It's far from the smoothness of refining fire marrow flame crystals in the past. If I hadn't calmed my heart and comprehended it today, this young master wouldn't have been able to detect it. What's going on? Right at this moment, a crimson communication talisman flew over from the fog in the distance and landed directly in front of Zhenyi. Zhenyi opened his eyes and reached out to grab the communication talisman. He scanned it with his divine sense and laughed. These old farts have finally come. As he spoke, he clapped his hand. The communication talisman whistled again and flew away in a different direction. Immediately after, Zhenyi stood up and looked around. He clapped his hand and took out another communication talisman. He laughed and said, "Now is the time to bargain with this little thief." Soon after, the communication talisman flew into the air and made a turn in the air, flying in another direction of Flame Forest Marsh. Seeing Zhenyi stand up, Xiaohua and the others didn't dare to continue cultivating. They also stood up and looked in the direction of the communication talisman, quietly waiting for the arrival of Xiang Min and the cultivators that Zhenyi had invited. Chapter 1879. When the cultivator rode the fire lion to the fire lake, he patted the fire lion's forehead. The fire lion docilely stopped and shook its head. It took a deep breath and a large amount of fire spiritual energy entered the fire lion's mouth. Then the fire lion raised its head and let out a long roar. The fire rats that were scurrying around in the fire lake immediately disappeared into the lava and did not dare to show their faces again. The cultivator opened his eyes and looked at the fire lion lovingly. He stroked the fire lion's mane and got down from the fire lion's back. He released his spiritual sense and looked around carefully. He frowned and muttered, "This should be the place. Why can't I see anything?" Strange. Then the cultivator seemed to be unwilling to give up. He walked around for a long time within 1,000 feet radius. When he returned to his original place, the doubt on his face disappeared. He smiled and said, "This is the secret technique of the seniors in my sect. If I can understand it, I'm afraid I'm at the gold course stage." As he said that, he clapped his hands and took out a red talisman. Just as he was about to activate his spiritual power, he suddenly raised his head and looked to the right. Not long after, a dozen or so peak chi condensation disciples arrived from the direction the cultivator was looking at. When they saw the cultivator from afar, their faces were filled with reverence as they hastily flew over. When they got closer, the dozen disciples all bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Martial Uncle Miao Jun." "Get up, everyone." The late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator called Miao Jun waved his hand and nodded. "Did you all bring the things?" "Martial Uncle Miao, we followed martial ancestors' instructions and brought the things." A slightly older disciple cupped his hands and said, Martial Uncle Miao, don't worry." Another disciple beside this disciple smiled and said, "Although there are cultivators who come here to train, they are all on the other side. This place is very remote and there aren't any powerful spiritual beasts. It's not suitable for training." You're right, but we can't let our guard down. This concerns the secret of the rise of the spirit husbandry sect. If anything goes wrong, we will all be sinners of the spirit husbandry sect." Miao Jun sneered. "I understand." The disciple's expression changed slightly and he quickly bowed. "Yes." Miao Jun nodded and said, "You've worked hard. When this matter is settled and our black spirit sect obtains the mystery, I'm afraid your cultivation will also improve. At that time the Foundation establishment stage will be within reach. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Many thanks, Martial Uncle Miao." All the disciples were overjoyed. Seeing that Miao Jun was happy, one of the clever disciples smiled and said, "Previously, the sect sent out a secret order saying that there is a great secret to reaching the Foundation establishment stage in the vicinity of the Flame Forest Swamp. They only told us to search for it but didn't tell us what the secret was. After searching for several years we finally found this place." That's right, that's right." The disciples echoed. "What? Are you a little unhappy?" Miao Jun's face was cold. "Didn't the elders of the sect say that they were unhappy? Didn't he tell you the truth?" Disciple doesn't dare. That disciple wanted to flatter, but he had exposed such a big flaw. He hurriedly waved his hand. You have to understand. Foundation establishment cultivators like us can train in the flame forest swamp. But if there are too many of us, how can we not attract the attention of cultivators from other sects? You are peak chi refining disciples and you are looking for the opportunity to reach the foundation establishment stage. Even if you come to the flame forest swamp, no one will say anything. That's why the elder made such an arrangement. As for why he only told you that there is a secret to reaching the foundation establishment stage and didn't tell you the specific reason, do you still need me to explain? Miao Jun scolded. Yes, I know. The shrewd-looking disciple from before immediately said, our cultivation is shallow. If we were to be captured by cultivators from other sects, not to mention the soul-searching technique, I'm afraid that even if we were to survive, we would still have to reveal this secret. The elder's arrangement is to protect us and the secret of the sect. It's good that you know. Miao Jun nodded. Even so, there were many cultivators from other sects who came here a few years ago. Furthermore, the dust-separating beast is getting harder and harder to find. Tell me, if this secret isn't known by others, what other reason could there be? Yes. The disciples didn't dare to refute and could only smile. Let's talk about it again. Miao Jun turned his head again and looked around. He put on a fake smile and said, I also just received the specific news, even later than all of you. I thought that they were tracking the fire apes and other spiritual beasts that suddenly appeared in the flame forest swamp. I originally wanted to invite some good friends from other sects to come to the flame forest swamp. Who knew that the elders had other arrangements? If I really invited my good friends, it would be difficult. Miao Jun and Qian Yuming weren't core disciples of the spirit husbandry sect. They didn't know many secrets in time. Miao Jun's words were obviously to vent his dissatisfaction. The disciples understood in their hearts, but they didn't dare to reply. Let's go. Let's not waste time. Miao Jun activated the spiritual talisman in his hand, which then turned into a ball of exquisite flame. Miao Jun swung his arm and threw it into the air. When the flame landed on the magma of the fire lake, a scarlet radiance flashed. Closely after that, ripples started to spread out from the fire lake. Furthermore, the ripples started to move upwards. In an instant, a huge oval-shaped hole appeared about 100 feet above the lava. Looking from the hole, a mountain that was over 100 feet tall could be seen. This mountain peak was exactly the same as the one Xiaohua and the others were on. They both rose up from the fire lake, but the height was much shorter. Moreover, this mountain peak was covered with many caves, and each cave was guarded by either aura refining or foundation establishment cultivators. Even after Miao Jun led the aura refining disciples into the concealment formation of the mountain peak, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator flew over without waiting for the big cave behind them to completely recover. Greetings, Senior Brother Gao Chong. Seeing the cultivator fly over, Miao Jun didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. The Qi refinement disciples also bowed and greeted Martial Uncle Gao. Gao Chong scanned with his divine sense and said coldly, why did you come so late? Yes, Martial Uncle knows. We took something from the sect and came here through the transportation formation. However, because we wanted to hide it, we took a detour, so... The quick-witted disciple was very anxious and hurriedly explained. Gao Chong's expression didn't change. He pointed at a few disciples and said, You take out your identity tablets. Yes. The disciples who were pointed out didn't dare to be negligent and quickly took out their identity tablets respectfully. Gao Chong scanned with his divine sense and nodded. Go and contact your senior brothers and junior brothers. Quickly get to work. Yes, the disciples answered in unison. First, they flew to the top of the mountain together, then each sent out their summoning talismans. Seeing that the Qi refinement disciples had left, Miao Jun smiled and said, Senior Brother Gao, go on your patrol. I'm going too. Wait a moment. Gao Chong said coldly, you still haven't answered the question I asked just now. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1880. What? Miao Jun was obviously taken aback. I just asked why you came so late. Gao Chong no longer showed any mercy and asked coldly. I just received a message from the sect and got the talisman to enter and exit. Miao Jun obviously didn't expect Gao Chong to ask such a question and couldn't help but panic. Gao Chong stared at Miao Jun for the time it took to drink half a cup of tea. Then he said, according to the elders' arrangements, you mid-foundation establishment disciples should have arrived here yesterday. Everyone else has already arrived. Even if they were late, they should have arrived by at least an hour. You, on the other hand, are actually late by a day. If it weren't for the fact that the formation needs manpower, this old man would never have let you in. But I did have something else to do. I hope senior brother Gao can forgive me. Miao Jun heard Gao Chong's tone soften and hurriedly smiled apologetically. Forgive. Gao Chong glanced at the storage bags in front of Miao Jun and said with a smile, Junior brother Miao, do you think I don't know what you're doing if you don't say it yourself? When the elders issued the sect order, they clearly said that this matter is of great importance. Remember to be cautious and don't get into trouble. Before the sect order, I naturally won't care. You can invite any friends or subdue any spirit beast. That's your freedom, and it's also in line with the sect's intention to conceal it. However, after the sect order, if you do anything strange and use your fire lion to kill other cultivators, then it's your fault. Yes, it's all my fault. Miao Jun was sweating profusely and didn't say anything else. He untied the storage bags from his waist and handed them to Gao Chong, begging, I know senior brother Gao cherishes your friends the most. I saw a few cultivators from other sects who didn't know the severity of the matter, and wanted to come here. I was afraid they would ruin the sect's plans, so I cut them off. It's all my fault. Now that I heard senior brother Gao's words, I know I made a mistake. I got these from those cultivators. I'll deal with them. Gao Chong reached out and took the storage bags. He snorted again. Did you deal with the bodies of those cultivators? Miao Jun was stunned and stammered, No. I was afraid I was late and didn't have time to deal with them. Idiot. Gao Chong scolded. Miao Jun argued, however, it was all done by the fire lion, so no one should suspect anything. I'm afraid there are other cultivators behind you and you can't deal with them in time. Miao Jun said embarrassedly, senior brother Gao is wise. Go. Gao Chong waved his hand. Miao Jun's heart relaxed and he clasped his hands and hurriedly flew away. After Miao Jun flew far away, Gao Chong sneered and said, a bunch of idiots. Seeing a storage bag, they're like flies seeing blood, forgetting everything. Yesterday they were in groups and today they're one by one. It's really unwise. After he finished speaking, he used his divine sense to check the place where Miao Jun opened the magic array. The entire magic array was restored, and a faint red light curtain enveloped the entire mountain peak. It was as if the horizon was red, and this red light curtain even went deep into the fire lake, separating the magma from the mountain peak. After Gao Chong finished his inspection, he didn't find anything wrong, so he flew in another direction. Miao Jun flew far away and landed on a spot on the mountain peak. He turned back and saw Gao Chong flying away and cursed, bad luck. Then he slapped his hand and took out a communication amulet. Under the power of his transcendence energy, the communication amulet flew down the mountain peak and flew into one of the caves. Not long after, another ray of light flew out from the cave, and behind the light was a spirit beast that looked like a fire bird. Miao Jun took the communication amulet and used his divine sense to scan it. The chirping fire bird flew in front of him and landed on his shoulder with familiarity. Miao Jun reached out and took out a spirit pill. The fire bird nimbly took the spirit pill, then flapped its wings and flew up from Miao Jun's shoulder, flying back to the cave from which they came. Naturally, Miao Jun's figure also flew up and followed the firebird into the cave. The walls of the cave were filled with cooled magma, and ripples appeared on the stone walls. There were even some places where the outline of a fire mouse could be seen. The interior of the cave was still hot, but there was no fog. There were no bright flower stones on the stone walls, but there was still a faint red glow. There was a faint sound of wind, but under the flapping of the firebird's wings, it was somewhat unreal. Miao Jun flew behind the firebird, following the path of the cave. The path of the cave was somewhat messy and there were forks from time to time. Moreover, the forks looked the same, so it wasn't easy to identify. Miao Jun tried to release his divine sense, but it was blocked after passing a foot through the stone walls. Moreover, it was limited inside the cave and he couldn't go very far. Miao Jun patiently followed the firebird through countless turns, and he didn't know how deep they had descended from the fire lake. When they passed by a stalactite-sized crimson flame pillar, Miao Jun's body unconsciously came to a halt. An inconceivable expression, or perhaps one that he had never seen before, flashed across his eyes. This was a huge space and it was 1,000 feet wide. The area was even larger and it was probably thousands of feet wide. Miao Jun was only at a small opening in the stone wall, and there were many more openings like this on the stone wall. Looking at the ground of the space, there was an irregular-shaped altar. The altar was about 10 feet high and there were many cultivators standing on it. In mid-air above the altar there were also many cultivators, and these cultivators were doing different things. The cultivators on the altar didn't have high cultivation, and most of them were at the peak of the Qi refining realm. Only a few of them were at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. They each held a storage bag in their hands, and from time to time, they took out things from the storage bag and placed them on the altar. Then they activated their spiritual power and cast a spell. If the spell was effective, these cultivators took out other things and placed them in other places. If the spell was ineffective, these cultivators took out other things and placed them in their original places. These objects were either oval or flat, and in short there were different rules. The cultivators in mid-air above the altar held jade slips that they didn't use, and they stood at different positions. On one hand they were monitoring the actions of the disciples on the altar, and on the other hand, they were sending their spiritual will into the jade slips, as if they were comparing them. When Miao Jun entered, most of the places on the altar had already been repaired by the disciples of the spirit husbandry sect. A weird-looking pattern had basically appeared on the altar. This pattern was pentagonal and there were some smooth curves at the edges. In the middle of the curves, there was a pair of wings on its back and its body was similar to a jackal in the mortal world. However, this jackal's head was huge and it was more than half the size of its body. Although it hadn't taken shape yet, the ferocity in the jackal's eyes made Miao Jun's spiritual will tremble. Junior Martial Brother Miao. A mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator hovered in mid-air with the firebird perched on his shoulder. He called out, "Hurry up and come help us. Our mission is very important. If we're delayed, the sect will punish us severely." "Yes, Senior Brother Shou, I understand." Miao Jun didn't dare to delay and quickly flew to Senior Brother Shou's side. Senior Brother Shou clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He pointed to a place about 100 feet to the left and said, "On this altar, there is a formation set up by the ancestors of the spirit husbandry sect. As it has been abandoned for many years, it has lost its effectiveness. However, the spirit husbandry sect still has the materials used to set up the formation, and the entire formation is divided into hundreds of parts. You are in charge of that part, and just make sure that the formation repaired by the disciples matches the one recorded in your jade slip. You don't have to worry about whether it is useful or not." "Yes, I understand." Miao Jun seemed to have some understanding of formations, and immediately understood what Senior Brother Shou meant. However, when he scanned the jade slip in his hand with his spiritual will, he was stunned. He rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, "Senior Brother Shou, the formation in this jade slip seems to be incomplete. Moreover, although I can't see the formation, just a small part of it from what I can see, it is still very important." Hearing this, Senior Brother Shou's face turned serious and he said in a low voice, "Junior Brother Miao, I know that you are good at formations, but you don't have to show off in front of me. Moreover, this is the arrangement of the elders. If you don't want to live anymore, I will report this to the elders." Miao Jun's face turned slightly yellow and he said hurriedly, "Senior Brother Shou, I was just saying, don't take it seriously." After he finished speaking, Miao Jun took the jade slip and flew to the place that Senior Brother Shou had mentioned. As he immersed his spiritual will in the jade slip, he guided the disciples on the altar on how to cast the formation. Elder Yuan, this Spirit Awakening 5 Skandas formation is a long-lost formation of our spirit husbandry sect. Although there is a more complete foundation of the formation here, and we don't have to spend so much effort to do the most crucial things, the incantation to activate the formation is also missing. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? At the top of the altar, there was a cave of about 10 feet on the high stone wall. At this moment there were 4 golden core realm cultivators sitting cross-legged in the cave. They were all in the later stage of the Golden Core realm and their robes were basically the same. Only their voices and smiles were different. A cultivator with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks asked in a low voice. Elder Zhe. A fat cultivator with a tender face opened his eyes. He was Yuan Feng, one of the 4 great elders of the Spirit Husbandry sect. He said, Elder Zhe, I'm sure you know that the Spirit Husbandry sect used to be a famous sect on the Xiaoyu continent. The Thunder-controlling sect and the Washing Flower sect were all ranked behind the Spirit Husbandry sect. But why is the situation deteriorating? Many disciples would rather join a sect like the Washing Flower sect, which has no religion, than join the Spirit Husbandry sect. Could it be that the spirit beasts of the Spirit Husbandry sect are not attractive enough? The elder Zhe with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks was Zhiqiping. When he heard this he was slightly angry. Yuan Feng, I asked you about the formation. What do you mean by this? Reverend Ing Su is not here so you don't have to show off. Chapter 1881. Yuan Feng didn't mind Zhiqiping's words. He turned to look at the other 2 cultivators and smiled. I believe Elder Man and Elder who also understand what's going on, right? Elder Man's name was Man Yun. He was a cultivator with a long upper body and long arms. There were also white spots on his face. When he heard Yuan Feng's question he didn't say anything. Instead he turned to look at the other red-faced old woman. She was the other elder of the Spirit Husbandry sect, Hu Yu opened her eyes and a cold light flashed through them. She stared at Yuan Feng with her small black pupils and screamed like an owl. Elder Yuan, we know that you are the leader of this operation, and the sect master has instructed us to prioritize the sect. However, you don't have to show off, right? Even if we didn't know about it before, since we are sitting here now, we have already checked the records. My Spirit Husbandry sect was at its peak tens of thousands of years ago, but for some unknown reason the sect master and elders disappeared overnight. Since then the Spirit Husbandry sect has been unable to recover, and it has been difficult for us to move forward among the cultivation sects in the Dawn Rain continent. Could this 5 Skanda Spirit Awakening formation be related to the missing seniors? What Elder Hu said is right. Yuan Feng clapped and smiled. I am obsessed with the Tao of formations. After searching through the records of my Spirit Husbandry sect, I finally found an incomplete 5 Skanda Spirit Awakening formation in an old jade pendant. Moreover, from this formation I obtained some vague information. The disappearance of my thunder-controlling sect seniors should be related to the formation, and it should be related to the Chao's soul essence in the Flame Forest Mountains Lake of Fire. I even found the vague location of the 5 Skanda Spirit Awakening formation in the jade pendant. Man Yun, who hadn't spoken for a long time, snorted. Needless to say, my Spirit Husbandry sect's seniors died here. I believe Elder Yuan thinks that we have lived for too long and wants us to follow in their footsteps. Hee, Elder Man, although I have lived for 700 years, I still haven't lived enough. I still want to live for 2,000 years. Yuan Feng didn't find it strange and said with a smile. Nascent soul? Man Yun, Zhiqiping and Hu Yu were all shocked. They looked at each other and their gazes were filled with confusion. Why do you say that? Hu Yu continued. Could it be that Elder Yuan has some secret method? Yuan Feng laughed loudly. He stroked his beard and said, of course there is. Otherwise, why would I be willing to ask the sect master to make such a big move? Not only had they searched for the location of the 5 Essences Awakening formation more than 10 years ago, they had also sent out many disciples to deceive others. It is only now that I am confident that I dare to reveal this secret method to everyone. Elder Yuan. Zhiqiping smiled and said, of course there is a way, but, since it can even annihilate a nascent soul cultivator, how can late gold core cultivators like us provoke it? I still have a lifespan left, waiting for the final moment to form my nascent soul. Elder Zhe, there's no need to lie in front of an immortal. The 4 of us are all in the late stage of the gold core realm and have a lifespan of about 700 years. If we can reach the nascent soul realm, why would I take such a big risk? Yuan Feng was still smiling and said, even if something happened here tens of thousands of years ago, it doesn't mean that it will happen again tens of thousands of years later. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and took out several jade slips, which flew in front of the 3 of them. Everyone, please take a look. This is the mental cultivation method that I have finally found after decades of searching. Yuan Feng seemed to say casually. Everyone took it and immersed their divine senses in it. However, in just a moment the three of them suddenly raised their heads, their eyes flashing with disbelief. Who you actually exclaimed, spirit-devouring mental cultivation method? Wasn't this lost long ago? Even beast cultivators don't necessarily have this mental cultivation method. I understand now. Shi Qiping slapped his forehead and looked like he had suddenly realized something. Elder Yuan went out to train 100 years ago. I'm afraid it was for this, right? Hee, that's right. I'm grateful that Elder Zhe still remembers the past. Yuan Feng nodded and said, the heavens didn't let me down. I finally found this in a small beast cultivator family in Heng country. Sigh, but it's a pity. This mental cultivation method. Shi Qiping was stunned and immediately immersed his divine senses in the jade slips. Sure enough, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the three of them looked a little pale. They raised their heads and smiled bitterly. Elder Yuan, aren't you teasing us? This incomplete mental cultivation method can't be used at all. Everyone? If it can't be used, why would I waste so much effort? Yuan Feng said with a smile. The three of them looked at each other as if they didn't quite understand. Just as the impatient Hu Yu was about to ask, Shi Qiping suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said in surprise, could it be? Elder Yuan is talking about spirit beasts? Great. Yuan Feng clapped his hands and said, Elder Zhe finally understands. Hu Yu immediately shook his head and said, but although the spirit beasts of us Jelly Spirit Sect Golden Core cultivators are different from the spirit beasts of beast cultivators, they still have a mental connection with the cultivators. Such a dangerous mental cultivation method. If there's an accident, our cultivation will also be damaged. Man Yun frowned and sent his divine senses into the jade slips again. He closed his eyes for a moment and said, in my opinion, Elder Yuan's idea is quite feasible. Elder Man, please speak. Hu Yu hurriedly asked again. Elder Hu, please take a look. This spirit-devouring mental cultivation method lacks a way to erase the spirit imprint in the spirit essence. This thing is basically the complete mental cultivation method, so we don't need it. But without this step, we can't recklessly devour the spirit essence of ancient beasts. That will only cause our fragile souls to be destroyed directly and turn us into idiots. However, if our spirit beasts devour the spirit essence with the spirit imprint, the spirit beast spirit will naturally erase the imprint in the spirit essence and even devour it. When the spirit beast strength increases, we will naturally benefit. Especially since the spirit essence can directly raise the spirit beast's grade, our cultivation will naturally rise as well. Moreover, if the four of us use the spirit-devouring mental cultivation method at the same time to devour the spirit essence of a Chao Wu and give it to four spirit beasts, the chances of success are quite high. Hu Yu also realized and said with a smile. The Chao Wu is a ferocious beast after all. I don't know if we can bear it. Shi Qiping said with some worry. Isn't that simple? Man Yun said with a smile. You just have to use the mental cultivation method and extract the spirit essence bit by bit. Everyone, don't forget, we still have the 5 skandhas spiritual awakening formation. Yuan Feng pointed at his feet in the distance and said with a smile, let's first gather the strength of all the disciples to activate the formation and release the Chao Wu's spirit essence under the formation. After using the formation to weaken its spirit essence, we can then use the mental cultivation method. How can it not succeed? Chapter 1882. That's right. Although an ant is small, it can still bite an elephant. Hu Yu squinted his eyes and looked at the disciples on the altar. He smiled and said, after the formation is set up, we'll roughly impart the mental cultivation method to them and let their spiritual beasts absorb some of the essence. Then we won't have to worry about the ferocity of the Chao Chi's essence. That's right. Yuan Feng clapped his hands again. The sect leader also thinks highly of this, which is why he asked me to do this. However, this 5 essences awakening formation. What does it have to do with the Chao Chi beast? Elder Yuan actually found quite a few Chao Chi beasts. Man Yun asked again. I don't know how to use it either. However, there's an incomplete sentence on the jade pendant, so I can only prepare for it. Yuan Feng smiled bitterly. However, Chaoqi beasts are hard to find. The ones that my spirit crane sect disciples found are all underage. I don't know if they can be used. Tisk Ta Chaoqi beasts are second-class spiritual beasts. Once they mature, they have the strength of an early-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator. How can Qi refinement disciples find adult Chaoqi beasts? Yu smiled. Yuan Feng waved his hand. This thing isn't important, so I'm not afraid of others knowing about it. If they can find it, then they can find it. If they can't, then they can't. If it was important, I would have informed you long ago. The three of them did not comment. Elders, let's take a look at the mental cultivation methods first. Although these mental cultivation methods are incomplete, there are still some mysteries within them. I only managed to gain some understanding after looking at them for a long time. Right now, I want to spar with all of you and study them properly. Yuan Feng sat down and said, if this mission is effective, we'll remember Elder Yuan's kindness. Yu looked at the other two elders and said sincerely, Shi Qiping and Man Yun nodded. I am already satisfied with the three elders' intentions. Yuan Feng smiled. The four of us have been in the Spirit Crane sect for hundreds of years. We've been in high spirits when we were young. We've fought for power and cultivation, and we've also been suspicious of each other. Unfortunately, I've only realized now that everything is meaningless. Only the great Tao is above us. Elder Yuan is right. Man Yun nodded and said, although I've known this for a long time, who can pursue the great Tao with peace of mind? Spirit stones, cultivation techniques, and even the soul essence in front of me. Shi Qiping smiled and said, all right, now that everything has been said, the spirit husbandry sect will still need us to support it together in the future. With this soul essence, the strength of the spirit husbandry sect will definitely increase greatly. In the future, we will still have to work together like today. Indeed, it's better to comprehend the mental cultivation method. Yuan Feng took out the jade slip and said, I'll tell you what I've comprehended. Above the altar in a corner, Qian Yuming was also holding a small jade slip. Below him, there were only a few aura refining disciples repairing the formation. Looking at the extremely small part of the formation in the jade slip and comparing it with the completed part below him, his heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. He was still inferior to Miao Jun. After obtaining some information from the sect, he immediately ran around, wanting to obtain some benefits from the fire ape in the flame forest swamp. Unfortunately, in the end he realized that he was only a chess piece of the sect. Everything he did was to confuse the public. It was impossible for him to have any relationship with the fire ape. The only thing he could do was listen to the elders' arrangements and repair the formation. Forget it, it's better not to be wishful thinking. Qian Yuming smiled bitterly and thought to himself, that disciple called Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect is really wise. He didn't come to the Flame Forest Swamp at all. A disciple with such a temperament. It's normal for him to have such a shocking cultivation. Then the scene of Xiao Hua displaying his divine ability appeared in his mind again. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart, causing him to involuntarily shrink his neck. Unfortunately, how could Xiao Hua be someone he could guess? At this moment, Xiao Hua was standing respectfully on the mountain peak with Zhen Yi, welcoming the dozen or so cultivators who had just arrived. These dozen or so cultivators all had different appearances and cultivations. The ones at the front were early gold core cultivators. Behind these cultivators were their respective disciples. Their cultivations weren't weak, at least early foundation establishment. Fellow Taoist Zhen Yi, when I received your message, I immediately put aside my chores and rushed over. I hope I'm not too late. A short, wretched-looking old man with a sallow face cupped his hands and smiled. He was Lu Mingxing, an early gold core cultivator from the Rinsing Flower sect. Behind him were two disciples, one at the early foundation establishment stage and the other at the middle foundation establishment stage. Juniors Li Fengzhu and Shi Xian greet Martial Uncle Zhen. The two disciples from the Rinsing Flower sect also hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Forget it, Zhen Yi flicked his sleeve and said, Martial nephews, it's only been a few years since I last saw you, but you've actually improved so quickly. At that time, this old man's disciples blushed with shame. Li Fengzhu and Shi Xian glanced at Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. They felt a bit strange, but since Zhen Yi didn't introduce them, they naturally didn't ask. Next to Lu Mingxing was an extremely tall old man. He was also incomparably skinny, standing there like a bamboo pole. He could be compared to Xiaohua. This old man was Jiang Zhuqing from the Xuanyan school. He also cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhen, although this old man received your message first, but, I had to take care of some matters in the sect. Moreover, I had to be careful when working together with fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder sect, so I was a bit late." Zhen Yi waved his hand and said, conflicts between sects naturally have to be dealt with between sections. That's official business. Today's visit to Flame Forest Swamp is purely for personal relations. If fellow Taoist Jiang didn't participate, I'm afraid this matter would be even more difficult. At this moment, the two disciples behind Jiang Zhuqing also stepped forward and bowed. Juniors Jiaming and Qianhan greet Martial Uncle Zhen. Rise. Zhen Yi smiled and waved his sleeve. Then Zhen Yi turned to another early Golden Core State female cultivator and said with a smile, "Although I didn't send a message to Fairy Feng, in my opinion, since fellow Taoist Jiang is here, Feng Shuqing from the Huangdao sect can't be far away." This female cultivator was Fairy Feng Shuqing from the Huangdao sect. However, Feng Shuqing didn't have any methods to maintain her youth. Her face was wrinkled and she was indeed old. She was too different from how the fairy described her. However, there were also two beautiful female cultivators behind her. One had a plump figure with a smile on her face. The other had even bones and skin as white as snow. She could be called a fairy. Feng Shuqing spoke with an unpleasant voice. "Old thief Shen, I knew you didn't put me in your heart. You didn't even inform me of such an important matter. If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Zhang's message, I would still be in the dark. Even now you're still quibbling." "Ah, Fairy Feng, are you here or are you not?" Zhen Yi asked with a loud laugh. Feng Shuqing's triangular eyes flashed with a trace of a smile, but she didn't say anything else. Juniors Feng Jiyu and Qing Hao greet Martial Uncle Zhen. The two female cultivators' crisp voices rang out. After Zhen Yi helped them up, Feng Shuqing glanced at Xiang Yang and the others and asked, "Are these fellow Taoist Zhen's disciples? I don't think I've seen them before." Then her gaze swept over Xiaohua and Shui and she frowned. Moreover, they brought two Qi refinement juniors. This trip to Flame Forest Swamp doesn't seem to be a place for boys training, right? Lu Mingxing and Jiang Zhuqing naturally saw them, but they didn't want to say anything. Now that they heard this, they only looked at Zhen Yi curiously. Juniors Imperial Thunder Sect's Myriad Thunder Valley's disciples Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian greet seniors and martial brothers. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian knew it was time for them to step forward and quickly bowed. Xiaohua and Shui also glanced at each other and stepped forward. Thunderclap Palace's Myriad Thunder Valley's Xiaohua greets seniors. Thunderclap Palace's Shui greets seniors. Xiaohua and Shui bowed. The Golden Core cultivators nodded slightly, and the Foundation Establishment cultivators cupped their hands in return. Among them, Xuanyan School's Qian Han was slightly taken aback when she heard Xiaohua's name. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a long while, she revealed an expression of understanding and looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. That's strange. Myriad Thunder Valleys. Thunderclap Palace's disciples. Why are they following fellow Taoist Zhen Yi?" Feng Shuqing waved his hand and motioned for the four to rise. He covered his mouth and laughed. Of course there are some matters." Zhen Yi smiled. "Although I brought these four juniors here, they also have to play a role in this matter. Therefore they can't be considered as traveling with me." Zhen Ye's words were clear and Feng Shuqing and the others were slightly taken aback. Jiang Zhuqing gave Feng Shuqing a look and Feng Shuqing spoke again. "Why can't I understand fellow Taoist Zhen's words? The trip to Flame Forest Swamp should be counted by sections. How can your Imperial Thunder sect be divided into two? If that's the case, we might as well count according to the number of people. Even if we count according to the number of people, Qi refinement disciples, I'm afraid it doesn't count." Jiang Zhuqing laughed. "If that's the case, I would have brought over a dozen Qi refinement juniors. Since I said it, I naturally have my reasons. However, there are still a few fellow Taoists who haven't arrived yet. Forgive me for not saying anything." "What? Old thief Shen invited other fellow Taoists?" Feng Shuqing was immediately dissatisfied. How many pills can the Thunder Beast's inner core refine? If there are many people, will there be enough for us to share? Zhen Yi smiled and said, that Thunder Beast is with a fire ape. With the cultivation of the four of us, we should be able to trap the Thunder Beast. However, with the addition of a fire ape, will we succeed? Hearing this, not only did Feng Shuqing's expression change, but Jiang Zhuqing and Lu Mingxing were also dissatisfied. Lu Mingxing asked, fellow Taoist Jin, this is not appropriate. Since there's a fire ape, why didn't you say so in the message earlier? Otherwise, I could have asked the middle or late Gold Core senior brothers in the sect to help. Wouldn't both spirit beasts be subdued? He. Zhen Yi knew that Lu Mingxing's words could not be taken seriously, but he still smiled. Fellow Taoist Lu is right. It's a pity that the message I received was sent by 4 younger disciples. When I sent the message to you, I didn't know there was a fire ape. Chapter 1883. So that's how it is. Jiang Zhuqing's expression softened, but he still shook his head. So the news about the Thunder Beast was spread by fellow Taoist Jin's juniors. Yes, fellow Taoist Jin, you have to reward these 4 juniors well. But I'm afraid it's impossible for your Imperial Thunder sect to get a share of the medicinal pills just because of a piece of news. Feng Shuqing was even more astonished. He almost sneered. Fellow Taoist Jin, these 4 juniors of yours are a little greedy? Although he said 4 juniors, it was obvious that he was referring to Zhen Yi. Xiang Yang's face heated up slightly. He glanced at Zhen Yi but didn't explain further. I naturally have to discuss this matter with you all. Zhen Yi wasn't surprised and he smiled as he spoke. But at this time a red beam of light flew over. When Zhen Yi saw the transmission talisman, he smiled and pointed in the direction from which the transmission talisman had come. I thought I was already prepared, but who would have thought that fellow Taoist Xiang Min of the 5 Elements sect would be even more prepared? 5 Elements sect? Xiang Min. Feng Shuqing frowned slightly and said reproachfully, fellow Taoist Jin, don't tell me the helper you invited is this little child. It can't be considered an invitation. Zhen Yi smiled bitterly. He knew that Xiang Min's reputation wasn't good. It's just a coincidence. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and sent out a messaging talisman. A moment later, Xiang Min's small figure appeared on the horizon not far away. Beside him were 2 early-stage Golden Core cultivators and 3 Foundation Establishment disciples behind them. Zhen Yi looked at everyone and gestured for them to stay on the mountain peak. He went forward and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Xiang, you're actually so well prepared. This is beyond my expectations. It's not just that. Xiang Min's face showed a hint of pride. He glanced at everyone on the mountain peak and said, I've been preparing for this fire ape for many years. If I wasn't confident, how would I dare to invite my friends? Then he turned around and said, come fellow Taoist Zhang, fellow Taoist Sun, this is fellow Taoist Jin of the Imperial Thunder sect. Then the 2 Golden Core cultivators besides Xiang Min greeted Zhen Yi. Their disciples also came over to greet them. It turned out that fellow Taoist Zhang was a cultivator from Jinghua City, Zhang Qingguang. His 2 early-stage Foundation Establishment disciples were Zhu Ming and Bai Mu. The other fellow Taoist Sun was a cultivator from the Imperial Elixir School, Sun Shangkong. His disciple was the early-stage Foundation Establishment Li Mian. After the greetings were over, Zhen Yi brought the 4 of them to the mountain peak. The cultivators from the various sects got to know each other and exchanged pleasantries. These were all Golden Core cultivators. Although some of them hadn't met before, they were all familiar with each other's names. For a moment, the mountain peak was filled with a joyous atmosphere. After a long while, everyone became familiar with each other. Then Zhen Yi said with a smile, although we all have our own plans for coming to Flame Forest Marsh, because the Fire Ape and the Thunder Beast are in the same place, we naturally have to act together. Previously, I was the initiator of this matter and fellow Taoist Xiang was also the initiator of this matter. From now on, one person will have to be in charge. What do you think, fellow Taoist Xiang? Xiang Min didn't find this strange. She nodded and said, fellow Taoist Jin's thoughts are exactly what I was thinking. But if fellow Taoist Jin is the one in charge, how will you arrange the future operations? I naturally have my own plans. But do I have to tell you now? Zhenyi glanced at Xiang Min and didn't say much. Hehe, fellow Taoist Jin, since you want to be our leader, if you don't tell me, how can I be convinced? Even if I'm convinced, how can fellow Taoist Sun and fellow Taoist Zhang listen to your arrangements? Xiang Min said with a fake smile. Zhenyi thought for a moment and said with a smile, my arrangements are simple. We'll gather together first and find the fire ape and the thunder beast in Flame Forest Marsh. When they're unprepared, we'll separate them. My group will attack the thunder beast while fellow Taoist Xiang's group will attack the fire ape. As for the specific details, we'll discuss it in detail after the matter is confirmed. What do you think, fellow Taoist Xiang? Xiang Min shook her little head like a rattledrum and said with a laugh, fellow Taoist Jin's arrangement. To be honest, it's no different from having no arrangement at all. Zhen Ye's expression didn't change. He said calmly, what do you mean, fellow Taoist Xiang? First of all, Flame Forest Marsh is so big that it's not easy to find the fire ape and the thunder beast. Moreover, if we find the fire ape and the thunder beast, won't they also find us? Separating them, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Xiang Min said with assurance. Moreover, since we've already merged into one, doesn't fellow Taoist Jin want a share of the fire ape's inner core? I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Jin. The thunder beast's inner core. I'm somewhat coveting it. Zhenyi still had a card up his sleeve. He said with a smile, I naturally have a way to find that thunder beast. Fellow Taoist Xiang doesn't have to worry about this. Even if we set up an ambush, it's not impossible to let that thunder beast fall into our trap. But what fellow Taoist Xiang said? Without waiting for Zhenyi to finish speaking, Xiang Min's face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. She said anxiously, what? Fellow Taoist Jin has a way to lure the thunder beast over? So, our grand plan will succeed. Zhen Ye's eyes turned rapidly. Chapter 1884. Great. I have no objections. What about you, fellow Taoist? Zhenyi was the first to agree. After everyone agreed, Xiang Min smiled and said, since we're so fated, we might as well divide the thunder beasts and the fire ape's cores into 7 portions, one for each of us. Zhang Qingguang and Sun Shangkong naturally agreed, while the other cultivators looked at Zhenyi. Zhenyi smiled and said, our thunder beast cores are used to refine medicinal pills. If fellow Taoist Xiang doesn't mind my pill refining techniques, you can leave this matter to me and I'll just take the medicinal pills in the future. Otherwise, I'll take fellow Taoist's portion of the core. There's no need to trouble fellow Taoist Jen. I'll just take the original core. Xiang Min smiled and said, as for the fire ape's core, what I can give fellow Taoist is also the original core. That's great. Zhenyi nodded and said, however, the cores of the 2 beasts can't be divided into 7 portions, but 8 portions. Why is that? Xiang Min looked at the golden core cultivator beside Zhenyi and asked curiously. It's like this. Zhenyi smiled and said, this poor Taoist wasn't able to lure the lightning beast over. Instead, it was a junior disciple of this poor Taoist who had the means to lure the fire ape over. Fellow Taoist Xiang has seen this junior disciple before. As he spoke, Zhenyi pointed at Xiao Hua and said, this is Xiao Hua, a disciple of my Thunderclap Palace's myriad Thunder Valley. He has a magic tool that can lure the fire ape over. However, he's not my disciple, so I can't force him to do anything. The price he has to pay is a portion of the thunder beasts and the fire ape's cores. Afterward, Zhenyi repeated what Xiao Hua said to everyone and said with a smile, I originally thought that since we're all cultivators of the Thunderclap sect and belong to the same sect, it's inappropriate to ask for an extra portion. However, since Xiao Hua has this idea, he must have his reasons. Xiao Hua indeed has no use for the medicinal pills I've refined. Therefore, I'll leave this matter to everyone to decide. Xiang Min stared at Xiao Hua as if she wanted to see through him. Soon after, she chuckled and said, Xiang Min naturally has no objections. The thunder beast's inner core is abundant, so it doesn't matter if it's a little less. Moreover, if it wasn't for Xiao Hua's fire-drawing ape technique, Xiang Min's formation could only be empty. What do fellow Taoist Zhang and fellow Taoist Sun think? Zhang Qingguang and Sun Shangkong naturally followed Xiang Min's lead. Without hesitation they smiled and said, I agree. I don't agree. Before Xiang Min could say anything, Feng Shouqing shrieked. I was wondering how fellow Taoist Jun was going to distribute the lightning beast cores. Turns out, you want to keep an extra portion for yourself. According to what I know, the distribution ratio has already been set. Each sect can only get one portion. Why did it change today? No wonder fellow Taoist Jun didn't mention it just now and insisted on waiting for fellow Taoist Xiang to come over. Could it be? Jin Yi was unhappy at first. He raised his eyebrows. Feng Baiqing? What's wrong? Could it be that fellow Taoist Jin has made an appointment with me? Isn't it? You've made an agreement before. Feng Baiqing naturally wasn't afraid of me and retorted. Seeing this, Jiang Zhuqing hurriedly stepped forward and frowned. Fellow Taoist Feng, we are discussing the distribution of the spiritual beast's inner core. There's no need to involve other things. Since you don't agree, then don't agree. Humph. Feng Baiqing took a step back and looked coldly to the side. Fellow Taoist Jun, I won't say anything else. Jiang Zhuqing smiled. Although Xiaohua is a disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, he is also a disciple of your Thunder Palace and your Thunder-controlling sect. He can be your helper and can be regarded as your disciple's helper. Fellow Taoist Jun can deal with his benefits after the Thunder-controlling sect. There's no need to entangle with us. Fellow Taoist Jun, do you think his contribution is the same as ours? Is he qualified to get this portion of the spiritual beast's inner core? My opinion is the same as fellow Taoist Feng's. I don't agree with this. And Zhen Yi didn't find it strange and looked at Lu Mingxing of the Rinsing Flower sect. Lu Mingxing thought for a moment and sighed. According to my previous opinion, which is also the same as fellow Taoist Feng and fellow Taoist Jiang, Xiaohua is only an aura refining disciple. He really can't compare with us. It's impossible for him to get an extra share. However, things have changed now. First, there is the addition of the fire ape. That's a 5th stage spiritual beast with an early gold core cultivation base, but we don't have the slightest chance of defeating it. Second, there is the participation of fellow Taoist Xiang and the others, as well as fellow Taoist Xiang's formation. With this formation and fellow Taoist Xiang and the others' help, I'm afraid our chances of success will increase by another 40%. But think about it, if the Thunder Beast and the Fire Ape don't enter this formation, what's the use of this 40% chance of success? However, if fellow Taoist Xiang follows us to look for the Thunder Beast, I'm afraid our chances of killing the Thunder Beast and the Fire Ape won't increase by even 10%, right? Fellow Taoist Lu, you mean you agree to give the Thunder-controlling sect 2 portions? Jiang Zhuqing said thoughtfully. I don't completely agree. Lu Mingxing said with a smile. If Xiaohua can lure the Fire Ape over, then the Thunder Beast can naturally follow. This way our chances of killing it will increase by 20%, but the problem is, can Xiaohua lure the Fire Ape over? That's right. Feng Shouqing screamed again. Fellow Taoist Xiang, don't tell me you don't have any methods to lure the Fire Ape over when you set up the formation? Humph, of course I do. Xiang Min's expression turned cold. My disciple Chan Xinyan has a raging fire physique, and precisely has the Fire Ape's bloodline. I originally wanted to borrow his true spirit true blood to lure the Fire Ape over, but I don't know which bastard killed him and even his corpse can't be found. Does matter. Fellow Taoist Jun also knows about it. And that's right. Because of this matter, fellow Taoist Xiang even misunderstood me, thinking that I killed his disciple and even attacked him. Zhen Yi suddenly understood why Xiang Min was so angry, and attacked him without saying anything else. Motherfucker, I'm really lucky. Xiaohua didn't raise his head. He kept looking at the ground and he inwardly cried out that he was lucky. Jiang Zhuqing spoke again. Fellow Taoist Lu, do you mean, if Xiaohua can really lure the Fire Ape and the Thunder Beast over, he can get a share of the spiritual beast's inner cores? Isn't this too easy? Xiang Min sneered and said, if fellow Taoist Jiang has the ability to lure the Fire Ape over, I can give you half of my share of the spiritual beast's inner cores. Fellow Taoist Xiang, Feng Shouqing sneered. How can you be so generous? Could it be that your previous allocation? That's right. Xiang Min said proudly, in my agreement with fellow Taoist Zhang and fellow Taoist Sun, Luring the fire ape is also part of it. So that's how it is. Xiaohua was delighted. Since there was a precedent, he wasn't afraid of anything. You can wait for the precedent, but I don't agree with it. Feng Shuqing glanced at the two disciples behind him and said, these two foundation-building disciples of mine also have to contribute, so there's no need to mention allocation at all. What qualifications does an aura-refining disciple have? Why don't all the disciples be included? But when she said this, she shut her mouth again. The Imperial Thunder Sect obviously needed 2 more disciples. Cough, cough. Jiang Zhuqing coughed twice, interrupting Feng Shuqing's words. He looked at Lu Mingxing and asked, fellow Taoist Lu, do you agree or not? He, Lu Mingxing laughed and said, if Xiaohua can lure the fire ape over, I'll agree. Otherwise, I won't agree. Great. Zhen Yi clapped and said, now I have 7 fellow Taoists. Even if you exclude me, you still have 3.5 fellow Taoists who agree, so this matter is settled. Fellow Taoist Lu didn't say he agreed. Feng Shuqing said anxiously, what? Fellow Taoist Feng, am I wrong? Zhen Yi sneered and said, if fellow Taoist Feng thinks you can kill the Thunder Beast, then there's no problem. The entire Thunder Beast's inner core is yours. I definitely don't want anything. Now I can obviously get an extra portion of the fire ape's inner core. Fellow Taoist Xiang already understood, and fellow Taoist Lu also understood. Why can't fellow Taoist Feng understand? But your Imperial Thunder Sect will get an extra portion of the spiritual beast's inner core. Feng Shuqing argued. That's because my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple has the ability. Zhen Yi was a bit angry. If your disciple can lure the fire ape over, this portion will also be yours. Why not? My disciple also has a fire physique. Feng Shuqing said without hesitation. Then he pointed at the female cultivator with the well-proportioned bones and said, Qing Hao, come here. Yes, master. Qing Hao obeyed and came forward. He, the disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, right? Xiang Min glanced at Qing Hao and sneered. This old man naturally knows about the Imperial Thunder Sect's fire rat bloodline. If you want to kill the first-rank spiritual beast, the fire rat, your disciple's bloodline will certainly be useful. However, if you want to lure the fire ape over, this old man thinks you'd better not overestimate yourself. Although Qing Hao was a foundation-building cultivator, her face had already turned red from being mocked by a golden core cultivator. However, she didn't dare to retort and could only look down at the ground. Feng Shuqing was too anxious and neglected the matter of the bloodline for a moment, which made him lose face for no reason. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Zhuqing hurriedly said, all right, don't make fun of the younger generation. We still have to learn from fellow Taoist Jin and guide the younger generation. Since most of the fellow Taoists have agreed, let's do it this way. Qing Hao hurriedly stepped back. Zhen Yi nodded and said, fellow Taoist Jiang is right. This matter isn't a big deal in the first place. 90% of the Thunder Beast's inner core is enough for us to refine medicinal pills. I was just afraid that everyone would hold a grudge, so I said it. Great. Fellow Taoist Jin is really open and above board. Xiang Min clapped and praised. No matter if it's I or fellow Taoist Xiang, we should be fair. Zhen Yi said with a smile. Xiang Min smiled again and ignored Zhen Yi. Instead, she looked at Xiaohua and asked with interest, Xiaohua, this old man has a question. Senior Xiang, please. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed. This old man wants to know, if we don't agree to let you have a share, what will you do? Xiaohua didn't think at all and said with a smile, Senior, this matter, isn't it meaningless? Seniors have already decided on this matter, how can we go back on our words? This junior will just follow the seniors. Chapter 1885. Xiaohua, I can go back on my word at any time. Xiang Min was clearly vindictive towards Xiaohua's previous rebuttal. Xiaohua didn't have any expression on his face, but he was annoyed in his heart. He didn't say anything but reached out his hand and patted his chest, then smiled and said, Senior Xiang, this matter is nothing more than reason, and the distribution is nothing more than effort. This junior has this request and can also help the seniors. The seniors will definitely pity this junior. This junior's little request, the seniors will naturally agree. Looking at Xiaohua's gesture of dispersing, Xiang Min seemed to have already anticipated it. She chuckled and said to Jin Yi at the side, "Fellow Taoist Jin, you're a cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect. Your bones aren't ordinary." The current Jin Yi was different from a few days ago. He knew that he had to rely on Xiang Min's spell formation to kill the lightning beasts. Thus he smiled and said, "The myriad Thunder Valley is very famous in my thunderous palace. Master and disciple are both straightforward, so fellow Taoist Xiang doesn't need to mind." He. Xiang Min chuckled again and ignored Xiaohua and the others. He called Jin Yi, Zhang Qingguang and the others, and the few of them began to discuss how to set up the spell formation. Xiang Min was a cultivator of the Five Elements sect. He was good at spell formations and his specialty was the Five Elements soul-capturing spell formation. As long as a cultivator fell into the spell formation, not only would their magic power be captured, even their soul would be extracted. Of course, Xiang Min was only in the early Aurus core stage and couldn't really extract a cultivator's soul. But even so, Xiang Min's words could make the fire apes and lightning beasts confused and reduce 20% of their strength. This kind of spell formation naturally couldn't rely on manpower. The most important thing was the terrain and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Furthermore, the flame forest swamp was filled with violent fire-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was very disadvantageous to the Five Elements spell formation. Of course, Xiang Min had already considered these factors before coming to the flame forest swamp. He had already made some changes to his spell formation. Now that Xiaohua could lure the fire apes over, Xiang Min and the others only needed to find a suitable terrain. After Xiang Min explained the conditions of the spell formation to everyone, the 7 Aurus core cultivators each brought their own disciples and went to different directions in the flame forest swamp. Xiaohua naturally followed behind Jin Yi, and the direction they were heading towards was where the Spirit Husbandry sect had set up the formation. After just flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua looked all around and said in a low voice, "Grandmaster Jin Jr. has a matter." "Oh, speak." Jin Yi wasn't surprised at all. He didn't even turn his head as he spoke indifferently. Junior's dermic artifact seems to only be able to sense the fire ape's location. I'm afraid it can't lure the fire ape over." Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "It doesn't matter if Junior can't obtain the Thunder Beast's inner core, but don't delay Grandmaster's important matter." Jin Yi sneered. He turned his head to look at Xiaohua's respectful and reverent expression and said unhappily, "You're probably complaining in your heart that this old man didn't explain the conditions clearly, right?" "Oh no. Xiaohua had an embarrassed expression on his face. He actually understood what Jin Yi was thinking, but the Naiden was truly related to Xiang Yang's life and death. At this time he had no choice but to risk offending Jin Yi and warn him. "Do you think that just because you can sense the fire ape's location, those old bastards will give you a share of the spiritual beast's inner core?" Jin Yi seemed to be in a good mood. He released his divine sense to observe the terrain below him and said, "Knowing and luring the fire ape are two different matters. Moreover, the divine sense of a gold core cultivator isn't something that you chi refining disciples can understand. If you pay attention to the movements within several dozen li, you'll be able to sense them. Sensing the fire ape isn't a particularly difficult matter. If this old man didn't praise your divine ability, just that slut Feng Wuqing alone would be enough to mess up this matter." But this old man also didn't expect Xiang Min would actually be able to lay down a 5 elements formation. This is an exceptional opportunity. But Junior is afraid that the location of the formation is too far from the core of Flame Forest Marsh. Junior won't be able to sense the fire ape, let alone luring it over. Xiaohua was truly somewhat worried about his personal gains and losses. Jin Yi had clearly stated the conditions. If he couldn't lure the fire ape over, then he wouldn't be able to get a share of the Thunder Beast's inner core. Idiot. If you can sense the fire ape's location, then won't you be able to lure it over? Jin Yi scolded. You only need to fly close to the fire ape and lure it over. Junior understands. Junior was muddle-headed. Xiaohua immediately came to his senses and smiled apologetically. This old man also saw that you're quick-witted. You didn't even use a single curse word when you scolded Xiang Min, that's why this old man reminded you. If it was you, this old man who is as stupid as an ox, this old man wouldn't even care. Zhen Yi glanced at the silent Xiang Yang. Facing a gold core cultivator like Zhen Yi, Xiang Yang was indeed like a child. He couldn't say anything and could only smile along. The 5 elements formation required the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to have all 5 elements. This was an extremely easy problem in other places, but in Flame Forest Marsh, it was troublesome. Others didn't know that Xiaohua had been flying with Zhen Yi for half a day. Apart from the scarlet flames that filled their eyes, the air was steaming with mist, and only the fire-type spiritual qi was present. The other 4 types of spiritual qi were extremely scarce, especially the water-type spiritual qi, which was nearly extinct. Hehe, that place seems pretty good. Xiaohua didn't dare to release his Buddhist awareness and only used his weak divine sense to observe the surroundings. He then heard Zhen Yi whisper with a smile on his face. Soon after, Zhen Yi indeed flew for several dozen kilometers and found a place between 2 scarlet mountain ranges. This canyon was sandwiched between 2 mountain ranges and was about 1 kilometer wide. The most suitable location was that the canyon's terrain was somewhat high. The lava in the fire lake beside it couldn't flow in, so the area within several kilometers was filled with gravel. Moreover, it was unknown what kind of spiritual stones were underground. Apart from the water-type spiritual qi being somewhat barren, there were also some metal-type, wood-type and earth-type spiritual qi. Zhen Yi flew to this place and looked around. He then clapped his hands and said, "Great, this is the place." However, Zhen Yi's subsequent actions caused Xiaohua's heart to tremble. Zhen Yi instructed, "Wait here for a moment." Then he flew to the side of one of the mountain ranges. With a wave of his hand, he used a mountain range magic technique and disappeared. Xiaohua and the others looked at each other in dismay. Although they wanted to know what Zhen Yi was doing, they didn't dare to release their divine sense and could only obediently stay in the air. After the time it took to finish a meal, Zhen Yi leisurely walked out. He had a refreshed look on his face. He stretched out his hand and sent out a transmission talisman. Then he lowered his head and found a flat place to sit down. "We'll also go down." Xiang Yang waved his hand and landed about 10 meters away from Zhen Yi. He was now somewhat regretful. He wanted to send a voice transmission to Xiaohua, but he was afraid Zhen Yi would discover him. He wanted to take Yan Qinglian, Xiaohua and the others and leave, but it was obvious that Xiang Min and the others absolutely wouldn't let Xiaohua leave, let alone Zhen Yi. Chapter 1886. We've spun a cocoon around ourselves. Xiang Yang sighed. He looked at Yan Qinglian, who also had a strange expression, and sat down first. Xiaohua was not as pessimistic as Xiang Yang. His eyes darted around, looking here and there. No one knew what he was thinking. Not long after, Xiang Min's communication talisman came again. Sure enough, they didn't find a suitable place and everyone was rushing here. After a full day, the other 6 gold core cultivators brought their respective disciples to this place. Xiang Min's face was not satisfied. After looking for a long time, he took out an unknown magic tool from his storage pouch and flew several laps around the entire canyon. Finally, he sighed and said, "The 5 elements spiritual qi here is relatively mixed. Although it conforms to what I said just now, it is still not the best place to set up a formation. He's fine. We'll look elsewhere." Zhen Yi heard and immediately stood up, about to fly away. At this time, Feng Shuqing said in a sharp voice, "Fellow Taoist Zhen, don't be anxious." Then he turned to Xiang Min and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiang, the fire attribute spiritual energy in Flame Forest Marsh is abundant, diluting all other types of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the entire terrain of Flame Forest Marsh is filled with magma. Even the area near Western Huang Town doesn't have a place with abundant spiritual energy of all 5 elements. We can't possibly retreat back to Western Huang Town." "Sai, how can I not know this?" Xiang Min smiled bitterly and said, "But if the 5 elements spiritual qi is not balanced, the 5 elements soul capturing formation cannot be sealed, and the formation's effect will be greatly reduced. Fellow Taoist Xiang knows the situation in Flame Forest Marsh is like this. Don't tell me you don't have any countermeasures." Jiang Zhuqing said with a smile. Xiang Min rolled her eyes in annoyance and said with a wave of her sleeve, "Of course I have a countermeasure. But this Xiang's countermeasures have all fallen on my disciples. Now that they have disappeared, this countermeasure is incomplete. What do you mean, fellow Taoist Xiang? Feng Shuqing asked curiously. It's nothing. At this point Xiang Min had nothing to hide. My 5 elements sect's 5 elements formation uses the 5 elements magic treasure as the formation core, and uses the 5 elements spiritual qi as the formation guide. It's best if the 5 elements spiritual qi is evenly distributed and equal. However, if the 5 elements spiritual qi is not very evenly distributed, we can also teach 5 disciples with physiques of different attributes how to control the formation. We can let them use their own bodies as vessels to draw in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and spit out the true qi of their respective attributes. Oh, I see. Feng Shuqing looked at Zhang Qingguang and smiled. And said, fellow Taoist, what attributes do your disciples have? Pa Zhang. S disciples have wood and earth. My son's disciples metal. Feng Baiqing said with a smile, so one of your disciples is of the water element, while the other is of the fire element? Yes, of course. There was no expression on Xiang Min's face. Water and fire are the most opposing attributes among the 5 elements. My disciple is the best. I can't say for other attributes, but my disciple has fire attributes. Can't we find a disciple with water attributes? Feng Shuqing said disdainfully. If it's as fellow Taoist Feng said, then it's very simple. Xiang Min shook her head. Although the 5 disciples of the 5 elements formation don't need to control the formation, the changes in the formation, especially the release of 5 elements spiritual qi, have to be uniform. If they haven't been trained, I'm afraid it won't be easy. She then looked at Zhang Qingguang and the others and smiled bitterly. I've been planning with fellow Taoist Sun and fellow Taoist Zhang for a long time. My 5 disciples have also practiced a lot. That's why I dared to come to Flame Forest Swamp. In just a few days. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Everyone frowned. They didn't expect that setting up a 5 elements formation would require so much attention. Jinyi thought for a moment and smiled. How about this? Fellow Taoist Xiang will go look for the terrain. You teach the technique of controlling the formation to each disciple. Since the disciples of Jinghua City and Imperial Alchemy School can comprehend it, there's no reason that the disciples of Huangdao sect can't, right? I'm sure fellow Taoist Xiang won't hide it, right? If we find a good terrain and can set up an excellent formation, then let the disciples of Huangdao sect swear a heart oath that they won't teach the formation to outsiders. If we don't have an excellent terrain, fellow Taoist Xiang will reluctantly set up the formation here. How about it? Great. Lu Mingxing clapped and said, fellow Taoist Jin, you're right. Xiang Min thought for a moment and nodded. That's the only way now. She then asked, which fellow Taoist disciple is of the water element? Their cultivation can't be too low. Lu Mingxing looked at everyone and smiled. My disciple Li Fengzhu is of the water element. However, his cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. I wonder how he'll fare. This. Xiang Min shook her head slightly. The fire element spiritual qi here is very strong. Water element spiritual qi is restrained. Fellow Taoist Feng's disciple has a fire element physique and is at the early stage of foundation establishment. Then the water element disciple should be at the middle stage of foundation establishment. The middle stage of foundation establishment is best. Is the early stage of foundation establishment okay? Sun Shangkong smiled. Without waiting for Xiang Min to speak, Feng Baiqing looked at Jiang Zhucheng and the others. None of your disciples have water element? Everyone shook their heads. What about the Imperial Thunder sect? Feng Baiqing asked Jinyi again. My Imperial Thunder sect's disciples are of the thunder and fire elements. There are very few disciples with other physiques. Jinyi said with a smile. I'm afraid that's the only way. Feng Baiqing was a bit discouraged, but her eyes suddenly lit up again. She pointed at Xiaohua and Shueshui and said, what physiques do these 2 disciples have? Jinyi naturally didn't know. He turned around and asked, Xiaohua, Shueshui, what physiques are you waiting for? Disciple is of the fire element. Disciple is of the thunder element. The 2 of them said in unison. That's it. Feng Baiqing said with a smile, let Xiaohua replace Qing. He's an aura refining disciple, so his magic power is lower than Li Fengzhu's. Isn't that perfect? Huh? Xiaohua was stunned. He couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. He knew very well that his magic power was definitely higher than Li Fengzhu's. This balance between water and fire still couldn't be achieved. It's not appropriate, it's not appropriate. Xiang Min shook her head first. Xiaohua isn't an aura refining disciple. His magic power is too low. He can't cooperate with the other 4 foundation establishment disciples. No, absolutely no. He's just a thunder controlling sect disciple. If he can attract the fire ape, he'll get a share of the thunder beast's inner core. If he still doesn't do anything, I'll withdraw. Feng Baiqing snorted coldly and said, it's just cooperation. We won't use the true qi inside its body. This flame forest swamp is filled with fire element spiritual qi. Is there a need to take his true qi? Xiang Min had never thought about letting an aura refining disciple go to the formation core, so she refused without hesitation. But after hearing Feng Baiqing's words, she thought about it for a moment and nodded. Fellow Taoist Feng's words make some sense. However, I'll take a look for now. If it doesn't work when operating the formation, how about letting Qing Hao replace it? And let's do that for now. Feng Baiqing curled her lips slightly and didn't say anything else. Grandmaster. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He called out in a low voice and looked at Jin Yi. I'll listen to fellow Taoist Xiang. Jin Yi said without hesitation. Xiaohua opened his mouth but he couldn't say a word. He simply couldn't refuse. Soon after, Jin Yi and the others flew away in different directions. Xiang Min stayed behind and had the other disciples patrol around. She took out a few jade slips and handed them to Xiaohua, Qing Hao and the others. She said, these are the methods to control water and fire in the 5 elements formation. They're all different. Make a heart oath and use your divine sense to memorize them first. Once you return the jade slips to this old man will teach you. Xiaohua and the others made a heart oath, then held the jade slips in their hands and immersed their divine sense in them to comprehend them. Xiang Yang took Yan Qinglian and Xue Xue to patrol one side of the valley. This was the side that Jin Yi had just passed by. Xiang Yang released his divine sense and scanned the place. Then he transmitted his voice. Wife, did you see any clues? Yan Qinglian shook her head. How can we guess the divine abilities of a golden core cultivator? I didn't even look at them. Sigh, Xiang Yang frowned and smiled apologetically. If I knew that the lightning beast's inner core would be so troublesome, this husband wouldn't have come to join in the fun. Hee. Yan Qinglian was rather optimistic and said with a smile, now it's hard to get off the donkey. Husband, don't think too much. Moreover, even if it's as difficult as a lake of fire, this lowly concubine is willing to exchange it for your lifespan. Little junior brother is also willing. Little junior brother. Warmth flashed in Xiang Yang's eyes. His gaze couldn't help but look at Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged in the valley. The 5 elements sex formation control technique wasn't too complicated. For Qing Hao, who had never seen a formation before, it was naturally very difficult. However, for Xiaohua it was nothing. He only had to finish reading the things inside the jade slips to understand. It was nothing more than combining the formation, controlling magic power, and harmonizing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him to cooperate with Xiang Min's technique. Naturally, just as Xiang Min said, this thing relied on tacit understanding and proficiency. However, Xiaohua didn't think he was infallible. While listening to Qing Hao's questions, he also added in a few sentences from time to time. His performance was no different from an aura refining disciple. Xiaohua liked to ask questions, so after half a day he didn't let Xiang Min see anything. 10 days had passed since they had comprehended the method of controlling the formation. The 6 Jindan stage seniors had not sent any messages back, and Xiaohua and the others had already understood what they should have understood. They only needed to cooperate with each other. Forget it, Xiang Min looked at the red sun in the sky and waved her sleeve. Several summoning talismans flew out, and she said with a wry smile, since they still haven't sent back a message, I'm afraid there's no place more suitable than here. Soon after, without waiting for Jin Yi and the others to return, she began to arrange the 5 elements soul-capturing formation. In Xiaohua's mind, wasn't it just arranging a formation? who hadn't done it before. It would only take half a day or a day to complete it. However, when he saw Xiang Min's cautiousness and how she put the most basic formation flags, formation plates and other things into the valley, he suddenly realized that the 5 elements soul-capturing formation covered the entire valley. It was a formation that covered an area of several kilometers. It was far from simple. Chapter 1887. As a result, Xiaohua unconsciously paid attention to it while feeling disdainful. Fortunately, Xiang Min didn't avoid people. She used 2 days to set up the entire framework of the Great Array. Then, according to the order of metal, wood, water, fire and earth, she arranged the 5 array cores one by one. Each array core actually took 4 to 5 days of work. By the time the entire Great Array was set up, nearly a month had passed. Zhen Yi and the others had gradually returned 10 days after Xiang Min finished setting up the array. Zhen Yi and the others naturally didn't stay idle. They held the jade slip Xiang Min gave them in their hands and comprehended it. It also contained part of the control of the formation. After the formation was activated, they prepared to enter the formation and assist Xiang Min in killing the enemy. Xiaohua's group of 6 naturally didn't patrol around the valley like Xiang Yang and the others. After Xiang Min set up the array core, they were arranged to be in the array core by Xiang Min gloriously. It was to comprehend the changes in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the array core. Xiaohua released his divine sense and could sense the changes in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth due to the arrangement of the array. However, if he were to use these changes to control his Fa Li, it would be a little difficult. Of course, Xiaohua's eyes almost never left Xiang Min's formation. Sometimes even his magic eyes were open. From beginning to end, watching a great formation being set up was definitely a rare opportunity for Xiaohua. Xiaohua's attention naturally aroused Xiang Min's vigilance as well. Unfortunately, this 5-element formation was a grand formation. If it was under normal circumstances, it would be set up by a few 5-element sect cultivators. Under the best circumstances, it should be set up by cultivators of the 5 types of physiques. And in the end, the cultivator who presided over the formation would combine them. However, Xiang Min coveted the fire ape's inner core and didn't want the other disciples of the sect to interfere. Therefore, she could only set up the formation by herself. Not to mention the exhaustion, the method of setting up the formation was also exposed. After Xiang Min finished setting up all the formations, her sharp gaze swept over Xiaohua and she transmitted her voice. Xiaohua, did you enjoy watching it? It's very enjoyable. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and smiled apologetically. I've heard of formations a long time ago and have also encountered some formations, but I've never seen how they were set up. Now that I've seen Senior Xiang's technique, although I haven't seen the might of this 5 elements formation, but in terms of the area covered by this formation, the formations that I've encountered before are not worth mentioning. Moreover, Senior Xiang, I've also heard from others that the path of formations is the most profound. It's more profound than any mental cultivation method, alchemy technique or talisman technique. It's absolutely impossible for a formation to be set up by a single cultivator. It should be set up by at least 2 cultivators of the same cultivation level. Elder, how did you manage to complete it by yourself? Xiaohua said very sincerely. This is also what this little one is most puzzled about in these past few days. A hint of pride appeared on Xiang Min's face. He waved his hand and said, You're an aura-refining disciple who doesn't know anything about formations. What do you know? The path of formations is not something you can pry into. What you know is nothing more than hearsay. How can you take it seriously? If a cultivator's Dao technique is profound and he is proficient in array formations, why can't he set up an array formation by himself? Xiaohua bowed. This time he was just as sincere as before. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Xiang. When he saw that Xiaohua, who had always been somewhat arrogant and unruly, actually thanked him after hearing a few words, he was stunned at first. However, he soon realized that Xiaohua was thanking him because he piqued at his method of setting up the formation. Thus he raised his brows and looked at Zhen Yi, who wasn't far away, and said in a low voice, You're quite obedient and eager to learn. It's a pity that you're not a disciple of my 5-element sect. Otherwise, This old man would have been able to give you proper guidance. Hehe, thank you for your praise, senior. When Xiaohua saw that he had fooled him, he said with a smile, this little one has been watching for a long time. I've always been looking forward to seeing senior's elegant demeanor and activating this formation. Let's see what kind of might it has. Pa, don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint you. Xiang Min laughed. He flicked his sleeves and walked towards Xin Yi and the others. Xiang Min naturally exhausted his magic power and mental strength to set up the 5 elements soul-capturing formation. He rested in the valley for 3 days before he recovered. Then Xiang Min discussed with Xin Yi and the others. They would first practice the method of controlling the formation until they were familiar with it. Only then would Xiaohua and the fire ape come over. Naturally, everyone agreed. Thus, Xiaohua and the others sat cross-legged in the 5 formation eyes of the 5 elements soul-capturing formation according to the previous arrangement. Xiang Min took out 5 magic treasures of different styles from his storage bag and placed them in front of the 5 people. Then he flew to the sky above the valley, which was also the center of the formation. He clapped his hands and a round plate about 3 feet in size flew in front of him. This round plate was the main formation disc of the 5 elements soul-capturing formation, the 5 elements disc. Xiang Min opened his mouth and a mouthful of true essence fell on the 5 elements disc. The 5 elements disc trembled slightly and began to rotate extremely slowly. Then Xiang Min continuously cast seals on the 5 elements disc. The 5 elements disc sped up its rotation, and as it rotated, it began to emit a bright red brilliance. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the brilliance became a brilliant ball of light. Xiang Min shouted from high up in the sky, Fire formation I Xiaohua, inject your magic power into the magic treasure. Yes. Disciple understands. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect. Although he knew that he might expose his strength at this moment, it was impossible for him to have any chance to retreat. Xiaohua formed seals and injected his magic power into the triangular magic treasure in front of him according to what he comprehended in these dozens of days. Weng, with the infusion of Xiaohua's magic power, the magic treasure gradually flew up from the ground and slowly flew above Xiaohua's head. The magic treasure in the eye was suffused with red brilliance. Xiang Min was very satisfied with the 5 elements disc. The ball of light on the 5 elements disc separated a ray of light and shot toward the magic treasure above Xiaohua's head. In the blink of an eye, the magic treasure and the 5 elements disc were connected together, and the brilliance on the 5 elements disc became more and more brilliant. Just when the magic treasure and the 5 elements plate were connected, Xiaohua suddenly felt a powerful suction force coming from within the magic treasure. He didn't dare to be careless and once again used the unique technique of the 5 elements array to absorb the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, and then without refining it he sent it into the magic treasure. However, just when the fire attribute spirit energy in Xiaohua's body was being transferred to the magic treasure according to the method given in the jade slip, there suddenly appeared a continuous obscure connection. It was the same as when Xiaohua used the prairie fire cultivation technique to refine the fire attribute spirit energy in heaven and earth. Although it was only a discontinuous obscure, the spirit energy sent to the magic treasure was less. At the same time, the light between the magic treasure and the 5 elements disc appeared to be faintly bright and dark. Xiaohua! Xiang Min shouted, dozens of days of comprehension, is it still not enough for you to comprehend the method of control? Yes. Xiaohua was also puzzled in his heart. The method he used was indeed correct, but he didn't know why it would cause a continuous obscure connection. However, Xiaohua tried a few more times and the results were usually the same. Only disciples who don't have a fire attribute physique will have difficulty controlling the fire attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth through their bodies. Difficulty means that they are close to the fire attribute. Then Xiang Min stared at Xiaohua and asked, You have a pure fire physique. This. Xiaohua hesitated and said, this junior also doesn't know, but during the test, there were other colors. What colors? Xiang Min asked. Xiaohua shook his head. Disciple doesn't know. It was tested by others. There were also many people. Disciple didn't understand this at that time. I didn't even know it was a physique test. Really troublesome. Xiang Min also couldn't say anything about the Imperial Thunder Sect. She turned to Feng Shuqing and said, "Fellow Taoist Feng, let your sect's disciple try." At this moment Feng Shuqing couldn't say anything. He could only let Qing Hao take the center of Xiaohua's formation. As everyone expected, Qing Hao easily activated the fire attribute magic weapon. The orange light above the 5-element disc was like the azure light, flowing with brilliant colors. The orange light flowed freely. After that, the metal attribute Li Mian stood on the metal attribute formation core and used the golden light to connect the 5-element disc and the metal attribute magic weapon together. The wood attribute Li Mian stood on the wood attribute formation core and used the cyan light to connect the 5-element disc and the wood attribute magic weapon together. However, just as everyone's hearts were about to relax, another change occurred. Jinghua City's Bai Mu, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator who had long practiced the Earth-type array core countless times, was actually the same as Xiaohua, unable to connect the Earth-type magic treasure with the 5-element disc. In fact, he was even inferior to Xiaohua. The dark brown light was intermittent, almost unable to connect. Zhang Qingguang's face immediately turned ugly. He first scolded Bai Mu, but Bai Mu also felt wronged. He had practiced the technique for a long time and was already confident. However, it was precisely because Earth attribute physique was common that their aptitudes were slightly lower. Those who could cultivate to foundation establishment or golden core realm were fewer than those with the other 4 attributes. Damn it! Zhen Yi slapped his thigh and laughed. I really wish I had an Earth attribute physique right now. Zhen Yi was joking. Lightning attribute physique was rare in the entire Dawn Rain continent. Its cultivation speed was much faster than the usual 5-element physique. Moreover, the Imperial Thunder Sect's magic arts were most beneficial for lightning attribute cultivators. How could he neglect the essentials and focus on the trifles? Sai, I'm afraid I have to make a trip back to the sect. Xiang Min looked at everyone and asked, which fellow Taoist is willing to make a trip back? I have to preside over the formation and can't be delayed. However, now that things had come to this, who would want to go back? If he left and someone else coincidentally came, the formation would be completed and the 2 beasts would be killed. Wouldn't they lose their inner cores? Xiang Min knew what everyone was thinking and could only say, why don't any fellow Taoists send a disciple back, or send a message to Western Huang Town's transportation formation? Fellow Taoist Feng, your Huangdao sect seems to be the closest to Western Huang Town, right? Zhen Yi thought for a moment and smiled. Why don't we ask fellow Taoist Feng's disciple to make a trip back? Your Imperial Thunder Sect isn't too far away, right? Why can't Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples make a trip back? Feng Shuiqing smiled coldly. Zhen Yi spread his hands. My Imperial Thunder Sect only accepts lightning and fire attribute physiques. We don't accept Earth attribute disciples. Feng Shuiqing was speechless. He pointed at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua isn't lightning or fire attribute. What attribute does he have? I'm not sure about that. He definitely isn't Earth attribute. Zhen Yi smiled. Feng Shuiqing pointed. Whether he's Earth attribute or not, can't we just test it with the 5-element pearl? Then let's test it. What's there to be afraid of? If he's Earth attribute, I'd be happy. Zhen Yi said without a care. Chapter 1889. Hearing their argument, Xiaohua looked at the 5-elemental bead and thought of the lightning-controlling sect's mirror spirit. He smiled apologetically and said, Seniors, please don't argue. I have the fire attribute. At most, I have other attributes mixed in. In short, I'm not suitable for the fire array core, let alone the earth array core. I want to see what kind of constitution you have today. Feng Shuqing stared at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was helpless. He didn't dare to talk back and could only look at Zhen Yi. Zhen Yi smiled and said, if Xiaohua doesn't have the earth attribute, Will fellow Taoist Feng send your disciples back to find someone with the earth attribute? Zhen Yi thought he could force Feng Shuqing to agree, but Feng Shuqing waved her hand and said, "That's different. I won't fall for that." "Then don't let my lightning-controlling sect's disciples test their constitution," Zhen Yi said coldly. Forget it. Fellow Taoists, please don't argue. Although my Xuanyan school isn't close, it's not far. I'll send my disciples back." Jiang Zhuqing quickly persuaded. "Fellow Taoist Jiang, you can't say that." Feng Shuqing shook her head and said, "The lightning-controlling sect said they don't have any disciples with the earth attribute, but this disciple's constitution hasn't been confirmed yet. Who knows? If he doesn't, fellow Taoist Jiang can send people. If he does, won't we have less trouble?" "Fellow Taoist Feng, are you done?" Zhen Yi was furious. "Yes, I am." "So what?" Feng Shuqing also said angrily. "Fellow Taoists," Xiang Min said, "let's not argue. We're all golden core cultivators who are hundreds of years old. It won't look good in front of our disciples. As half the person in charge, I'll give you a suggestion. Xiaohua has already seen the fire array core's control technique. If he really has the earth attribute, it'll be easier for him to learn. Don't talk about finding someone else to train. So Xiaohua, let's test it first. If it doesn't work, we'll find someone else." "No." Zhen Yi shook his head and said with a smile, "It's not that I don't want to give fellow Taoists Yang face, but the lightning-controlling sect's disciples' constitution testing sects matter. Outsiders have no reason to interfere." Xiang Min's face suddenly turned gloomy. "How about this? Grandmaster Zhen, disciple has a way." Xiaohua saw that the situation was not good and took the opportunity to say, "You have no right to speak here." Feng Shuqing glared at him. Zhen Yi originally didn't want Xiaohua to speak, but since Feng Baiqing said so, he just smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to listen to other people's words." "Yes. Disciple has thought about it. Disciple doesn't need to test any attributes. Disciple only needs to see the technique to control the earth formation core. Disciple will know soon after I try it. This way, disciple will follow martial ancestors' instructions and also follow Senior Feng's instructions to know whether or not I have the earth attribute." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Great." Jiang Zhuqing and the others immediately clapped and said, "That's how it should be." However, Xiang Min wasn't too happy. Wasn't it obvious that they wanted to see how he controlled the earth formation core? After pondering for a moment, Xiang Min clapped her hands and took out a jade slip and said, "Kid, you really have a lot of wicked ideas. Remember your heart oath, you can't spread this kind of thing outside." Junior understands. Xiaohua was secretly happy and thought, isn't this also counted as a fisherman taking advantage of the situation? At the side, Zhen Yi glanced at Feng Shuqing and Feng Shuqing also looked at him coldly. After only half a day, Xiaohua finished reading the jade slip. He closed his eyes and recalled for a moment, then returned the jade slip to Xiang Min. When Xiang Min flew into the air, she pointed her hand. The dark brown dot of light appeared between red, blue, yellow, and green. Then it gradually expanded until it stood on equal footing with the other four lights. Xiaohua also activated the Earth Attribute Magic Treasure and guided the Earth Attribute spiritual energy into it according to the method to control it. Then he poured it into the magic treasure. There's a problem. Xiaohua was originally looking forward to the obscure and even sluggish appearance of the wings. Who would have thought that the Earth Attribute spiritual energy would slightly flow in his body without any obstruction and smoothly pass through under the control of the Heart Sutra? Whoosh! A dark brown brilliance immediately connected the 5-element disc and the Earth Attribute Magic Treasure together. It was as solid as the other 4 light belts. Great! Xiang Min was overjoyed. She pointed her hand and the 5-colored 5-element disc that had just stopped spinning began to spin again. Moreover, as Xiang Min poured in the spell, it continued to accelerate. What's going on? Xiaohua was stunned. He was almost stupefied as he operated the Heart Sutra. He extracted the little Earth Attribute spiritual energy from the air and sent it into the magic treasure. I originally had a Fire Attribute physique. How did it become Earth Attribute? Xiaohua suddenly remembered the obscure true energy when he practiced the Prairie Fire Heart Sutra. Buzz buzz. A series of noises pulled Xiaohua out of his thoughts. He saw the 5-element disc making noises in the air. It was spinning so fast that it was almost impossible to see its shape. The 5 light belts that connected the magic treasure also gradually changed from thin strips to wide strips. Then they gradually expanded until finally they covered the entire valley. Quick! Xiangmin shouted in the air. The 5-element disc suddenly stopped spinning. The 5-colored brilliance on the disc also suddenly scattered into a ball. The 5-colored brilliance mixed together and gradually became turbid. Then it slowly became clear until finally it became transparent. It revealed a 5-element disc that seemed to have not moved at all. At the same time, the brilliance of the formation in the valley also overlapped. It was similarly turbid and clear until finally, it became transparent. An intact valley was revealed. However, Xiaohua's group of 5 who were originally sitting cross-legged in the valley, and Xiangmin who was in the air had all disappeared. Fellow Taoists, please enter the formation. According to the records in the Jade Slip, familiarize yourself with the formation. Xiangmin's voice sounded in the air. Zhen Yi and the others scanned the area with their divine senses. Not only were there no traces of Xiaohua and the others, even the origin of Xiangmin's voice was not the slightest bit strange. Zhen Yi and the others were slightly shocked. Soon after, they all flew to different parts of the Great Formation. After entering the Great Formation, they also disappeared. Husband, this 5-element formation is indeed powerful. Yan Qinglian whispered to Xiang Yang after scanning with her divine sense. Xiang Yang seemed to be somewhat absent-minded as he said, "This is the Great Formation that the 5-element sect specializes in. If we ignore it, how would Senior Xiang dare to take it out?" Husband, Yan Qinglian whispered, "What's wrong?" Sigh, Xiang Yang transmitted his voice, "Junior brother Xiao, why is there a difference in his constitution? From the looks of it, he clearly has an earth attribute constitution. If Master were to know about it, then what would happen?" Sigh, that's true. Yan Qinglian also had a worried look on her face. Junior brother Xiao is kind-hearted and honest. He is the little junior brother in my heart. However, he can't build his foundation and doesn't gain Master's favor. Now, not to mention not building his foundation, even if he builds his foundation, he may not be able to stand in front of junior brother Cui. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 1890. Being unable to stand before junior martial brother Cui is still a small matter. Xiang Yang said, "Junior martial brother Xiao isn't favored by Master. If his constitution isn't of the fire attribute, wouldn't he be expelled by Master? And junior martial brother Zhao's divine ability is really powerful. He can kill foundation establishment cultivators before reaching foundation establishment. How powerful will he be after reaching foundation establishment? I don't dare to imagine," he said he and Master. "No way." Yan Qinglian was also dumbfounded at this time. She never thought about it. After all, one was Master and the other was disciple. There was nothing to compare. But now that Xiang Yang said it, she immediately woke up. Xiaohua could kill foundation establishment cultivators before reaching foundation establishment. What if he reached foundation establishment? Wouldn't he be able to kill late foundation establishment cultivators? But what cultivation level? It's only late foundation establishment cultivators, right? He hasn't even reached peak foundation establishment. But Yan Qinglian still firmly shook her head. Junior martial brother isn't that kind of person. Yes, I also think so. Xiang Yang smiled bitterly. But what about Master? Thinking about the helplessness of a strict father, Xiang Yang felt a sense of powerlessness. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach his disciple, it was just that he was too earnest and too strict. If he knew about Xiaohua's change, who knows what he would do? Expelling him from the Imperial Thunder Sect wasn't impossible. Husband, you should think about it again. Yan Qinglian also said powerlessly to Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang felt a headache coming on. He already knew too many of Xiaohua's secrets, but he didn't know these secrets. He really didn't know whether he should tell Master or not. Glancing at Xue Xue, who only had concern on her face, Xiang Yang sighed. His gaze fell on the 5-element soul-capturing formation that had changed again. At this time, inside the five elements soul-capturing formation, the figures of Xiaohua and the others were still nowhere to be seen. However, Jin Yi and the other golden core cultivators had already appeared. Each of them flew in the air, forming seals with their hands, releasing their divine senses and carefully comprehending the changes in the formation. Their figures were also constantly flying, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Xiaohua, who was the eye of the earth formation, was sitting cross-legged on the eye of the formation. The earth-type magic treasure was constantly extracting spiritual energy from his body. This spiritual energy was just extracted by Xiaohua from the valley. It wasn't refined and was directly used by the magic treasure. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart was even more tangled than Xiang Yang's. Although the mental cultivation method in his body was unceasingly flowing, he was thinking a lot in his heart. The bone refinement of the 7 colors is for escape. The first layer was to use the fire essence flame crystal to temper the body. Of course it was fire. Only by using the fire essence flame crystal could the body be tempered to perfection. Therefore the first layer of bone tempering should be fire. After the fire it should be earth. Presumably the color of my bones should have changed and my body's attribute should have changed to earth. Damn it, this young master has never heard of a cultivator who can change their body's attribute. It is precisely because this young master already has an earth attribute physique that the prairie fire mental cultivation technique is somewhat obscure when refining the heaven and earth spiritual energy. This 5 elements sex 5 elements formation also has a problem in controlling the fire attribute spiritual energy. When he thought of this, Xiaohua was immediately overjoyed. Since it's an earth attribute physique, then there's no need for the fire essence flame crystal. I also don't need to search for it in the flame forest swamp. Isn't there an earth crystal Yao milk in the space? It should be used. I just don't know if Sun Shu's method of using it will work. The earth attribute spiritual energy is already insufficient. I'll use my magic power to supply it. Xiaohua suddenly felt that the formation was strange. Without thinking, he poured his magic power into the magic treasure. After the magic treasure received Xiaohua's magic power, it immediately returned to its original state. It unhurriedly absorbed the magic power, emitting a dark brown brilliance. Seeing that Xiaohua's magic power had been depleted by more than 30%, Xiaohua began to turn his eyes, gradually reducing his magic power. After half a cup of tea's time, all of his magic power was isolated. The light of the earth attribute magic treasure above Xiaohua's head disappeared, and it immediately fell to the ground. Immediately, the entire 5 elements soul-capturing formation was broken, and everyone's figures were revealed. Looking at the other cultivators on the other 4 formation cores, although their complexions were not as pale as Xiaohua's, they were not looking good either. Especially Qing Hao, her forehead was covered in sweat. Clearly she could not hold on any longer. Good. Xiang Min's figure landed and she clapped her hands with a smile. I didn't expect the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' cultivation to be so profound. Although he has not broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm, he is still at the Qi Refinement realm. Unexpectedly, he has persisted for so long. Fellow Taoist Zhen, if nothing unexpected happens, your 2 portions of Lightning Beast's inner core should be fine. Fellow Taoist Xiang's words are wrong. That portion of inner core is Xiaohua's. It has nothing to do with this old man. Zhen Yi looked at the pale Xiaohua, who was paralyzed on the ground, and said with satisfaction, Fellow Taoists, take a rest first. When Xiaohua recovers his magic power, we will let him lure the fire ape. Xiang Min said with a smile. Zhen Yi seemed to have thought of something and asked, Fellow Taoist Xiang, according to Xiaohua, he has 2 methods to lure the fire ape. One is to go to the fire ape's vicinity based on his perception, and the other is to stay in place with less certainty. Oh? Xiang Min was startled and she said with a frown, I need time to set up the formation. If Xiaohua goes out to lure the fire ape, how can this formation be formed? It's better to use the second method. Although the certainty is low, it can still lure the fire ape, right? Xiaohua collapsed on the ground and said in a low voice. He was secretly complaining in his heart. Zhen Yi didn't say anything else. He walked in front of Xiaohua and transmitted his voice. What's up with the attribute of your physique? Disciple has the hidden fire attribute, and there's also the earth attribute mixed in. Xiaohua scratched his head with difficulty and said, as for the specifics, I'm afraid only the 5 Elements sect can explain it clearly. And Zhenyi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Hurry up and consume the elixir to recover your magic power. Later. We still have to think of a way to lure the fire ape. But Xiaohua was about to say something, but he was forced back by Zhen Ye's sharp gaze. Sai, I'll just take it one step at a time. Only now did Xiaohua understand the legendary saying of driving a duck to a perch. 100 miles away from Xiaohua, in the rather large underground cave under the fire lake, there were a few cultivators at the corner of the altar who were methodically repairing the formation. The other spirit husbandry sect disciples had already left long ago. However, they didn't go far away. Instead, they sat cross-legged around the altar, each holding a jade slip in their hands. Their brows were slightly furrowed as if they were comprehending something. The contents of the jade slip were none other than the spirit-devouring cultivation method that the spirit husbandry sect elder Yuan Feng had asked his disciples to distribute. Of course, what the disciples were comprehending was extremely simple. Even so, it was still extremely difficult to comprehend from the expressions of the cultivators. A soft paw sound was heard. It seemed like a stone had fallen to the ground, but it also seemed like a mechanism had closed. Then, on the altar, a foundation establishment disciple who was following behind a few Qi refinement disciples shouted in a low voice, "Stop!" How could those Qi refinement disciples not know that the formation had been completed? Even if this foundation establishment disciple didn't say anything, they would have stopped anyway. However, this foundation establishment disciple cautiously immersed his divine sense into the jade slip again. After looking at it for a moment, he slowly cast a spell that had been brewing for a long time. Wang, a soft sound was heard, and the area below this cultivator shone with a faint brilliance. Then it was extinguished. Following the extinguishment of the brilliance, an even denser brilliance appeared in this area and rapidly spread across the entire altar. It's done. This foundation establishment cultivator's eyes were filled with joy. However, before he could fly out of the altar, rumble, rumble, rumble. After a few loud tremors, the atmosphere on the altar became slightly tense. Not only was there a large amount of dust rising from the altar, even the entire ground was shaking non-stop. This commotion obviously attracted the attention of the spirit husbandry sect disciples who were resting around the altar. All of them flew up in fright. However, just as they leaped into the air, the brilliance on the altar suddenly disappeared. The tremors stopped and the entire underground space became silent. Yuan Feng, Zhi Qiping, Man Yun, and Hu Yu were the 4 spirit husbandry sect elders in the later stage of the Golden Core realm. Naturally, they were also attracted by the commotion and flew above the altar. Greetings to the 4 elders. The foundation establishment disciple who was the last to repair the spell formation bowed hurriedly. Not bad. Go and rest. Comprehend the mental cultivation method that I imparted to you earlier. Yuan Feng smiled and waved his hand. There will be a great opportunity for you in a few days. Thank you, Elder Yuan. The cultivator's face was filled with gratitude. He brought a few Qi refinement disciples and hurriedly landed at the side of the altar. He took out the jade slip and hurriedly comprehended it. At this moment, Zhi Qiping and the others were no longer bothered by Yuan Feng's arbitrary actions. Instead, they looked at the frightened disciples beside the altar and scolded, "There's not much time left. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear Elder Yuan's reminder? If you can't comprehend the mental cultivation method, you will be the ones at a disadvantage in front of the great opportunity." Yes, the disciples with status bowed and instructed the disciples on the left to descend and comprehend the mental cultivation method. Elder Yuan, look at the spell formation. Compare it to the jade slip in our hands. It should have been repaired. Hu Yu scanned the altar with his divine sense and said in a low voice, "But the incomplete part in the jade slip. We still can't find it. This 5 essences spirit awakening spell formation is also incomplete." "It doesn't matter. As far as I know, since the spell formation has already reacted, it should be able to be activated." Yuan Feng smiled. "Moreover, we can't completely crack the spell formation. We only need to open a small gap in the 5 essences spirit awakening spell formation and release some of the Chao Chi's soul for us to use. Fine Manyun's eyes flashed fiercely. There's never anything in this world that is completely certain. If we always shrink back, how can we achieve nascent soul? I will listen to Elder Yuan's arrangement. I will also follow Shi Qiping, and who you had already comprehended the spell formation and spirit awakening mental cultivation method. They knew that there were many benefits, so they both gritted their teeth and nodded. Great. Yuan Feng clapped his hands and said, in that case, let's begin. We will listen to Elder Yuan's orders. The 3 people cupped their hands and said, bring the 5 spirits up. Yuan Feng ordered. On the other side of the stone wall of the altar, 5 early-stage gold core cultivators flew down from the 5 different caves. There were 3 men and 2 women, and each of them held a spiritual storage bag in their hands. There were many talismans on the spiritual storage bags. Chapter 1891. The 5 cultivators flew to the 4 elders and bowed. Yuan Feng nodded and said, go back to your positions as I said before. Yes. The 5 of them replied in unison. Then they scattered and flew to 5 different places on the altar. When they landed, they were at the 5 points of the pentagram on the altar. At the 5 points of the pentagram there were 5 small formations. In the center of each formation there was a small Chao Wu pattern. Elders, please return to the cave. I will activate the array here. If there is any problem, I will ask the elders for help. Yuan Feng smiled and said to the other 3. And we will go back first and watch from the side. Elder Yuan has worked hard. It will take 5 days and 5 nights to activate this array. If there is anything wrong, call us immediately. Man Yun and the others cupped their hands and flew back to the cave. After the 3 of them flew away, Yuan Feng patted his hand and took out a small triangular flag from the storage bag. The flag was 5-colored, and each of the 5 colors had 5 spirit beasts bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was very ferocious. Go! Yuan Feng channeled his spiritual power, and the small flag flew into the air above the altar. Yuan Feng chanted a mysterious chant, and the spell in his hand continued to enter the small flag. The small flag grew bigger and bigger under the infusion of spiritual power. In about the time it took to eat a meal, it became a 10-feet flag. At this time, the 5 spirit beasts on the small flag were also revealed. The first one was a green dragon. Its long body swam slightly on the flag. Its 2 dragon eyes revealed a ferocious light, and its 4 dragon claws also flashed with a sharp light. The second one was a white tiger. It was flying in the air in a pouncing posture. Its bloody mouth made people feel fear at first sight. The third one was a vermilion bird. Its fiery red feathers were like burning flames, and its small body exuded a ferocity not inferior to the white tiger. The fourth one was a black tortoise. Under the pitch-black tortoise shell, a triangular head poked out slightly. Its slightly open mouth was actually a scarlet snake tongue. The fifth one was a qilin, a strange beast with the body of a moose, the tail of an ox, the hooves of a horse, and the skin of a fish stepped on the auspicious cloud. There was a faint yellow light on its forehead. 5 spirit flags. When Man Yun saw the 5 spirit beasts suddenly awaken, he was extremely shocked. Zhiqiping sighed and said, Elder Yuan. Sure enough, he already planned this. He even found the legendary 5 spirit flags. Hu Yu looked at the 5 golden core disciples on the altar and asked curiously, could it be that the 5 disciples are holding the 5 spiritual beasts? Haha, I definitely don't believe that. Zhiqiping smiled and shook his head. The 5 spirit flags are inanimate objects. Although they've been missing for a long time, it's normal for them to be found. The 5 spirit beasts are demonic beasts, even legendary saint beasts. How could they be something we can covet? I'm afraid these 5 storage bags contain spirit beasts with the bloodlines of the 5 spiritual beasts. Just as they were talking, Yuan Feng scolded, Where is the azure dragon? This soft voice resounded throughout the entire underground space. The low-level disciples of the spirit husbandry sect who didn't know what the azure dragon represented all stood up in shock. As disciples of the spirit husbandry sect, how could they not know what the azure dragon represented? Although the Taiching sect had a python dragon that protected the mountain, it was still a dragon born from a python. Its roots were still pythons and not dragons. The azure dragon was the king of dragons, a divine dragon among dragons. It was definitely not something an ordinary dragon could compare to. Now that the elder of the spirit husbandry sect had actually called out the azure dragon, the early-stage golden core cultivator at the corner of the altar also trembled. He clapped his hands and didn't rush to take out his storage bag. Instead, he activated his magic treasure in the air to protect himself. How could these disciples not be tempted? They all widened their eyes and stared at the cultivator. They wanted to see what the legendary azure dragon looked like. The early-stage golden core cultivator was ready. He slapped his hand and the numerous talismans outside his spirit storage bag fell off, turning into specks of light that fell into his hand. Only then did he lightly shake his spirit storage bag, and a small green python flew out from the spirit storage bag. This green python was about the size of a thumb and had a body that was more than a foot long. There was a sarcoma on its head that looked like a crown. Moreover, there was a thin strand of golden thread on the green python's body, which was quite eye-catching. This is the green python king. A disciple cried out in surprise. His voice was very clear in the quiet space. Instantly the disciple came to his senses. His face and ears turned red, and he lowered his head without saying a word. The few disciples at the side glanced at him. Although there was some contempt in their eyes, they didn't show any disdain when they saw that he was an chi refinement disciple. After all, green pythons were extremely poisonous. This green python king was definitely not something an chi refinement disciple could deal with. However, following the disciples' cry of surprise, a trace of disappointment emerged in everyone's hearts. They all thought at the same time, so, this isn't the azure dragon. Yes, although it's not the azure dragon, green pythons have the bloodline of dragons. The green python king can be called the king of pythons. Inside the cave, Shichiping nodded slightly. How strange. Huyu frowned and said, I remember. The green pythons in the Lichin mountain range never had a python king. How did a green python king appear out of thin air? Lichin mountain range isn't the only place with a green python king, right? Man Yun said with a smile. Elder Yuan has been planning for over 100 years. Who knows where he got a green python king with the bloodline of dragons? While the three of them were discussing, the viridescent python king was already floating in the air above the altar. Although the viridescent python king seemed to be sleeping, the golden core cultivator didn't dare to be careless. He cast a few sealing spells and fixed the viridescent python king on the small array pattern above the altar. Immediately after, Yuan Feng, who was in midair, slapped his palm on his chest. With a piyut sound, a mouthful of blood essence sprayed onto the 5-spirit flag, covering the azure dragon. A dragon's roar resounded through the air from the 5-spirit flag. A faint azure light flew out from the flag. Following the direction of Yuan Feng's spell, it flew towards the green python king curled up on top of the formation. At the same time, the gold core cultivator sitting cross-legged on the left side of the viridescent python king opened his mouth and spat out a tiny black iron needle. That black iron needle was much smaller than Xiaohua's, but looking at the cold brilliance of the tip of the needle, it was actually much sharper. Go. Following the golden core cultivator's soft command, the black iron needle pierced into the sarcoma on top of the green python king's head like lightning. With a si sound, azure blood sprayed out from the black iron needle. This black iron needle was actually hollow. At the same time, the azure dragon's shadow flew to the top of the green python king's head and sucked in all the azure blood without leaving a single drop behind. The green python king was in pain and its entire body twisted rapidly. Several rays of brilliance appeared on its body. It was the brilliance of the restrictive spell that the golden core had absorbed. With a few pop-pop-pop sounds, the binding spell of the golden core cultivator was actually broken. Following which, the green python king quickly turned around and bit towards the golden core cultivator on the left. Chapter 1892. With a soft hiss, the golden core cultivator's protective brilliance blocked the viridescent python king. But immediately after, A wisp of pitch-black venom appeared and burned the brilliance. The brilliance immediately dimmed. It had actually been destroyed by the viridescent Python King. The early Golden Core cultivator panicked. It wasn't that he didn't have any methods to deal with the Python King, but he had received Yuan Feng's orders and couldn't use any spells. He could only passively defend. At this moment, the azure dragon shadow that had absorbed the Python King's blood had turned into a blood shadow. It was like a real azure dragon. It roared again and charged toward the Python King. When the Python King heard the commotion, it was immediately enveloped by the azure dragon shadow's indescribable pressure. Although it was a bit angry, its entire body was trembling as if it was afraid. The azure dragon blood shadow didn't stop at all. It directly rushed to the front of the viridescent Python King and flew towards it. The Python King was clearly staking everything. It bounced up and bit toward the azure dragon shadow. Unfortunately, the blood shadow was only a shadow. The Python King only bit empty air. At this moment, the azure dragon shadow had already rushed into the Python King's body and passed through it. GG, the Python King let out a mournful cry as if its soul had been sucked out. After it cried out, its entire body fell from the sky and stopped moving. Roar, the azure dragon shadow became even more vivid and was about to solidify. Go Yuan Feng stood in the air and was overjoyed. He pointed with his hand and a ray of light flew out from the 5 spirit flags and landed on the formation under the azure dragon's blood shadow. With a rumbling sound, the small formation began to shake and green light overflowed. The entire small formation gradually began to emit a gentle green light. When the entire formation was completely filled with green light, the Chao Wu pattern on the formation gradually faded until it finally disappeared. A small hole appeared and it was precisely where the bloody mouth on the Chao Wu pattern was. As the hole appeared, a suction force appeared. The azure dragon shadow circled in the air for a moment before it fell into the hole with a whoosh. As the azure dragon blood shadow entered, the hole also disappeared. Then the entire small magic array protruded from the altar and began to rotate on its own. This rotation lasted for a day and a night, until it finally turned into a sparkling and translucent azure dragon. 5 Skandha's awakening formation. These 5 accumulations, could they be the 5 spirits? Hu looked at the array formation's changes and said somewhat pensively, I'm afraid so. Man Yun pointed his finger and said, look at that green dragon. Although it looks crystal clear to the naked eye, it's actually very complicated in spiritual sense. This Yun probably means to contain spirit, right? If you really use the azure dragon's bloodline and soul, then this formation would naturally be pure. Yes, it would even be transparent. Shi Qiping said thoughtfully, but if that's the case, I'm afraid, even Mahayana cultivators can do it, right? That's right, even spirit severing stage and body integration stage cultivators can't do that. Man Yun nodded without hesitation, then frowned and said, Elder Yuan has exhausted a lot of energy. Before Man Yun could finish, Hu shook his head and said, no need. Elder Yuan is already consuming pills to recover his spiritual power. We're not as proficient in formations as Elder Yuan, and we haven't refined the 5 spirit flags. Let's not disturb him. Fine. Man Yun looked at Zhou and Qi Ping with complicated expressions. After Yuan Feng finished resting, he ordered another disciple to activate the formation where the white tiger was. Naturally, the white tiger within this disciple's storage bag was not a real white tiger. However, it was a real white spirit tiger. Just like the green Python King, it was sleeping in the spirit storage bag and would only wake up when its blood was extracted. Naturally, the white spirit tiger's soul was also extremely easy to capture by the white tiger's blood shadow. Another day and night passed before the white tiger blood shadow rushed into Chao Yu's mouth. The formation in the shape of a white tiger also protruded out. It was crystal clear as it cooperated with the green dragon. At this time, Yuan Feng had consumed more than 80% of his spiritual power. This was far beyond his expectations. He thought that as a late gold core cultivator, it would be more than enough for him to use 50% of his spiritual power to operate the formation. He didn't expect to consume so much spiritual power just to activate the 2 spirits. He had no choice but to once again look at the altar under his feet. On the altar there were already 2 pieces of crystal, while the other 3 were still ordinary stones. A small part of the Chao Chen's figure had disappeared, but the Chao Chen's ferocious eyes and bared fangs faintly revealed a fierce aura. Shi Qiping and the others flew down from the cave and said with great concern, "Elder Yuan, let's take a rest." Yuan Feng thought for a moment and nodded. "I thought too little. I'll rest for half a day before setting up the formation." "Elder Yuan, please." The three of them invited Yuan Feng into the cave. The eyes of all the spirit husbandry sect disciples below the altar shone with excitement. They had already practiced the incomplete spirit devouring cultivation technique and knew what they had to do. Naturally, they also knew that the Chao Chen's spirit essence was suppressed under the altar. Although there were very few legends about Chao Chen, it was easy to guess how strong the spirit essence was after seeing how Chao Chen used the 5 spirits to suppress it. Advance. This was the only thought in every spirit husbandry sect disciple's mind. Compared to the excitement of the spirit husbandry sect disciples, Xiaohua was unusually depressed. "What? You want to go outside the formation to lure the fire ape? You're not joking, right?" Xiang Min shrieked. "I've already told fellow Taoist Jun that as the Earth Formation Core you can't leave. Otherwise, not only will the 5 elements soul capturing formation not be activated, but it will also collapse even if it is activated. If you want to use a magic weapon to lure the fire ape, you can only do it in the 5 elements formation." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "But I don't have much confidence in doing it in the formation." "If you don't have confidence, you dare to speak nonsense? You dare to ask for the lightning beast's core from us?" Feng Shuqing was also unusually angry. No one would have thought that the most crucial part of the formation would have an anomaly. Of course, this anomaly was concealed by Jin Yi. "Sai, since you can't go out and lure the fire ape Xiaohua, you can only stay in the formation." Jin Yi sighed and said, "Not having much confidence is better than not having any confidence, right? It's better than not luring the fire ape over." Xiaohua was extremely helpless and could only smile apologetically. "I can only try my best." Humph! Xiang Min snorted coldly and flew into the air. Shui Shui knew the reason, but she didn't dare to ask. She held Xiaohua's hand and said, "Darling Xiao, you have to be careful." "Yes, I know." At this moment, Xiaohua didn't dare to say that this was Jin Ye's idea. They were here because of Jin Ye's protection. Without Jin Yi, Xiang Min and the others could casually kill them. How could Xiaohua dare to offend Jin Yi? Xiang Min once again set up the 5 elements soul capturing formation. When everything was finished, Xiang Min said coldly in the air, "Xiaohua, let's see what you're capable of." "Yes, I understand." Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the earth formation core and slowly sent the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the earth-type magic treasure. He answered casually and took out the sun-moon corona. All the cultivators were concerned about Xiaohua's methods. When the sun-moon corona was taken out, several divine senses swept over it. However, the sun-moon corona had already been refined by Xiaohua. Several divine senses couldn't see anything. They could only quietly wait for Xiaohua to make his move. Xiaohua closed his eyes and used his magic power to activate the sun-moon corona. Subsequently, the sun-moon corona gradually rose into the air. Then Xiaohua began to cast spells. One spell after another, the sun-moon corona began to emit a faint red light. After waiting for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the red light began to become dazzling and almost became a scorching sun. Thus, Xiaohua's perception gradually expanded along with the brilliance of this scorching sun. Naturally, Xiaohua's perception couldn't see anything else. All he knew was that within the range of his perception, there was no trace of the fire ape. Very quickly, half a day passed. The entire valley was silent. Feng Shuqing couldn't help but ask, "Xiaohua, what's the situation?" "Fellow Taoist Feng, don't worry." Zhen Yi said confidently, "Flame Forest Swamp is so big. Who knows where the fire ape and the thunder beast are? If Xiaohua immediately lured the fire ape over, would we still need to give him a thunder beast's core?" Feng Shuqing was speechless. He only snorted coldly and said no more. What Zhen Yi said was reasonable, but if he were to extend the time by 6 days, no one would believe it. However, just when Xiang Min and the others couldn't hold it in anymore and were about to change their expressions, a silent aura gradually rose from a place 100 miles away. It became more and more suffocating. But when it rose to a certain extent, it suddenly disappeared again. The Zhen Yi and the other golden core cultivators all sensed it with extreme sensitivity. They looked in that direction with extreme puzzlement. Fellow Taoist Zhang, the fire ape hasn't come yet. Can I trouble fellow Taoist to go and take a look? Xiang Min was in charge of the formation and couldn't leave. She raised her voice and instructed. And this Zhang will go over now. Zhang Qingguang nodded and leaped into midair. But just as his figure was about to fly, he heard Xiaohua say loudly, "Seniors, I've lured that fire ape over and it's already not far from here." Ah! Xiang Min was stunned and then laughed loudly. "Ah, the heavens are helping me. Fellow Taoist Zhang, don't go. Stay where you are." Zhang Qingguang didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly landed and entered the five elements formation. But the current Xiaohua didn't have any joy. Instead, he was secretly anxious. What do you think? Xiaohua really sensed the fire ape's trace through the sun-moon corona. There was no doubt about it. But the fire ape's direction wasn't towards them. Instead, it was towards the place where the aura burst out just now. Although that place was 100 miles away from the valley, the fire ape wouldn't pass by here. What should I do? Xiaohua's mind raced. Then he clenched his teeth and used his magic power to raise the sun-moon corona into the sky. As the sun-moon corona rose, Xiaohua actually used his magic power to attack the restriction inside the sun-moon corona. That you're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.